To conceal this embarrassment, he took out a cigarette case he had just bought that opened in a new way, and sniffing the leather, took a cigarette out of it.
No. Do you want anything? Alexey Alexandrovich asked without eagerness.
Yes, I wanted to talk to you, said Stepan Arkadyevich, with surprise, aware of an unaccustomed timidity. This feeling was so unexpected and so strange that he did not believe it was the voice of conscience telling him that what he was meaning to do was wrong. Stepan Arkadyevich made an effort and struggled with the timidity that had come over him. I hope you believe in my love for my sister and my sincere affection and respect for you, he said, reddening.
Alexey Alexandrovich stood still and said nothing, but his face struck Stepan Arkadyevich by its expression of an unresisting sacrifice. I wanted to have a little talk with you about my sister and your mutual position, he said, still struggling with an unaccustomed constraint. Alexey Alexandrovich smiled mournfully, looked at his brother-in-law, and without answering went up to the table, took from it an unfinished letter, and handed it to his brother-in-law. I think unceasingly of the same thing.
And here is what I had begun writing, thinking I could say it better by letter, and that my presence irritates her, he said, as he gave him the letter. Stepan Arkadyevich took the letter, looked with incredulous surprise at the lusterless eyes fixed so immovably on him, and began to read. I see that my presence is irksome to you. Painful as it is to me to believe it, I see that it is so, and cannot be otherwise. I don't blame you, and God is my witness that on seeing you at the time of your illness I resolved with my whole heart to forget all that had passed between us and to begin a new life. I do not regret, and shall never regret, what I have done, but I have desired one thing, your good, the good of your soul, and now I see I have not attained that. Tell me yourself what will give you true happiness and peace to your soul. I put myself entirely in your hands, and trust to your feeling of what's right. Stepan Arkadyevich handed back the letter, and with the same surprise continued looking at his brother-in-law, not knowing what to say. This silence was so awkward for both of them that Stepan Arkadyevich's lips began twitching nervously, while he still gazed without speaking at Karenin's face.
That's what I wanted to say to her, said Alexey Alexandrovich, turning away.
Yes, said Stepan Arkadyevich, not able to answer for the tears that were choking him.
Yes, I understand you, he brought out at last. I want to know what she would like, said Alexey Alexandrovich.
I am afraid she does not understand her own position. She is not a judge, said Stepan Arkadyevich, recovering himself.
She is crushed, simply crushed by your generosity.
If she were to read this letter, she would be incapable of saying anything, she would only hang her head lower than ever.
Yes, but what's to be done in that case? How explain, how find out her wishes?
If you will allow me to give my opinion, I think that it lies with you to point out directly the steps you consider necessary to end the position.
So you consider it must be ended? Alexey Alexandrovich interrupted him. But how?
He added, with a gesture of his hands before his eyes not usual with him.
I see no possible way out of it.
There is some way of getting out of every position, said Stepan Arkadyevich, standing up and becoming more cheerful.
There was a time when you thought of breaking off. If you are convinced now that you cannot make each other happy. Happiness may be variously understood. But suppose that I agree to everything, that I want nothing, what way is there of getting out of our position?
If you care to know my opinion, said Stepan Arkadyevich with the same smile of softening, almond oil tenderness with which he had been talking to Anna. His kindly smile was so winning that Alexey Alexandrovich, feeling his own weakness and unconsciously swayed by it, was ready to believe what Stepan Arkadyevich was saying.
She will never speak out about it.
But one thing is possible, one thing she might desire, he went on, that is the cessation of your relations and all memories associated with them. To my thinking, in your position what's essential is the formation of a new attitude to one another. And that can only rest on a basis of freedom on both sides.
Divorce, Alexey Alexandrovich interrupted, in a tone of aversion.
Yes, I imagine that divorce, yes, divorce, Stepan Arkadyevich repeated, reddening. That is from every point of view the most rational course for married people who find themselves in the position you are in.
What can be done if married people find that life is impossible for them together? That may always happen. Alexey Alexandrovich sighed heavily and closed his eyes. There's only one point to be considered: is either of the parties desirous of forming new ties?
If not, it is very simple, said Stepan Arkadyevich, feeling more and more free from constraint.
Alexey Alexandrovich, scowling with emotion, muttered something to himself, and made no answer.
All that seemed so simple to Stepan Arkadyevich, Alexey Alexandrovich had thought over thousands of times. And, so far from being simple, it all seemed to him utterly impossible. Divorce, the details of which he knew by this time, seemed to him now out of the question, because the sense of his own dignity and respect for religion forbade his taking upon himself a fictitious charge of adultery, and still more suffering his wife, pardoned and beloved by him, to be caught in the fact and put to public shame. Divorce appeared to him impossible also on other still more weighty grounds.
What would become of his son in case of a divorce?
To leave him with his mother was out of the question. The divorced mother would have her own illegitimate family, in which his position as a stepson and his education would not be good.
Keep him with him?
He knew that would be an act of vengeance on his part, and that he did not want. But apart from this, what more than all made divorce seem impossible to Alexey Alexandrovich was, that by consenting to a divorce he would be completely ruining Anna. The saying of Darya Alexandrovna at Moscow, that in deciding on a divorce he was thinking of himself, and not considering that by this he would be ruining her irrevocably, had sunk into his heart. And connecting this saying with his forgiveness of her, with his devotion to the children, he understood it now in his own way. To consent to a divorce, to give her freedom, meant in his thoughts to take from himself the last tie that bound him to life, the children whom he loved, and to take from her the last prop that stayed her on the path of right, to thrust her down to her ruin. If she were divorced, he knew she would join her life to Vronsky's, and their tie would be an illegitimate and criminal one, since a wife, by the interpretation of the ecclesiastical law, could not marry while her husband was living. She will join him, and in a year or two he will throw her over, or she will form a new tie, thought Alexey Alexandrovich. And I, by agreeing to an unlawful divorce, shall be to blame for her ruin. He had thought it all over hundreds of times, and was convinced that a divorce was not at all simple, as Stepan Arkadyevich had said, but was utterly impossible. He did not believe a single word Stepan Arkadyevich said to him. To every word he had 1,000 objections to make, but he listened to him, feeling that his words were the expression of that mighty brutal force which controlled his life and to which he would have to submit. The only question is on what terms you agree to give her a divorce. She does not want anything, does not dare ask you for anything, she leaves it all to your generosity.
My God, my God!
What for? Thought Alexey Alexandrovich, remembering the details of divorce proceedings in which the husband took the blame on himself, and with just the same gesture with which Vronsky had done the same, he hid his face for shame in his hands.
You are distressed, I understand that. But if you think it over.
Whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also, and if any man take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also, thought Alexey Alexandrovich.
Yes, yes, he cried in a shrill voice.
I will take the disgrace on myself, I will give up even my son, but wouldn't it be better to let it alone?
Still you may do as you like.
And turning away so that his brother-in-law could not see him, he sat down on a chair at the window. There was bitterness, there was shame in his heart, but with bitterness and shame he felt joy and emotion at the height of his own meekness.
Stepan Arkadyevich was touched. He was silent for a space. Alexey Alexandrovich, believe me, she appreciates your generosity," he said. "But it seems it was the will of God," he added, and as he said it felt how foolish a remark it was, and with difficulty repressed a smile at his own foolishness. Alexey Alexandrovitch would have made some reply, but tears stopped him. "This is an unhappy fatality, and one must accept it as such. I accept the calamity as an accomplished fact, and am doing my best to help both her and you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. When he went out of his brother-in-law's room he was touched, but that did not prevent him from being glad he had successfully brought the matter to a conclusion, for he felt certain Alexey Alexandrovitch would not go back on his words. To this satisfaction was added the fact that an idea had just struck him for a riddle turning on his successful achievement, that when the affair was over he would ask his wife and most intimate friends. He put this riddle into 2 or 3 different ways. "But I'll work it out better than that," he said to himself with a smile. Chapter 23. Vronsky's wound had been a dangerous one, though it did not touch the heart, and for several days he had lain between life and death. The first time he was able to speak, Varya, his brother's wife, was alone in the room. "Varya," he said, looking sternly at her, "I shot myself by accident. And please never speak of it, and tell everyone so. Or else it's too ridiculous." Without answering his words, Varya bent over him, and with a delighted smile gazed into his face. His eyes were clear, not feverish, but their expression was stern. "Thank God," she said. "You're not in pain?" "A little here." He pointed to his breast. "Then let me change your bandages." In silence, stiffening his broad jaws, he looked at her while she bandaged him up. When she had finished he said, "I'm not delirious. Please manage that there may be no talk of my having shot myself on purpose." "No one does say so. Only I hope you won't shoot yourself by accident any more," she said, with a questioning smile. "Of course I won't, but it would have been better." And he smiled gloomily. In spite of these words and this smile, which so frightened Varya, when the inflammation was over and he began to recover, he felt that he was completely free from one part of his misery. By his action he had, as it were, washed away the shame and humiliation he had felt before. He could now think calmly of Alexey Alexandrovitch. He recognized all his magnanimity, but he did not now feel himself humiliated by it. Besides, he got back again into the beaten track of his life. He saw the possibility of looking men in the face again without shame, and he could live in accordance with his own habits. One thing he could not pluck out of his heart, though he never ceased struggling with it, was the regret, amounting to despair, that he had lost her forever. That now, having expiated his sin against the husband, he was bound to renounce her, and never in future to stand between her with her repentance and her husband, he had firmly decided in his heart, but he could not tear out of his heart his regret at the loss of her love, he could not erase from his memory those moments of happiness that he had so little prized at the time, and that haunted him in all their charm. Serpuhovskoy had planned his appointment at Tashkent, and Vronsky agreed to the proposition without the slightest hesitation. But the nearer the time of departure came, the bitterer was the sacrifice he was making to what he thought his duty. His wound had healed, and he was driving about making preparations for his departure for Tashkent. "To see her once and then to bury myself, to die," he thought, and as he was paying farewell visits, he uttered this thought to Betsy. Charged with this commission, Betsy had gone to Anna, and brought him back a negative reply. So much the better, thought Vronsky, when he received the news. It was a weakness, which would have shattered what strength I have left. Next day Betsy herself came to him in the morning, and announced that she had heard through Oblonsky as a positive fact that Alexey Alexandrovitch had agreed to a divorce, and that therefore Vronsky could see Anna. Without even troubling himself to see Betsy out of his fiat, forgetting all his resolutions, without asking when he could see her, or her husband was, Vronsky drove straight to the Karenins. He ran up the stairs seeing no one and nothing,
and with a rapid step, almost breaking into a run, he went into her room. And without considering, without noticing whether there was anyone in the room or not, he flung his arms round her, and began to cover her face, her hands, her neck with kisses. Anna had been preparing herself for this meeting, had thought what she would say to him, but she did not succeed in saying anything of it. His passion mastered her. She tried to calm him, to calm herself, but it was too late. His feeling infected her. Her lips trembled so that for a long while she could say nothing.
Anna Karenina.
Yes, you have conquered me, and I am yours, she said at last, pressing his hands to her bosom.
So it had to be, he said. So long as we live, it must be so. I know it now.
That's true, she said, getting whiter and whiter, and embracing his head. Still there is something terrible in it after all that has happened.
It will all pass, it will all pass, we shall be so happy.
Our love, if it could be stronger, will be strengthened by there being something terrible in it, he said, lifting his head and parting his strong teeth in a smile. And she could not but respond with a smile, not to his words, but to the love in his eyes. She took his hand and stroked her chilled cheeks and cropped head with it. I don't know you with this short hair. You've grown so pretty.
A boy. But how pale you are.
Yes, I'm very weak, she said, smiling. And her lips began trembling again.
We'll go to Italy, you will get strong, he said. Can it be possible we could be like husband and wife, alone, your family with you?
She said, looking close into his eyes.
It only seems strange to me that it can ever have been otherwise.
Stiva says that he has agreed to everything, but I can't accept his generosity, she said, looking dreamily past Vronsky's face. I don't want a divorce, it's all the same to me now.
Only I don't know what he will decide about Serioza.
He could not conceive how at this moment of their meeting she could remember and think of her son, of divorce.
What did it all matter?
Don't speak of that, don't think of it, he said, turning her hand in his, and trying to draw her attention to him, but still she did not look at him.
Oh, why didn't I die?
It would have been better, she said, and silent tears flowed down both her cheeks, but she tried to smile, so as not to wound him. To decline the flattering and dangerous appointment at Tashkent would have been, Vronsky had till then considered, disgraceful and impossible. But now, without an instant's consideration, he declined it, and observing dissatisfaction in the most exalted quarters at this step, he immediately retired from the army. A month later Alexey Alexandrovitch was left alone with his son in his house at Petersburg, while Anna and Vronsky had gone abroad, not having obtained a divorce, but having absolutely declined all idea of one.
Part 5. Chapter 1.
Princess Shcherbátskia considered that it was out of the question for the wedding to take place before Lent, just 5 weeks off, since not half the trousseau could possibly be ready by that time. But she could not but agree with Levin that to fix it for after Lent would be putting it off too late, as an old aunt of Prince Shcherbátsky's was seriously ill and might die, and then the mourning would delay the wedding still longer. And therefore, deciding to divide the trousseau into 2 parts, a larger and smaller trousseau, the princess consented to have the wedding before Lent. She determined that she would get the smaller part of the trousseau all ready now, and the larger part should be made later, and she was much vexed with Levin because he was incapable of giving her a serious answer to the question whether he agreed to this arrangement or not. The arrangement was the more suitable as, immediately after the wedding, the young people were to go to the country, where the more important part of the trousseau would not be wanted. Levin still continued in the same delirious condition in which it seemed to him that he and his happiness constituted the chief and sole aim of all existence, and that he need not now think or care about anything, that everything was being done and would be done for him by others. He had not even plans and aims for the future, he left its arrangement to others, knowing that everything would be delightful. His brother Sergei Ivanovitch, Stepan Arkadyevitch, and the princess guided him in doing what he had to do. All he did was to agree entirely with everything suggested to him. His brother raised money for him, the princess advised him to leave Moscow after the wedding. Stepan Arkadyevitch advised him to go abroad. He agreed to everything. Do what you choose, if it amuses you. I'm happy, and my happiness can be no greater and no less for anything you do, he thought. When he told Kitty of Stepan Arkadyevitch's advice that they should go abroad, he was much surprised that she did not agree to this, and had some definite requirements of her own in regard to their future. She knew Levin had work he loved in the country. She did not, as he saw, understand this work, she did not even care to understand it. But that did not prevent her from regarding it as a matter of great importance. And then she knew their home would be in the country, and she wanted to go, not abroad where she was not going to live, but to the place where their home would be. This definitely expressed purpose astonished Levin. But since he did not care either way, he immediately asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, as though it were his duty, to go down to the country and to arrange everything there to the best of his ability, with the taste of which he had so much. But I say, Stepan Arkadyevitch said to him one day after he had come back from the country, where he had got everything ready for the young people's arrival, have you a certificate of having been at confession? No. But what of it? You can't be married without it. Cried Levin. Why, I believe it's 9 years since I've taken the sacrament. I never thought of it. You're a pretty fellow, said Stepan Arkadyevitch laughing, and you call me a nihilist. But this won't do, you know. You must take the sacrament. When? There are 4 days left now. Stepan Arkadyevitch arranged this also, and Levin had to go to confession. To Levin, as to any unbeliever who respects the beliefs of others, it was exceedingly disagreeable to be present at and take part in church ceremonies. At this moment, in his present softened state of feeling, sensitive to everything, this inevitable act of hypocrisy was not merely painful to Levin, it seemed to him utterly impossible. Now, in the heyday of his highest glory, his fullest flower, he would have to be a liar or a scoffer. He felt incapable of being either. But though he repeatedly plied Stepan Arkadyevitch with questions as to the possibility of obtaining a certificate without actually communicating, Stepan Arkadyevitch maintained that it was out of the question. Besides, what is it to you 2 days? And he's an awfully nice, clever old fellow. He'll pull the tooth out for you so gently, you won't notice it. Standing at the first litany, Levin attempted to revive in himself his youthful recollections of the intense religious emotion he had passed through between the ages of 16 and 17. But he was at once convinced that it was utterly impossible to him. He attempted to look at it all as an empty custom, having no sort of meaning, like the custom of paying calls. But he felt that he could not do that either. Levin found himself, like the majority of his contemporaries, in the vaguest position in regard to religion. Believe he could not, and at the same time he had no firm conviction that it was all wrong. And consequently, not being able to believe in the significance of what he was doing nor to regard it with indifference as an empty formality, during the whole period of preparing for the sacrament he was conscious of a feeling of discomfort and shame at doing what he did not himself understand, and what, as an inner voice told him, was therefore false and wrong. During the service he would first listen to the prayers, trying to attach some meaning to them not discordant with his own views, then feeling that he could not understand and must condemn them, he tried not to listen to them, but to attend to the thoughts, observations, and memories which floated through his brain with extreme vividness during this idle time of standing in church. He had stood through the litany, the evening service and the midnight service, and the next day he got up earlier than usual, and without having tea went at 8 o'clock in the morning to the church for the morning service and the confession. There was no one in the church but a beggar soldier, 2 old women, and the church officials. A young deacon, whose long back showed in 2 distinct halves through his thin undercassock, met him, and at once going to a little table at the wall read the exhortation. During the reading, especially at the frequent and rapid repetition of the same words, "Lord, have mercy on us," which resounded with an echo, Levin felt the thought was shut and sealed up, and that it must not be touched or stirred now or confusion would be the result, and so standing behind the deacon he went on thinking of his own affairs, neither listening nor examining what was said. "It's wonderful what expression there is in her hand," he thought, remembering how they had been sitting the day before at a corner table. They had nothing to talk about, as was almost always the case at this time, and laying her hand on the table she kept opening and shutting it, and laughed herself as she watched her action. He remembered how he had kissed it and then had examined the lines on the pink palm. "Have mercy on us again," thought Levin, crossing himself, bowing, and looking at the supple spring of the deacon's back bowing before him. She took my hand then and examined the lines. "You've got a splendid hand," she said. And he looked at his own hand and the short hand of the deacon. "Yes, now it will soon be over," he thought. "No, it seems to be beginning again," he thought, listening to the prayers. "No, it's just ending. There he is bowing down to the ground. That's always at the end." The deacon's hand in a plushkov accepted a 3-ruble note unobtrusively, and the deacon said he would put it down in the register, and his new boots creaking jauntily over the flagstones of the empty church, he went to the altar. A moment later he peeped out thence and beckoned to Levin. Thought, till then locked up, began to stir in Levin's head, but he made haste to drive it away. "It will come right somehow," he thought, and went towards the altar rails. He went up the steps, and turning to the right saw the priest. The priest, a little old man with a scanty grizzled beard and weary, good-natured eyes, was standing at the altar rails, turning over the pages of a missal. With a slight bow to Levin he began immediately reading prayers in the official voice. When he had finished them he bowed down to the ground and turned, facing Levin. "Christ is present here unseen, receiving your confession," he said, pointing to the crucifix. "Do you believe in all the doctrines of the Holy Apostolic Church?" The priest went on, turning his eyes away from Levin's face and folding his hands under his stole. "I have doubted, I doubt everything," said Levin in a voice that jarred on himself, and he ceased speaking. The priest waited a few seconds to see if he would not say more, and closing his eyes he said quickly, with a broad, Vladimirsky accent. "Doubt is natural to the weakness of mankind, but we must pray that God in His mercy will strengthen us. What are your special sins?" he added, without the slightest interval, as though anxious not to waste time. "My chief sin is doubt. I have doubts of everything, and for the most part one am in doubt." "Doubt is natural to the weakness of mankind," the priest repeated the same words. "What do you doubt about principally?" "I doubt of everything. I sometimes even have doubts of the existence of God," Levin could not help saying, and he was horrified at the impropriety of what he was saying. But Levin's words did not, it seemed, make much impression on the priest. "What sort of doubt can there be of the existence of God?" he said hurriedly, with a just perceptible smile. Levin did not speak. "What doubt can you have of the Creator when you behold His creation?" The priest went on in the rapid customary jargon. "Who has decked the heavenly firmament with its lights? Who has clothed the earth in its beauty? How explain it without the Creator?" he said, looking inquiringly at Levin. Levin felt that it would be improper to enter upon a metaphysical discussion with the priest, and so he said in reply merely what was a direct answer to the question. "I don't know," he said. "You don't know? Then how can you doubt that God created all?" the priest said, with good-humored perplexity. "I don't understand it at all," said Levin, blushing, and feeling that his words were stupid, and that they could not be anything but stupid in such a position. "Pray to God and beseech Him." Even the Holy Fathers had doubts, and prayed to God to strengthen their faith. The devil has great power, and we must resist him. Pray to God, beseech Him. Pray to God, he repeated hurriedly. The priest paused for some time, as though meditating.
"You're about, I hear, to marry the daughter of my parishioner and son in the spirit, Prince Shtcherbatsky?" he resumed, with a smile. "An excellent young lady." "Yes," answered Levin, blushing for the priest. "What does he want to ask me about this at confession for?" he thought.
And, as though answering his thought, the priest said to him, "You are about to enter into holy matrimony, and God may bless you with offspring."
"Well, what sort of bringing up can you give your babes if you do not overcome the temptation of the devil, enticing you to infidelity?"
he said, with gentle reproachfulness. "If you love your child as a good father, you will not desire only wealth, luxury, honor for your infant, you will be anxious for his salvation, his spiritual enlightenment with the light of truth."
"Eh? What answer will you make him when the innocent babe asks you, Papa,
who made all that enchants me in this world, the earth, the waters, the sun, the flowers, the grass?
Can you say to him, I don't know?
You cannot but know, since the Lord God in His infinite mercy has revealed it to us.
Or your child will ask you, what awaits me in the life beyond the tomb? What will you say to him when you know nothing? How will you answer him? Will you leave him to the allurements of the world and the devil?
That's not right, he said, and he stopped, putting his head on one side and looking at Levin with his kindly, gentle eyes. Levin made no answer this time, not because he did not want to enter upon a discussion with the priest, but because, so far, no one had ever asked him such questions, and when his babes did ask him those questions, it would be time enough to think about answering them. You are entering upon a time of life, pursued the priest, when you must choose your path and keep to it. Pray to God that He may in His mercy aid you and have mercy on you.
He concluded.
Our Lord and God, Jesus Christ, in the abundance and riches of His loving kindness, forgives this child, and, finishing the prayer of absolution, the priest blessed him and dismissed him. On getting home that day, Levin had a delightful sense of relief at the awkward position being over and having been got through without his having to tell a lie. Apart from this, there remained a vague memory that what the kind, nice old fellow had said had not been at all so stupid as he had fancied at first, and that there was something in it that must be cleared up.
Of course, not now, thought Levin, but some day later on.
Levin felt more than ever now that there was something not clear and not clean in his soul, and that, in regard to religion, he was in the same position which he perceived so clearly and disliked in others, and for which he blamed his friend Sviazhsky. Levin spent that evening with his betrothed at Dolly's, and was in very high spirits. To explain to Stepan Arkadyevitch the state of excitement in which he found himself, he said that he was happy like a dog being trained to jump through a hoop, who, having at last caught the idea, and done what was required of him, whines and wags its tail, and jumps up to the table and the windows in its delight.
Chapter 2.
On the day of the wedding, according to the Russian custom, the princess and Darya Alexandrovna insisted on strictly keeping all the customs. Levin did not see his betrothed, and dined at his hotel with 3 bachelor friends, casually brought together at his rooms. These were Sergei Ivanovitch Katavasov, a university friend, now professor of natural science, whom Levin had met in the street and insisted on taking home with him, and Cherikov, his best man, a Moscow Conciliation Board judge, Levin's companion in his bear hunts.
The dinner was a very merry one. Sergei Ivanovitch was in his happiest mood, and was much amused by Katavasov's originality. Katavasov, feeling his originality was appreciated and understood, made the most of it. Cherikov always gave a lively and good-humored support to conversation of any sort.
See, now, said Katavasov, drawling his words from a habit acquired in the lecture room, what a capable fellow was our friend Konstantin Dmitrievitch. I'm not speaking of present company, for he's absent. At the time he left the university he was fond of science, took an interest in humanity. Now one half of his abilities is devoted to deceiving himself, and the other to justifying the deceit. A more determined enemy of matrimony than you I never saw, said Sergei Ivanovitch. Oh, no, I'm not an enemy of matrimony. I'm in favor of division of labor. People who can do nothing else ought to rear people while the rest work for their happiness and enlightenment. That's how I look at it. To muddle up two trades is the error of the amateur. I'm not one of their number. How happy I shall be when I hear that you're in love," said Levin. "Please invite me to the wedding. I'm in love now." "Yes, with a cuttlefish." You know, Levin turned to his brother. "Mikhail Semyonovich is writing a work on the digestive organs of the—" "Now, make a muddle of it. It doesn't matter what about. And the fact is, I certainly do love cuttlefish. But that's no hindrance to your loving your wife. The cuttlefish is no hindrance. The wife is the hindrance." "Why so?" "Oh, you'll see. You care about farming, hunting, well, you'd better look out. Our hip was here today. He said there were a lot of elks in Prudno, and 2 bears," said Chirikov. "Well, you must go and get them without me." "Ah, that's the truth," said Sergei Ivanovich. "And you may say goodbye to bear hunting for the future. Your wife won't allow it." Levin smiled. The picture of his wife not letting him go was so pleasant that he was ready to renounce the delights of looking upon bears forever. "Still, it's a pity they should get those 2 bears without you. Do you remember last time at Hapilovo? That was a delightful hunt," said Chirikov. Levin had not the heart to disillusion him of the notion that there could be something delightful apart from her, and so said nothing. "There's some sense in this custom of saying goodbye to bachelor life," said Sergei Ivanovich. "However happy you may be, you must regret your freedom. And confess there is a feeling that you want to jump out of the window, like Gogol's bridegroom?" "Of course there is, but it isn't confessed," said Katavasov, and he broke into loud laughter. "Oh, well, the window's open. Let's start off this instant to Tver. There's a big she-bear, one can go right up to the lair. Seriously, let's go by the 5 o'clock. And here let them do what they like," said Chirikov, smiling. "Well, now, on my honor," said Levin, smiling, "I can't find in my heart that feeling of regret for my freedom." "Yes, there's such a chaos in your heart just now that you can't find anything there," said Katavasov. "Wait a bit, when you set it to rights a little, you'll find it." No, if so, I should have felt a little, apart from my feeling, he could not say love before them, and happiness, a certain regret at losing my freedom. On the contrary, I am glad at the very loss of my freedom. Awful. It's a hopeless case," said Katavasov. "Well, let's drink to his recovery, or wish that 100th part of his dreams may be realized, and that would be happiness such as never has been seen on earth." Soon after dinner the guests went away to be in time to be dressed for the wedding. When he was left alone, and recalled the conversation of these bachelor friends, Levin asked himself, had he in his heart that regret for his freedom of which they had spoken? He smiled at the question. Freedom! What is freedom for? Happiness is only in loving and wishing her wishes, thinking her thoughts, that is to say, not freedom at all, that's happiness. But do I know her ideas, her wishes, her feelings? Some voice suddenly whispered to him. The smile died away from his face, and he grew thoughtful. And suddenly a strange feeling came upon him. There came over him a dread and doubt of everything. What if she does not love me? What if she's marrying me simply to be married? What if she doesn't see herself what she's doing? He asked himself. She may come to her senses, and only when she is being married realize that she does not and cannot love me. And strange, most evil thoughts of her began to come to him. He was jealous of Vronsky, as he had been a year ago, as though the evening he had seen her with Vronsky had been yesterday. He suspected she had not told him everything. He jumped up quickly.
No, this can't go on,
he said to himself in despair. I'll go to her, I'll ask her, I'll say for the last time, we are free, and hadn't we better stay so?
Anything's better than endless misery, disgrace, unfaithfulness.
With despair in his heart and bitter anger against all men, against himself, against her, he went out of the hotel and drove to her house. He found her in one of the back rooms. She was sitting on a chest and making some arrangements with her maid, sorting over heaps of dresses of different colors, spread on the backs of chairs and on the floor.
Ah!
She cried, seeing him, and beaming with delight.
Kostya!
Konstantin Dmitrievich! These latter days she used these names almost alternately.
I didn't expect you.
I'm going through my wardrobe to see what's for whom.
Oh! That's very nice,
he said gloomily, looking at the maid. You can go, Dunyasha, I'll call you presently, said Kitty.
Kostya, what's the matter?
She asked, definitely adopting this familiar name as soon as the maid had gone out. She noticed his strange face, agitated and gloomy, and a panic came over her.
Kitty!
I'm in torture. I can't suffer alone, he said with despair in his voice, standing before her and looking imploringly into her eyes. He saw already from her loving, truthful face, that nothing could come of what he had meant to say, but yet he wanted her to reassure him herself.
I've come to say that there's still time. This can all be stopped and set right.
What?
I don't understand. What is the matter?
What I have said 1,000 times over, and can't help thinking that I'm not worthy of you.
You couldn't consent to marry me. Think a little. You've made a mistake. Think it over thoroughly.
You can't love me.
Better say so, he said, not looking at her. I shall be wretched.
Let people say what they like, anything's better than misery.
Far better now while there's still time.
I don't understand, she answered, panic-stricken. You mean you want to give it up, don't want it?
Yes, if you don't love me. You're out of your mind,
she cried, turning crimson with vexation. But his face was so piteous that she restrained her vexation, and flinging some clothes off an armchair, she sat down beside him.
What are you thinking? Tell me all.
I am thinking you can't love me.
What can you love me for?
My God!
What can I do?
She said, and burst into tears.
Oh!
What have I done? He cried, and kneeling before her, he fell to kissing her hands. When the princess came into the room 5 minutes later, she found them completely reconciled. Kitty had not simply assured him that she loved him, but had gone so far in answer to his question, what she loved him for, as to explain what for. She told him that she loved him because she understood him completely, because she knew what he would like, and because everything he liked was good. And this seemed to him perfectly clear. When the princess came to them, they were sitting side by side on the chest, sorting the dresses and disputing over Kitty's wanting to give Dunyasha the brown dress she had been wearing when Levin proposed to her, while he insisted that that dress must never be given away, but Dunyasha must have the blue one.
How is it you don't see?
She's a brunette, and it won't suit her. I've worked it all out. Hearing why he had come, the princess was half humorously, half seriously angry with him, and sent him home to dress and not to hinder Kitty's hairdressing, as Charles the hairdresser was just coming. As it is, she's been eating nothing lately and is losing her looks, and then you must come and upset her with your nonsense, she said to him.
Get along with you, my dear.
Levin, guilty and shamefaced, but pacified, went back to his hotel. His brother, Darya Alexandrovna, and Stepan Arkadyevitch, all in full dress, were waiting for him to bless him with the holy picture. There was no time to lose. Darya Alexandrovna had to drive home again to fetch her curled and pomaded son, who was to carry the holy pictures after the bride. Then a carriage had to be sent for the best man, and another that would take Sergei Ivanovich away would have to be sent back. Altogether there were a great many most complicated matters to be considered and arranged. One thing was unmistakable, that there must be no delay, as it was already 6:30. Nothing special happened at the ceremony of benediction with the holy picture. Stepan Arkadyevitch stood in a comically solemn pose beside his wife, took the holy picture, and telling Levin to bow down to the ground, he blessed him with his kindly, ironical smile, and kissed him 3 times. Darya Alexandrovna did the same, and immediately was in a hurry to get off, and again plunged into the intricate question of the destinations of the various carriages. "Come, I'll tell you how we'll manage. You drive in our carriage to fetch him, and Sergei Ivanovich, if he'll be so good, will drive there and then send his carriage." "Of course, I shall be delighted. We'll come on directly with him. Are your things sent off?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Yes," answered Levin, and he told Kuzma to put out his clothes for him to dress. Chapter 3. A crowd of people, principally women, was thronging round the church lighted up for the wedding. Those who had not succeeded in getting into the main entrance were crowding about the windows, pushing, wrangling, and peeping through the gratings. More than 20 carriages had already been drawn up in ranks along the street by the police. A police officer, regardless of the frost, stood at the entrance, gorgeous in his uniform. More carriages were continually driving up, and ladies wearing flowers and carrying their trains, and men taking off their helmets or black hats kept walking into the church. Inside the church both lustres were already lighted, and all the candles before the holy pictures. The gilt on the red ground of the holy picture stand, and the gilt relief on the pictures, and the silver of the lustres and candlesticks, and the stones of the floor, and the rugs, and the banners above in the choir, and the steps of the altar, and the old blackened books, and the cassocks and surplices all were flooded with light. On the right side of the warm church, in the crowd of frock coats and white ties, uniforms and broadcloth, velvet, satin, hair and flowers, bare shoulders and arms and long gloves, there was discreet but lively conversation that echoed strangely in the high cupola. Every time there was heard the creak of the open door the conversation in the crowd died away, and everybody looked round expecting to see the bride and bridegroom come in. But the door had opened more than 10 times, and each time it was either a belated guest or guests, who joined the circle of the invited on the right, or a spectator, who had eluded or softened the police officer, and went to join the crowd of outsiders on the left. Both the guests and the outside public had by now passed through all the phases of anticipation. At first they imagined that the bride and bridegroom would arrive immediately, and attached no importance at all to their being late. Then they began to look more and more often towards the door, and to talk of whether anything could have happened. Then the long delay began to be positively discomforting, and relations and guests tried to look as if they were not thinking of the bridegroom but were engrossed in conversation. The head deacon, as though to remind them of the value of his time, coughed impatiently, making the window panes quiver in their frames. In the choir the bored choristers could be heard trying their voices and blowing their noses. The priest was continually sending first the beadle and then the deacon to find out whether the bridegroom had not come. More and more often he went himself, in a lilac vestment and an embroidered sash, to the side door, expecting to see the bridegroom. At last one of the ladies, glancing at her watch, said, "It really is strange, though." And all the guests became uneasy and began loudly expressing their wonder and dissatisfaction. One of the bridegroom's best men went to find out what had happened. Kitty meanwhile had long ago been quite ready, and in her white dress and long veil and wreath of orange blossom she was standing in the drawing-room of the Shcherbatskys' house with her sister, Madame Lvova, who was her bridal mother. She was looking out of the window, and had been for over half an hour anxiously expecting to hear from her best man that her bridegroom was at the church. Levin meanwhile, in his trousers, but without his coat and waistcoat, was walking to and fro in his room at the hotel, continually putting his head out of the door and looking up and down the corridor. But in the corridor there was no sign of the person he was looking for, and he came back in despair, and frantically waving his hands addressed Stepan Arkadyevitch, who was smoking serenely.
Was ever a man in such a fearful fool's position? He said.
Yes, it is stupid, Stepan Arkadyevich asserted, smiling soothingly.
But don't worry, it'll be brought directly. No, what is to be done?
Said Levin, with smothered fury.
And these fools of open waistcoats? Out of the question.
He said, looking at the crumpled front of his shirt.
And what if the things have been taken on to the railway station?
He roared in desperation.
Then you must put on mine.
I ought to have done so long ago, if at all.
It's not nice to look ridiculous. Wait a bit. It will come round.
The point was that when Levin asked for his evening suit, Kuzma, his old servant, had brought him the coat, waistcoat, and everything that was wanted.
But the shirt! Cried Levin. You've got a shirt on, Kuzma answered, with a placid smile.
Kuzma had not thought of leaving out a clean shirt, and on receiving instructions to pack up everything and send it round to the Shcherbatskys' house, from which the young people were to set out the same evening, he had done so, packing everything but the dress suit. The shirt worn since the morning was crumpled and out of the question with the fashionable open waistcoat. It was a long way to send to the Shcherbatskys. They sent out to buy a shirt. The servant came back, everything was shut up, it was Sunday. They sent to Stepan Arkadyevich's and brought a shirt, it was impossibly wide and short. They sent finally to the Shcherbatskys to unpack the things. The bridegroom was expected at the church while he was pacing up and down his room like a wild beast in a cage, peeping out into the corridor, and with horror and despair recalling what absurd things he had said to Kitty and what she might be thinking now. At last the guilty Kuzma flew panting into the room with the shirt.
Only just in time. They were just lifting it into the van, said Kuzma. 3 minutes later Levin ran full speed into the corridor, not looking at his watch for fear of aggravating his sufferings.
You won't help matters like this, said Stepan Arkadyevich with a smile, hurrying with more deliberation after him.
It will come round, I tell you. Chapter 4. They've come. Here he is. Which one? Rather young, eh?
Why, my dear soul, she looks more dead than alive, were the comments in the crowd, when Levin, meeting his bride in the entrance, walked with her into the church. Stepan Arkadyevich told his wife the cause of the delay, and the guests were whispering it with smiles to one another. Levin saw nothing and no one, he did not take his eyes off his bride. Everyone said she had lost her looks dreadfully of late, and was not nearly so pretty on her wedding day as usual, but Levin did not think so. He looked at her hair done up high, with the long white veil and white flowers and the high, stand-up, scalloped collar, that in such a maidenly fashion hid her long neck at the sides and only showed it in front, her strikingly slender figure, and it seemed to him that she looked better than ever, not because these flowers, this veil, this gown from Paris added anything to her beauty, but because, in spite of the elaborate sumptuousness of her attire, the expression of her sweet face, of her eyes, of her lips was still her own characteristic expression of guileless truthfulness. I was beginning to think you meant to run away, she said, and smiled to him. It's so stupid, what happened to me, I'm ashamed to speak of it, he said, reddening, and he was obliged to turn to Sergei Ivanovitch, who came up to him. This is a pretty story of yours about the shirt, said Sergei Ivanovitch, shaking his head and smiling. Yes, answered Levin, without an idea of what they were talking about. Now, Kostya, you have to decide, said Stepan Arkadyevich with an air of mock dismay, a weighty question. You are at this moment just in the humor to appreciate all its gravity. They ask me, are they to light the candles that have been lighted before or candles that have never been lighted? It's a matter of 10 rubles, he added, relaxing his lips into a smile. I have decided, but I was afraid you might not agree. Levin saw it was a joke, but he could not smile.
Well, how's it to be then, unlighted or lighted candles? That's the question. Yes, unlighted. Oh, I'm very glad. The question's decided, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling. How silly men are, though, in this position, he said to Chirikov, when Levin, after looking absently at him, had moved back to his bride. Kitty, mind you're the first to step on the carpet, said Countess Nordston, coming up. You're a nice person, she said to Levin. Aren't you frightened, eh? Said Marya Dmitrievna, an old aunt. Are you cold? You're pale. Stop a minute, stoop down, said Kitty's sister, Madame Lvova, and with her plump, handsome arms she smilingly set straight the flowers on her head. Dolly came up, tried to say something, but could not speak, cried, and then laughed unnaturally. Kitty looked at all of them with the same absent eyes as Levin. Meanwhile the officiating clergy had got into their vestments, and the priest and deacon came out to the lectern, which stood in the forepart of the church. The priest turned to Levin saying something. Levin did not hear what the priest said. Take the bride's hand and lead her up, the best man said to Levin. It was a long while before Levin could make out what was expected of him. For a long time they tried to set him right and made him begin again because he kept taking Kitty by the wrong arm or with the wrong arm till he understood at last that what he had to do was, without changing his position, to take her right hand in his right hand. When at last he had taken the bride's hand in the correct way, the priest walked a few paces in front of them and stopped at the lectern. The crowd of friends and relations moved after them, with a buzz of talk and a rustle of skirts. Someone stooped down and pulled out the bride's train. The church became so still that the drops of wax could be heard falling from the candles. The little old priest in his ecclesiastical cap, with his long silvery grey locks of hair parted behind his ears, was fumbling with something at the lectern, putting out his little old hands from under the heavy silver vestment with the gold cross on the back of it. Stepan Arkadyevitch approached him cautiously, whispered something, and making a sign to Levin, walked back again. The priest lighted 2 candles, wreathed with flowers, and holding them sideways so that the wax dropped slowly from them he turned, facing the bridal pair. The priest was the same old man that had confessed Levin. He looked with weary and melancholy eyes at the bride and bridegroom, sighed, and putting his right hand out from his vestment, blessed the bridegroom with it, and also with a shade of solicitous tenderness laid the crossed fingers on the bowed head of Kitty. Then he gave them the candles, and taking the censer, moved slowly away from them. Can it be true? Thought Levin, and he looked round at his bride. Looking down at her he saw her face in profile, and from the scarcely perceptible quiver of her lips and eyelashes he knew she was aware of his eyes upon her. She did not look round, but the high scalloped collar, that reached her little pink ear, trembled faintly. He saw that a sigh was held back in her throat, and the little hand in the long glove shook as it held the candle. All the fuss of the shirt, of being late, all the talk of friends and relations, their annoyance, his ludicrous position all suddenly passed away and he was filled with joy and dread. The handsome, stately head deacon wearing a silver robe and his curly locks standing out at each side of his head, stepped smartly forward, and lifting his stole on 2 fingers, stood opposite the priest. Blessed be the name of the Lord, the solemn syllables rang out slowly one after another, setting the air quivering with waves of sound. Blessed is the name of our God, from the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, the little old priest answered in a submissive, piping voice, still fingering something at the lectern. And the full chorus of the unseen choir rose up, filling the whole church, from the windows to the vaulted roof, with broad waves of melody. It grew stronger, rested for an instant, and slowly died away. They prayed, as they always do, for peace from on high and for salvation, for the Holy Synod, and for the Tsar. They prayed, too, for the servants of God, Constantine and Ekaterina, now plighting their troth. Vouchsafe to them love made perfect, peace and help, O Lord, we beseech thee. The whole church seemed to breathe with the voice of the head deacon. Levin heard the words, and they impressed him. How did they guess that it is help, just help that one once. He thought, recalling all his fears and doubts of late. What do I know? What can I do in this fearful business, he thought, without help? Yes, it is help I want now. When the deacon had finished the prayer for the imperial family, the priest turned to the bridal pair with a book. Eternal God, that joinest together in love them that were separate, he read in a gentle, piping voice, who hast ordained the union of holy wedlock that cannot be set asunder, thou who didst bless Isaac and Rebekah and their descendants, according to thy holy covenant, bless thy servants, Constantine and Ekaterina, leading them in the path of all good works. For gracious and merciful art thou, our Lord, and glory be to thee, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, now and ever shall be. Amen. The unseen choir sent rolling again upon the air. Join us together in love them that were separate. What deep meaning in those words, and how they correspond with what one feels at this moment, thought Levin. Is she feeling the same as I? And looking round, he met her eyes, and from their expression he concluded that she was understanding it just as he was. But this was a mistake. She almost completely missed the meaning of the words of the service. She had not heard them, in fact. She could not listen to them and take them in, so strong was the one feeling that filled her breast and grew stronger and stronger. That feeling was joy at the completion of the process that for the last month and a half had been going on in her soul, and had during those 6 weeks been a joy and a torture to her. On the day when in the drawing room of the house in Arbati Street she had gone up to him in her brown dress, and given herself to him without a word on that day, at that hour, there took place in her heart a complete severance from all her old life, and a quite different, new, utterly strange life had begun for her, while the old life was actually going on as before. Those 6 weeks had for her been a time of the utmost bliss and the utmost misery. All her life, all her desires and hopes were concentrated on this one man, still uncomprehended by her, to whom she was bound by a feeling of alternate attraction and repulsion, even less comprehended than the man himself, and all the while she was going on living in the outward conditions of her old life. Living the old life, she was horrified at herself, at her utter insurmountable callousness to all her own past, to things, to habits, to the people she had loved, who loved her, to her mother, who was wounded by her indifference, to her kind, tender father, till then dearer than all the world. At one moment she was horrified at this indifference, at another she rejoiced at what had brought her to this indifference. She could not frame a thought, not a wish apart from life with this man, but this new life was not yet, and she could not even picture it clearly to herself. There was only anticipation, the dread and joy of the new and the unknown. And now behold anticipation and uncertainty and remorse at the abandonment of the old life. All was ending, and the new was beginning. This new life could not but have terrors for her inexperience, but, terrible or not, the change had been wrought 6 weeks before in her soul, and this was merely the final sanction of what had long been completed in her heart. Turning again to the lectern, the priest with some difficulty took Kitty's little ring, and asking Levin for his hand, put it on the first joint of his finger. The servant of God, Constantine, plights his troth to the servant of God, Ekaterina. And putting his big ring on Kitty's touchingly weak, pink little finger, the priest said the same thing. And the bridal pair tried several times to understand what they had to do, and each time made some mistake and were corrected by the priest in a whisper. At last, having duly performed the ceremony, having signed the rings with the cross, the priest handed Kitty the big ring, and Levin the little one. Again they were puzzled and passed the rings from hand to hand, still without doing what was expected. Dolly, Sherikov, and Stepan Arkadyevitch stepped forward to set them right. There was an interval of hesitation, whispering, and smiles, but the expression of solemn emotion on the faces of the betrothed pair did not change. On the contrary, in their perplexity over their hands they looked more grave and deeply moved than before, and the smile with which Stepan Arkadyevitch whispered to them that now they would each put on their own ring died away on his lips. He had a feeling that any smile would jar on them. Thou who didst from the beginning create male and female, the priest read after the exchange of rings, from the woman was given to man to be a helpmeet to him, and for the procreation of children.
O Lord, our God, who hast poured down the blessings of thy truth according to thy holy covenant upon thy chosen servants, our fathers, from generation to generation, bless thy servants Constantine and Ekaterina, and make their troth fast in faith, and union of hearts, and truth, and love. Levin felt more and more that all his ideas of marriage, all his dreams of how he would order his life, were mere childishness, and that it was something he had not understood hitherto, and now understood less than ever, though it was being performed upon him. The lump in his throat rose higher and higher, tears that would not be checked came into his eyes. Chapter 5. In the church there was all Moscow, all the friends and relations, and during the ceremony of plighting troth, in the brilliantly lighted church, there was an incessant flow of discreetly subdued talk in the circle of gaily dressed women and girls, and men in white ties, frock coats, and uniforms. The talk was principally kept up by the men, while the women were absorbed in watching every detail of the ceremony, which always means so much to them. In the little group nearest to the bride were her two sisters, Dolly, and the other one, the self-possessed beauty, Madame Lvova, who had just arrived from abroad. "Why is it Marie's in lilac, as bad as black, at a wedding?" said Madame Korsunskaya. "With her complexion, it's the one salvation," responded Madame Trubetskaya. "I wonder why they had the wedding in the evening. It's like shop people. So much prettier." "I was married in the evening too," answered Madame Korsunskaya, and she sighed, remembering how charming she had been that day, and how absurdly in love her husband was, and how different it all was now. "They say if anyone's best man more than 10 times, he'll never be married. I wanted to be for the 10th time, but the post was taken," said Count Sinyavin to the pretty Princess Charskaya, who had designs on him. Princess Charskaya only answered with a smile. She looked at Kitty, thinking how and when she would stand with Count Sinyavin in Kitty's place, and how she would remind him then of his joke today. Shcherbatsky told the old maid of honor, Madame Nikolieva, that he meant to put the crown on Kitty's chignon for luck. "She ought not to have worn a chignon," answered Madame Nikolieva, who had long ago made up her mind that if the elderly widower she was angling for married her, the wedding should be of the simplest. "I don't like such grandeur." Sergei Ivanovitch was talking to Darya Dmitrievna, jestingly assuring her that the custom of going away after the wedding was becoming common because newly married people always felt a little ashamed of themselves. "Your brother may feel proud of himself. She's a marvel of sweetness. I believe you're envious." "Oh, I've got over that, Darya Dmitrievna," he answered, and a melancholy and serious expression suddenly came over his face. Stepan Arkadyevitch was telling his sister-in-law his joke about divorce. "The wreath wants setting straight," she answered, not hearing him. "What a pity she's lost her looks so," Countess Nordsten said to Madame
Vova.
"Still he's not worth her little finger, is he?" "Oh, I like him so not because he's my future beau-frère," answered Madame Lvova. "And how well he's behaving. It's so difficult, too, to look well in such a position, not to be ridiculous. And he's not ridiculous, and not affected, one can see he's moved." "You expected it, I suppose?" "Almost. She always cared for him." "Well, we shall see which of them will step on the rug first." I warned Kitty. "It will make no difference," said Madame Lvova, "we're all obedient wives, it's in our family." "Oh, I stepped on the rug before Vasily on purpose." "And you, Dolly?" Dolly stood beside them, she heard them, but she did not answer. She was deeply moved. The tears stood in her eyes, and she could not have spoken without crying. She was rejoicing over Kitty and Levin, going back in thought to her own wedding. She glanced at the radiant figure of Stepan Arkadyevitch, forgot all the present, and remembered only her own innocent love. She recalled not herself only, but all her women friends and acquaintances. She thought of them on the one day of their triumph, when they had stood like Kitty under the wedding crown, with love and hope and dread in their hearts, renouncing the past, and stepping forward into the mysterious future. Among the brides that came back to her memory, she thought too of her darling Anna, of whose proposed divorce she had just been hearing. And she had stood just as innocent in orange flowers and bridal veil.
And now?
It's terribly strange, she said to herself. It was not merely the sisters, the women friends and female relations of the bride who were following every detail of the ceremony. Women who were quite strangers, mere spectators, were watching it excitedly, holding their breath, in fear of losing a single movement or expression of the bride and bridegroom, and angrily not answering, often not hearing, the remarks of the callous men, who kept making joking or irrelevant observations.
Why has she been crying? Is she being married against her will? Against her will to a fine fellow like that? A prince, isn't he? Is that her sister in the white satin?
Just listen how the deacon booms out, and fearing her husband.
Are the choristers from Chidovo?
No, from the synod.
I asked the footman.
He says he's going to take her home to his country place at once.
Awfully rich, they say.
That's why she's being married to him.
No, they're a well-matched pair. I say, Maria Vasilievna, you were making out those flyaway crinolines were not being worn.
Just look at her in the puce dress. An ambassador's wife, they say she is, how her skirt bounces out from side to sides.
What a pretty dear the bride is, like a lamb decked with flowers.
Well, say what you will, we women feel for our sister. Such were the comments in the crowd of gazing women who had succeeded in slipping in at the church doors.
Chapter 6.
When the ceremony of plighting troth was over, the beadle spread before the lectern in the middle of the church a piece of pink silken stuff. The choir sang a complicated and elaborate psalm, in which the bass and tenor sang responses to one another, and the priest, turning round, pointed the bridal pair to the pink silk rug. Though both had often heard a great deal about the saying that the one who steps first on the rug will be the head of the house, neither Levin nor Kitty were capable of recollecting it, as they took the few steps towards it. They did not hear the loud remarks and disputes that followed, some maintaining he had stepped on first, and others that both had stepped on together. After the customary questions, whether they desired to enter upon matrimony, and whether they were pledged to anyone else, and their answers, which sounded strange to themselves, a new ceremony began. Kitty listened to the words of the prayer, trying to make out their meaning, but she could not. The feeling of triumphant radiant happiness flooded her soul more and more as the ceremony went on, and deprived her of all power of attention. They prayed, endow them with continence and fruitfulness, and vouchsafe that their hearts may rejoice looking upon their sons and daughters. They alluded to God's creation of a wife from Adam's rib, and for this cause a man shall leave father and mother, and cleave unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh, and that this is a great mystery. They prayed that God would make them fruitful and bless them, like Isaac and Rebekah, Joseph, Moses and Zipporah, and that they might look upon their children's children. That's all splendid, thought Kitty, catching the words, all that's just as it should be, and a smile of happiness, unconsciously reflected in everyone who looked at her, beamed on her radiant face. Put it on quite, voices were heard urging when the priest had put on the wedding crowns, and Shcherbatsky, his hand shaking in its three-button glove, held the crown high above her head.
Put it on,
she whispered, smiling. Levin looked round at her, and was struck by the joyful radiance on her face, and unconsciously her feeling infected him. He too, like her, felt glad and happy. They enjoyed hearing the epistle read, and the roll of the head deacon's voice at the last verse, awaited with such impatience by the outside public. They enjoyed drinking out of the shallow cup of warm red wine and water, and they were still more pleased when the priest, flinging back his stole and taking both their hands in his, led them round the lectern to the accompaniment of bass voices chanting glory to God. Shcherbatsky and Chirikov, supporting the crowns and stumbling over the bride's train, smiling too and seeming delighted at something, were at one moment left behind, at the next treading on the bridal pair as the priest came to a halt. The spark of joy kindled in Kitty seemed to have infected everyone in the church. It seemed to Levin that the priest and the deacon too wanted to smile just as he did. Taking the crowns off their heads, the priest read the last prayer and congratulated the young people. Levin looked at Kitty, and he had never before seen her look as she did. She was charming with the new radiance of happiness in her face. Levin longed to say something to her, but he did not know whether it was all over. The priest got him out of his difficulty. He smiled his kindly smile and said gently, "Kiss your wife, and you kiss your husband," and took the candles out of their hands. Levin kissed her smiling lips with timid care, gave her his arm, and with a new strange sense of closeness, walked out of the church. He could not believe, that it was true. It was only when their wondering and timid eyes met that he believed in it, because he felt that they were one. After supper, the same night, the young people left for the country. Chapter 7. Vronsky and Anna had been traveling for 3 months together in Europe. They had visited Venice, Rome, and Naples, and had just arrived at a small Italian town where they meant to stay some time. A handsome head waiter, with thick pomaded hair parted from the neck upwards, an evening coat, a broad white cambric shirt front, and a bunch of trinkets hanging above his rounded stomach, stood with his hands in the full curve of his pockets, looking contemptuously from under his eyelids while he gave some frigid reply to a gentleman who had stopped him. Catching the sound of footsteps coming from the other side of the entry towards the staircase, the head waiter turned round, and seeing the Russian count, who had taken their best rooms, he took his hands out of his pockets deferentially, and with a bow informed him that a courier had been, and that the business about the palazzo had been arranged. The steward was prepared to sign the agreement. "Ah! I'm glad to hear it," said Vronsky. "Is Madame at home or not?" "Madame has been out for a walk but has returned now," answered the waiter. Vronsky took off his soft, wide-brimmed hat and passed his handkerchief over his heated brow and hair, which had grown half over his ears, and was brushed back covering the bald patch on his head. And glancing casually at the gentleman, who still stood there gazing intently at him, he would have gone on. "This gentleman is a Russian, and was inquiring after you," said the head waiter. With mingled feelings of annoyance at never being able to get away from acquaintances anywhere, and longing to find some sort of diversion from the monotony of his life, Vronsky looked once more at the gentleman, who had retreated and stood still again, and at the same moment a light came into the eyes of both. Golenishev. Vronsky. It really was Golenishev, a comrade of Vronsky's in the Corps of Pages. In the Corps Golenishev had belonged to the Liberal Party. He left the Corps without entering the army, and had never taken office under the government. Vronsky and he had gone completely different ways on leaving the Corps, and had only met once since. At that meeting Vronsky perceived that Golenishev had taken up a sort of lofty, intellectually liberal line, and was consequently disposed to look down upon Vronsky's interests and calling in life. Hence Vronsky had met him with the chilling and haughty manner he so well knew how to assume, the meaning of which was, "You may like or dislike my way of life, that's a matter of the most perfect indifference to me, you will have to treat me with respect if you want to know me." Golenishev had been contemptuously indifferent to the tone taken by Vronsky. This second meeting might have been expected, one would have supposed, to estrange them still more. But now they beamed and exclaimed with delight on recognizing one another. Vronsky would never have expected to be so pleased to see Golenishev, but probably he was not himself aware how bored he was. He forgot the disagreeable impression of their last meeting, and with a face of frank delight held out his hand to his old comrade. The same expression of delight replaced the look of uneasiness on Golenishev's face. "How glad I am to meet you," said Vronsky, showing his strong white teeth in a friendly smile. "I heard the name Vronsky, but I didn't know which one. I'm very, very glad. Let's go in. Come, tell me what you're doing." "I've been living here for 2 years. I'm working." "Ah," said Vronsky, with sympathy, "let's go in." And with the habit common with Russians, instead of saying in Russian what he wanted to keep from the servants, he began to speak in French.
Do you know Madame Karenina? We are traveling together.
I am going to see her now, he said in French, carefully scrutinizing Golenishav's face.
Ah.
I did not know, though he did know, Golenishev answered carelessly.
Have you been here long? He added.
For days,
Vronsky answered, once more scrutinizing his friend's face intently.
Yes, he's a decent fellow, and will look at the thing properly, Vronsky said to himself, catching the significance of Golenishev's face and the change of subject. I can introduce him to Anna, he looks at it properly. During those 3 months that Vronsky had spent abroad with Anna, he had always on meeting new people asked himself how the new person would look at his relations with Anna, and for the most part, in men, he had met with the proper way of looking at it. But if he had been asked, and those who looked at it properly had been asked, exactly how they did look at it, both he and they would have been greatly puzzled to answer. In reality, those who in Vronsky's opinion had the proper view had no sort of view at all, but behaved in general as well-bred persons do behave in regard to all the complex and insoluble problems with which life is encompassed on all sides. They behaved with propriety, avoiding allusions and unpleasant questions. They assumed an air of fully comprehending the import and force of the situation, of accepting and even approving of it, but of considering it superfluous and uncalled for to put all this into words. Vronsky at once divined that Golenishev was of this class, and therefore was doubly pleased to see him. And in fact, Golenishev's manner to Madame Karenina, when he was taken to call on her, was all that Vronsky could have desired. Obviously, without the slightest effort, he steered clear of all subjects which might lead to embarrassment. He had never met Anna before, and was struck by her beauty, and still more by the frankness with which she accepted her position. She blushed when Vronsky brought in Golenishev, and he was extremely charmed by this childish blush overspreading her candid and handsome face. But what he liked particularly was the way in which at once, as though on purpose that there might be no misunderstanding with an outsider, she called Vronsky simply Alexei, and said they were moving into a house they had just taken, what was here called a palazzo. Golenishev liked this direct and simple attitude to her own position. Looking at Anna's manner of simple-hearted, spirited gaiety, and knowing Alexei Alexandrovitch and Vronsky, Golenishev fancied that he understood her perfectly. He fancied that he understood what she was utterly unable to understand, how it was that, having made her husband wretched, having abandoned him and her son and lost her good name, she yet felt full of spirits, gaiety, and happiness.
It's in the guidebook, said Golenishev, referring to the palazzo Vronsky had taken.
There's a first-rate Tintoretto there. One of his latest period. I tell you what, it's a lovely day, let's go and have another look at it, said Vronsky, addressing Anna. I shall be very glad to, I'll go and put on my hat.
Would you say it's hot?
She said, stopping short in the doorway and looking inquiringly at Vronsky. And again a vivid flush overspread her face. Vronsky saw from her eyes that she did not know on what terms he cared to be with Golenishev, and so was afraid of not behaving as he would wish. He looked a long, tender look at her. No, not very, he said. And it seemed to her that she understood everything, most of all, that he was pleased with her, and smiling to him, she walked with her rapid step out at the door. The friends glanced at one another, and a look of hesitation came into both faces, as though Golenishev, unmistakably admiring her, would have liked to say something about her, and could not find the right thing to say, while Vronsky desired and dreaded his doing so. Well then, Vronsky began to start a conversation of some sort. So you're settled here? You're still at the same work, then? He went on, recalling that he had been told Golenishev was writing something. Yes, I'm writing the second part of the Two Elements, said Golenishev, coloring with pleasure at the question. That is, to be exact, I am not writing it yet, I am preparing, collecting materials. It will be of far wider scope, and will touch on almost all questions. We in Russia refuse to see that we are the heirs of Byzantium, and he launched into a long and heated explanation of his views. Vronsky at the first moment felt embarrassed at not even knowing of the first part of the two elements, of which the author spoke as something well known. But as Golenishev began to lay down his opinions and Vronsky was able to follow them even without knowing the two elements, he listened to him with some interest, for Golenishev spoke well. But Vronsky was startled and annoyed by the nervous irascibility with which Golenishev talked of the subject that engrossed him. As he went on talking, his eyes glittered more and more angrily, he was more and more hurried in his replies to imaginary opponents, and his face grew more and more excited and worried. Remembering Golenishev, a thin, lively, good-natured and well-bred boy, always at the head of the class, Vronsky could not make out the reason of his irritability, and he did not like it. What he particularly disliked was that Golenishev, a man belonging to a good set, should put himself on a level with some scribbling fellows, with whom he was irritated and angry. Was it worth it? Vronsky disliked it, yet he felt that Golenishev was unhappy, and was sorry for him. Unhappiness, almost mental derangement, was visible on his mobile, rather handsome face, while without even noticing Anna's coming in, he went on hurriedly and hotly expressing his views. When Anna came in her hat and cape, and her lovely hand rapidly swinging her parasol, and stood beside him, it was with a feeling of relief that Vronsky broke away from the plaintive eyes of Golenishev which fastened persistently upon him, and with a fresh rush of love looked at his charming companion, full of life and happiness. Golenishev recovered himself with an effort, and at first was dejected and gloomy, but Anna, disposed to feel friendly with everyone as she was at that time, soon revived his spirits by her direct and lively manner. After trying various subjects of conversation, she got him upon painting, of which he talked very well, and she listened to him attentively. They walked to the house they had taken, and looked over it. "I am very glad of one thing," said Anna to Golenishev when they were on their way back, "Alexei will have a capital atelier." "You must certainly take that room," she said to Vronsky in Russian, using the affectionately familiar form as though she saw that Golenishev would become intimate with them in their isolation, and that there was no need of reserve before him. "Do you paint?" said Golenishev, turning round quickly to Vronsky. "Yes, I used to study long ago, and now I have begun to do a little," said Vronsky, reddening. "He has great talent," said Anna with a delighted smile. "I'm no judge, of course. But good judges have said the same." Chapter 8. Anna, in that first period of her emancipation and rapid return to health, felt herself unpardonably happy and full of the joy of life. The thought of her husband's unhappiness did not poison her happiness. On one side, that memory was too awful to be thought of. On the other side, her husband's unhappiness had given her too much happiness to be regretted. The memory of all that had happened after her illness, her reconciliation with her husband, its breakdown, the news of Vronsky's wound, his visit, the preparations for divorce, the departure from her husband's house, the parting from her son, all that seemed to her like a delirious dream, from which she had waked up alone with Vronsky abroad. The thought of the harm caused to her husband aroused in her a feeling like repulsion, and akin to what a drowning man might feel who has shaken off another man clinging to him. That man did drown. It was an evil action, of course, but it was the sole means of escape, and better not to brood over these fearful facts. One consolatory reflection upon her conduct had occurred to her at the first moment of the final rupture, and when now she recalled all the past, she remembered that one reflection. "I have inevitably made that man wretched," she thought, "but I don't want to profit by his misery. I too am suffering, and shall suffer. I am losing what I prized above everything. I am losing my good name and my son. I have done wrong, and so I don't want happiness, I don't want a divorce, and shall suffer from my shame and the separation from my child." But, however sincerely Anna had meant to suffer, she was not suffering. Shame there was not. With the tact of which both had such a large share, they had succeeded in avoiding Russian ladies abroad, and so had never placed themselves in a false position, and everywhere they had met people who pretended that they perfectly understood their position, far better indeed than they did themselves. separation from the son she loved even that did not cause her anguish in these early days. The baby girl Has child was so sweet, and had so won Anna's heart, since she was all that was left her, that Anna rarely thought of her son. The desire for life, waxing stronger with recovered health, was so intense, and the conditions of life were so new and pleasant, that Anna felt unpardonably happy. The more she got to know Vronsky, the more she loved him. She loved him for himself, and for his love for her. Her complete ownership of him was a continual joy to her. His presence was always sweet to her. All the traits of his character, which she learned to know better and better, were unutterably dear to her. His appearance, changed by his civilian dress, was as fascinating to her as though she were some young girl in love. In everything he said, thought, and did, she saw something particularly noble and elevated. Her adoration of him alarmed her indeed. She sought and could not find in him anything not fine. She dared not show him her sense of her own insignificance beside him. It seemed to her that, knowing this, he might sooner cease to love her, and she dreaded nothing now so much as losing his love, though she had no grounds for fearing it. But she could not help being grateful to him for his attitude to her, and showing that she appreciated it. He, who had in her opinion such a marked aptitude for a political career, in which he would have been certain to play a leading part, he had sacrificed his ambition for her sake, and never betrayed the slightest regret. He was more lovingly respectful to her than ever, and the constant care that she should not feel the awkwardness of her position never deserted him for a single instant. He, so manly a man, never opposed her, had indeed, with her, no will of his own, and was anxious, it seemed, for nothing but to anticipate her wishes. And she could not but appreciate this, even though the very intensity of his solicitude for her, the atmosphere of care with which he surrounded her, sometimes weighed upon her. Vronsky, meanwhile, in spite of the complete realization of what he had so long desired, was not perfectly happy. He soon felt that the realization of his desires gave him no more than a grain of sand out of the mountain of happiness he had expected. It showed him the mistake men make in picturing to themselves happiness as the realization of their desires. For a time after joining his life to hers, and putting on civilian dress, he had felt all the delight of freedom in general of which he had known nothing before, and of freedom in his love, and he was content, but not for long. He was soon aware that there was springing up in his heart a desire for desire's ennui. Without conscious intention he began to clutch at every passing caprice, taking it for a desire and an object. 16 hours of the day must be occupied in some way, since they were living abroad in complete freedom, outside the conditions of social life which filled up time in Petersburg. As for the amusements of bachelor existence, which had provided Vronsky with entertainment on previous tours abroad, they could not be thought of, since the sole attempt of the sort had led to a sudden attack of depression in Anna, quite out of proportion with the cause a late supper with bachelor friends. Relations with the society of the place foreign and Russian were equally out of the question owing to the irregularity of their position. The inspection of objects of interest, apart from the fact that everything had been seen already, had not for Vronsky, a Russian and a sensible man, the immense significance Englishmen are able to attach to that pursuit. And just as the hungry stomach eagerly accepts every object it can get, hoping to find nourishment in it, Vronsky quite unconsciously clutched first at politics, then at new books, and then at pictures. As he had from a child a taste for painting, and as, not knowing what to spend his money on, he had begun collecting engravings, he came to a stop at painting, began to take interest in it, and concentrated upon it the unoccupied mass of desires which demanded satisfaction. He had a ready appreciation of art, and probably, with a taste for imitating art, he supposed himself to have the real thing essential for an artist, and after hesitating for some time which style of painting to select, religious, historical, realistic, or genre painting, he set to work to paint. He appreciated all kinds, and could have felt inspired by any one of them, but he had no conception of the possibility of knowing nothing at all of any school of painting, and of being inspired directly by what is within the soul, without caring whether what is painted will belong to any recognized school. Since he knew nothing of this, and drew his inspiration, not directly from life, but indirectly from life embodied in art. His inspiration came very quickly and easily, and as quickly and easily came his success in painting something very similar to the sort of painting he was trying to imitate. More than any other style he liked the French graceful and effective, and in that style he began to paint Anna's portrait in Italian costume, and the portrait seemed to him, and to everyone who saw it, extremely successful.
Chapter 9.
The old neglected palazzo, with its lofty carved ceilings and frescoes on the walls, with its floors of mosaic, with its heavy yellow stuff curtains on the windows, with its vases on pedestals, and its open fireplaces, its carved doors and gloomy reception rooms, hung with pictures. This palazzo did much, by its very appearance after they had moved into it, to confirm in Vronsky the agreeable illusion that he was not so much a Russian country gentleman, a retired army officer, as an enlightened amateur and patron of the arts, himself a modest artist who had renounced the world, his connections, and his ambition for the sake of the woman he loved. The pose chosen by Vronsky with their removal into the palazzo was completely successful, and having, through Golenischev, made acquaintance with a few interesting people, for a time he was satisfied. He painted studies from nature under the guidance of an Italian professor of painting, and studied medieval Italian life. Medieval Italian life so fascinated Vronsky that he even wore a hat and flung a cloak over his shoulder in the medieval style, which, indeed, was extremely becoming to him. "Here we live, and know nothing of what's going on," Vronsky said to Golenischev as he came to see him one morning. "Have you seen Mihailov's picture?" he said, handing him a Russian gazette he had received that morning, and pointing to an article on a Russian artist, living in the very same town, and just finishing a picture which had long been talked about, and had been bought beforehand. The article reproached the government and the Academy for letting so remarkable an artist be left without encouragement and support. "I've seen it," answered Golenischev. "Of course, he's not without talent, but it's all in a wrong direction. It's all the Ivanov Strauss-Rana attitude to Christ and to religious painting." "What is the subject of the picture?" asked Anna. "Christ before Pilate. Christ is represented as a Jew with all the realism of the new school." And the question of the subject of the picture having brought him to one of his favorite theories, Golenischev launched forth into a disquisition on it. "I can't understand how they can fall into such a gross mistake. Christ always has his definite embodiment in the art of the great masters. And therefore, if they want to depict, not God, but a revolutionist or a sage, let them take from history a Socrates, a Franklin, a Charlotte Corday, but not Christ. They take the very figure which cannot be taken for their art, and then—" "And is it true that this Mihailov is in such poverty?" asked Vronsky, thinking that, as a Russian Maecenas, it was his duty to assist the artist regardless of whether the picture were good or bad. "I should say not. He's a remarkable portrait painter. Have you ever seen his portrait of Madame Vassilchikova? But I believe he doesn't care about painting any more portraits, and so very likely he is in want." "I maintain that." "Couldn't we ask him to paint a portrait of Anna Arkadyevna?" said Vronsky. "Why mine?" said Anna. "After yours I don't want another portrait. Better have one of Annie," so she called her baby girl. "Here she is," she added, looking out of the window at the handsome Italian nurse, who was carrying the child out into the garden, and immediately glancing unnoticed at Vronsky. The handsome nurse, from whom Vronsky was painting a head for his picture, was the one hidden grief in Anna's life. He painted with her as his model, admired her beauty and medievalism, and Anna dared not confess to herself that she was afraid of becoming jealous of this nurse, and was for that reason particularly gracious and condescending both to her and her little son. Vronsky, too, glanced out of the window and into Anna's eyes, and, turning at once to Golenischev, he said, "Do you know this Mihailov?" "I have met him. But he's a queer fish, and quite without breeding. You know, one of those uncouth new people one's so often coming across nowadays, one of those freethinkers, you know, who are reared d'emblée in theories of atheism, skepticism, and materialism.
In former days, said
Golenischev, not observing, or not willing to observe, that both Anna and Vronsky wanted to speak. In former days the freethinker was a man who had been brought up in ideas of religion, law, and morality, and only through conflict and struggle came to freethought. But now there has sprung up a new type of born freethinkers who grow up without even having heard of principles of morality or of religion, of the existence of authorities, who grow up directly in ideas of negation in everything. That is to say, savages.
Well, he's of that class.
He's the son, it appears, of some Moscow butler, and has never had any sort of bringing up. When he got into the academy and made his reputation, he tried, as he's no fool, to educate himself. And he turned to what seemed to him the very source of culture, the magazines. In old times, you see, a man who wanted to educate himself, a Frenchman, for instance, would have set to work to study all the classics and theologians and tragedians and historiaries and philosophers, and, all the intellectual work that came in his way. But in our day he goes straight for the literature of negation, very quickly assimilates all the extracts of the science of negation, and he's ready. And that's not all. 20 years ago he would have found in that literature traces of conflict with authorities, with the creeds of the ages. He would have perceived from this conflict that there was something else, but now he comes at once upon a literature in which the old creeds do not even furnish matter for discussion, but it is stated baldly that there is nothing else: evolution, natural selection, struggle for existence, and that's all.
In my article I
tell you what, said Anna, who had for a long while been exchanging merry glances with Vronsky, and knew that he was not in the least interested in the education of this artist, but was simply absorbed by the idea of assisting him, and ordering a portrait of him. I tell you what, she said, resolutely interrupting Golenischev, who was still talking away, let's go and see him.
Golenischev recovered his self-possession and readily agreed.
But as the artist lived in a remote suburb, it was decided to take the carriage. An hour later Anna, with Golenischev by her side and Vronsky on the front seat of the carriage, facing them, drove up to a new ugly house in the remote suburb. On learning from the porter's wife, who came out to them, that Mihailov saw visitors at his studio, but that at that moment he was in his lodging only a couple of steps off, they sent her to him with their cards, asking permission to see his picture.
Chapter 10.
The artist Mihailov was, as always, at work when the cards of Count Vronsky and Golenischev were brought to him. In the morning he had been working in his studio at his big picture. On getting home he flew into a rage with his wife for not having managed to put off the landlady, who had been asking for money.
I've said it to you 20 times, don't enter into details.
You're fool enough at all times, and when you start explaining things in Italian you're a fool 3 times as foolish, he said after a long dispute.
Don't let it run so long, it's not my fault. If I had the money.
Leave me in peace, for God's sake. Mihailov shrieked, with tears in his voice, and, stopping his ears, he went off into his working room, the other side of a partition wall, and closed the door after him.
Idiotic woman,
he said to himself, sat down to the table, and, opening a portfolio, he set to work at once with peculiar fervor at a sketch he had begun. Never did he work with such fervor and success as when things went ill with him, and especially when he quarreled with his wife.
Oh, damn them all, he thought as he went on working.
He was making a sketch for the figure of a man in a violent rage. A sketch had been made before, but he was dissatisfied with it. No, that one was better, where is it? He went back to his wife, and scowling, and not looking at her, asked his eldest little girl, where was that piece of paper he had given them? The paper with the discarded sketch on it was found, but it was dirty, and spotted with candle grease. Still, he took the sketch, laid it on his table, and, moving a little away, screwing up his eyes, he fell to gazing at it.
All at once he smiled and gesticulated gleefully.
That's it. That's it, he said, and, at once picking up the pencil, he began rapidly drawing. The spot of tallow had given the man a new pose. He had sketched this new pose, when all at once he recalled the face of a shopkeeper of whom he had bought cigars, a vigorous face with a prominent chin, and he sketched this very face, this chin onto the figure of the man. He laughed aloud with delight. The figure from a lifeless imagined thing had become living, and such that it could never be changed. That figure lived, and was clearly and unmistakably defined. The sketch might be corrected in accordance with the requirements of the figure, the legs, indeed, could and must be put differently, and the position of the left hand must be quite altered, the hair too might be thrown back. But in making these corrections he was not altering the figure but simply getting rid of what concealed the figure. He was, as it were, stripping off the wrappings which hindered it from being distinctly seen. Each new feature only brought out the whole figure in all its force and vigor, as it had suddenly come to him from the spot of tallow. He was carefully finishing the figure when the cards were brought him. Coming. He went in to his wife. "Come, Sasha, don't be cross," he said, smiling timidly and affectionately at her. "You were to blame. I was to blame. I'll make it all right." And having made peace with his wife, he put on an olive green overcoat with a velvet collar and a hat, and went towards his studio. The successful figure he had already forgotten. Now he was delighted and excited at the visit of these people of consequence, Russians, who had come in their carriage. Of his picture, the one that stood now on his easel, he had at the bottom of his heart one conviction that no one had ever painted a picture like it. He did not believe that his picture was better than all the pictures of Raphael, but he knew that what he tried to convey in that picture, no one ever had conveyed. This he knew positively, and had known a long while, ever since he had begun to paint it. But other people's criticisms, whatever they might be, had yet immense consequence in his eyes, and they agitated him to the depths of his soul. Any remark, the most insignificant, that showed that the critic saw even the tiniest part of what he saw in the picture, agitated him to the depths of his soul. He always attributed to his critics a more profound comprehension than he had himself, and always expected from them something he did not himself see in the picture. And often in their criticisms he fancied that he had found this. He walked rapidly to the door of his studio, and in spite of his excitement he was struck by the soft light on Anna's figure as she stood in the shade of the entrance listening to Golenischev, who was eagerly telling her something, while she evidently wanted to look round at the artist. He was himself unconscious how, as he approached them, he seized on this impression and absorbed it, as he had the chin of the shopkeeper who had sold him the cigars, and put it away somewhere to be brought out when he wanted it. The visitors, not agreeably impressed beforehand by Golenishev's account of the artist, were still less so by his personal appearance. Thick-set and of middle height, with nimble movements, with his brown hat, olive green coat and narrow trousers, though wide trousers had been a long while in fashion, most of all, with the ordinariness of his broad face, and the combined expression of timidity and anxiety to keep up his dignity, Mihailov made an unpleasant impression. "Please step in," he said, trying to look indifferent, and going into the passage he took a key out of his pocket and opened the door. Chapter 11. On entering the studio, Mihailov once more scanned his visitors and noted down in his imagination Vronsky's expression too, and especially his jaws. Although his artistic sense was unceasingly at work collecting materials, although he felt a continually increasing excitement as the moment of criticizing his work drew nearer, he rapidly and subtly formed, from imperceptible signs, a mental image of these three persons. That fellow, Golenishev, was a Russian living here. Mihailov did not remember his surname nor where he had met him, nor what he had said to him. He only remembered his face as he remembered all the faces he had ever seen, but he remembered, too, that it was one of the faces laid by in his memory in the immense class of the falsely consequential and poor in expression. The abundant hair and very open forehead gave an appearance of consequence to the face, which had only one expression, a petty, childish, peevish expression, concentrated just above the bridge of the narrow nose. Vronsky and Madame Karenina must be, Mihailov supposed, distinguished and wealthy Russians, knowing nothing about art, like all those wealthy Russians, but posing as amateurs and connoisseurs. Most likely they've already looked at all the antiques, and now they're making the round of the studios of the new people, the German humbug, and the cracked pre-Raphaelite English fellow, and have only come to me to make the point of view complete, he thought. He was well acquainted with the way dilettanti have, the cleverer they were the worse he found them, of looking at the works of contemporary artists with the sole object of being in a position to say that art is a thing of the past, and that the more one sees of the new men the more one sees how inimitable the works of the great old masters have remained. He expected all this, he saw it all in their faces, he saw it in the careless indifference with which they talked among themselves, stared at the lay figures and busts, and walked about in leisurely fashion, waiting for him to uncover his picture. But in spite of this, while he was turning over his studies, pulling up the blinds and taking off the sheet, he was in intense excitement, especially as, in spite of his conviction that all distinguished and wealthy Russians were certain to be beasts and fools, he liked Vronsky, and still more Anna. "Here, if you please," he said, moving on one side with his nimble gait and pointing to his picture, "it's the exhortation to Pilate." "Matthew, chapter 27, he said, feeling his lips were beginning to tremble with emotion. He moved away and stood behind them. For the few seconds during which the visitors were gazing at the picture in silence, Mihailov too gazed at it with the indifferent eye of an outsider. For those few seconds he was sure in anticipation that a higher, juster criticism would be uttered by them, by those very visitors whom he had been so despising a moment before. He forgot all he had thought about his picture before during the 3 years he had been painting it, he forgot all its qualities which had been absolutely certain to him. He saw the picture with their indifferent, new, outside eyes, and saw nothing good in it. He saw in the foreground Pilate's irritated face and the serene face of Christ, and in the background the figures of Pilate's retinue and the face of John watching what was happening. Every face that, with such agony, such blunders and corrections had grown up within him with its special character, every face that had given him such torments and such raptures, and all these faces so many times transposed for the sake of the harmony of the whole, all the shades of color and tones that he had attained with such labor, all of this together seemed to him now, looking at it with their eyes, the merest vulgarity, something that had been done 1,000 times over. The face dearest to him, the face of Christ, the center of the picture, which had given him such ecstasy as it unfolded itself to him, was utterly lost to him when he glanced at the picture with their eyes. He saw a well-painted, no, not even that, he distinctly saw now a mass of defects, repetition of those endless Christs of Titian, Raphael, Rubens, and the same soldiers in Pilate. It was all common, poor, and stale, and positively badly painted, weak and unequal. They would be justified in repeating hypocritically civil speeches in the presence of the painter, and pitying him and laughing at him when they were alone again. The silence, though it lasted no more than a minute, became too intolerable to him. To break it, and to show he was not agitated, he made an effort and addressed Golenishev. "I think I've had the pleasure of meeting you," he said, looking uneasily first at Anna, then at Vronsky, in fear of losing any shade of their expression. "To be sure. We met at Rossi's, do you remember, at that soirée when that Italian lady recited the new Rachel?" Golenishev answered easily, removing his eyes without the slightest regret from the picture and turning to the artist. Noticing, however, that Mihailov was expecting a criticism of the picture, he said, "Your picture has got on a great deal since I saw it last time, and what strikes me particularly now, as it did then, is the figure of Pilate. One so knows the man, a good-natured, capital fellow, but an official through and through, who does not know what it is he's doing. But I fancy—" All Mihailov's mobile face beamed at once, his eyes sparkled. He tried to say something, but he could not speak for excitement, and pretended to be coughing. Low as was his opinion of Golenishev's capacity for understanding art, trifling as was the true remark upon the fidelity of the expression of Pilate as an official, and offensive as might have seemed the utterance of so unimportant an observation while nothing was said of more serious points, Mihailov was in an ecstasy of delight at this observation. He had himself thought about Pilate's figure just what Golenishev said. The fact that this reflection was but one of millions of reflections, which as Mihailov knew for certain would be true, did not diminish for him the significance of Golenishev's remark. His heart warmed to Golenischev for this remark, and from a state of depression he suddenly passed to ecstasy. At once the whole of his picture lived before him in all the indescribable complexity of everything living. Mihailov again tried to say that was how he understood Pilate, but his lips quivered intractably, and he could not pronounce the words. Vronsky and Anna too said something in that subdued voice in which, partly to avoid hurting the artist's feelings and partly to avoid saying out loud something silly so easily said when talking of art, people usually speak at exhibitions of pictures. Mihailov fancied that the picture had made an impression on them too. He went up to them. "How marvelous Christ's expression is," said Anna. Of all she saw she liked that expression most of all, and she felt that it was the center of the picture, and so praise of it would be pleasant to the artist. One can see that he is pitying Pilate. This again was one of the million true reflections that could be found in his picture and in the figure of Christ. She said that he was pitying Pilate. In Christ's expression there ought to be indeed an expression of pity, since there is an expression of love, of heavenly peace, of readiness for death, and a sense of the vanity of words. Of course there is the expression of an official in Pilate and of pity in Christ, seeing that one is the incarnation of the fleshly and the other of the spiritual life. All this and much more flashed into Mihailov's thoughts. Yes, and how that figure is done, what atmosphere! One can walk round it, said Golenischev, unmistakably betraying by this remark that he did not approve of the meaning and idea of the figure. Yes, there's a wonderful mastery, said Vronsky. How those figures in the background stand out. There you have technique, he said, addressing Golenischev, alluding to a conversation between them about Vronsky's despair of attaining this technique. Yes, marvelous. Golenischev and Anna assented. In spite of the excited condition in which he was, the sentence about technique had sent a pang to Mihailov's heart, and looking angrily at Vronsky he suddenly scowled. He had often heard this word technique, and was utterly unable to understand what was understood by it. He knew that by this term was understood a mechanical facility for painting or drawing, entirely apart from its subject. He had noticed often that even in actual praise technique was opposed to essential quality, as though one could paint well something that was bad. He knew that a great deal of attention and care was necessary in taking off the coverings, to avoid injuring the creation itself, and to take off all the coverings, but there was no art of painting, no technique of any sort about it. If to a little child or to his cook were revealed what he saw, it or she would have been able to peel the wrappings off what was seen. And the most experienced and adroit painter could not by mere mechanical facility paint anything if the lines of the subject were not revealed to him first. Besides, he saw that if it came to talking about technique, it was impossible to praise him for it. In all he had painted and repainted he saw faults that hurt his eyes, coming from want of care in taking off the wrappings, faults he could not correct now without spoiling the whole. And in almost all the figures and faces he saw, too, remnants of the wrappings not perfectly removed that spoiled the picture. One thing might be said, if you will allow me to make the remark, observed Golenischev. Oh, I shall be delighted, I beg you, said Mihailov with a forced smile. That is, that you make him the man-god, and not the god-man. But I know that was what you meant to do. I cannot paint a Christ that is not in my heart, said Mihailov gloomily. Yes, but in that case, if you will allow me to say what I think. Your picture is so fine that my observation cannot detract from it, and, besides, it is only my personal opinion. With you it is different. Your very motive is different. But let us take Ivanov. I imagine that if Christ is brought down to the level of an historical character, it would have been better for Ivanov to select some other historical subject, fresh, untouched. But if this is the greatest subject presented to art? If one looked one would find others. But the point is that art cannot suffer doubt and discussion. And before the picture of Ivanov the question arises for the believer and the unbeliever alike, is it God, or is it not God, and the unity of the impression is destroyed.
Why so? I think that for educated people, said Mihailov, the question cannot exist.
Golenischev did not agree with this, and confounded Mihailov by his support of his first idea of the unity of the impression being essential to art. Mihailov was greatly perturbed, but he could say nothing in defense of his own idea.
Chapter 12. Anna and Vronsky had long been exchanging glances, regretting their friend's flow of cleverness. At last Vronsky, without waiting for the artist, walked away to another small picture.
"Oh, how exquisite!
What a lovely thing! A gem! How exquisite!"
they cried with one voice.
"What is it they're so pleased with?" thought Mihailov.
He had positively forgotten that picture he had painted 3 years ago. He had forgotten all the agonies and the ecstasies he had lived through with that picture when for several months it had been the one thought haunting him day and night. He had forgotten, as he always forgot, the pictures he had finished. He did not even like to look at it, and had only brought it out because he was expecting an Englishman who wanted to buy it.
"Oh, that's only an old study," he said. "How fine!"
said Golenischev, he too, with unmistakable sincerity, falling under the spell of the picture. 2 boys were angling in the shade of a willow tree. The elder had just dropped in the hook, and was carefully pulling the float from behind a bush, entirely absorbed in what he was doing. The other, a little younger, was lying in the grass leaning on his elbows, with his tangled, flaxen head in his hands, staring at the water with his dreamy blue eyes.
What was he thinking of?
The enthusiasm over this picture stirred some of the old feeling for it in Mihailov, but he feared and disliked this waste of feeling for things past, and so, even though this praise was grateful to him, he tried to draw his visitors away to a third picture.
But Vronsky asked whether the picture was for sale.
To Mihailov at that moment, excited by visitors, it was extremely distasteful to speak of money matters.
"It is put up there to be sold," he answered, scowling gloomily.
When the visitors had gone, Mihailov sat down opposite the picture of Pilate and Christ, and in his mind went over what had been said, and what, though not said, had been implied by those visitors. And, strange to say, what had had such weight with him, while they were there and while he mentally put himself at their point of view, suddenly lost all importance for him. He began to look at his picture with all his own full artist vision, and was soon in that mood of conviction of the perfectibility, and so of the significance, of his picture, a conviction essential to the most intense fervor, excluding all other interests in which alone he could work.
Christ's foreshortened leg was not right, though.
He took his palette and began to work. As he corrected the leg, he looked continually at the figure of John in the background, which his visitors had not even noticed, but which he knew was beyond perfection. When he had finished the leg, he wanted to touch that figure, but he felt too much excited for it. He was equally unable to work when he was cold and when he was too much affected and saw everything too much. There was only one stage in the transition from coldness to inspiration, at which work was possible. Today he was too much agitated. He would have covered the picture, but he stopped, holding the cloth in his hand, and, smiling blissfully, gazed a long while at the figure of John. At last, as it were regretfully tearing himself away, he dropped the cloth, and, exhausted but happy, went home. Vronsky, Anna, and Golenischev, on their way home, were particularly lively and cheerful. They talked of Mihailov and his pictures. The word talent, by which they meant an inborn, almost physical, aptitude apart from brain and heart, and in which they tried to find an expression for all the artist had gained from life, recurred particularly often in their talk, as though it were necessary for them to sum up what they had no conception of, though they wanted to talk of it. They said that there was no denying his talent, but that his talent could not develop for want of education, the common defect of our Russian artists. But the picture of the boys had imprinted itself on their memories, and they were continually coming back to it.
What an exquisite thing! How he has succeeded in it, and how simply! He doesn't even comprehend how good it is.
Yes, I mustn't let it slip, I must buy it, said Vronsky.
Chapter 13.
Mihailov sold Vronsky his picture, and agreed to paint a portrait of Anna.
On the day fixed he came and began the work.
From the fifth sitting the portrait impressed everyone, especially Vronsky, not only by its resemblance, but by its characteristic beauty. It was strange how Mihailov could have discovered just her characteristic beauty. One needs to know and love her as I have loved her to discover the very sweetest expression of her soul, Vronsky thought, though it was only from this portrait that he had himself learned this sweetest expression of her soul. But the expression was so true that he, and others too, fancied they had long known it. I have been struggling on forever so long without doing anything, he said of his own portrait of her, and he just looked and painted it. That's where technique comes in. That will come, was the consoling reassurance given him by Golenischev, in whose view Vronsky had both talent, and what was most important, culture, giving him a wider outlook on art. Golenishev's faith in Vronsky's talent was propped up by his own need of Vronsky's sympathy and approval for his own articles and ideas, and he felt that the praise and support must be mutual. In another man's house, and especially in Vronsky's palazzo, Mihailov was quite a different man from what he was in his studio. He behaved with hostile courtesy, as though he were afraid of coming closer to people he did not respect. He called Vronsky Your Excellency, and notwithstanding Anna's and Vronsky's invitations, he would never stay to dinner, nor come except for the sittings. Anna was even more friendly to him than to other people, and was very grateful for her portrait. Vronsky was more than cordial with him, and was obviously interested to know the artist's opinion of his picture.
Golenishev never let slip an opportunity of instilling sound ideas about art into Mihailov. But Mihailov remained equally chilly to all of them.
Anna was aware from his eyes that he liked looking at her, but he avoided conversation with her. Vronsky's talk about his painting he met with stubborn silence, and he was as stubbornly silent when he was shown Vronsky's picture. He was unmistakably bored by Golenishev's conversation, and he did not attempt to oppose him. Altogether Mihailov, with his reserved and disagreeable, as it were, hostile attitude, was quite disliked by them as they got to know him better, and they were glad when the sittings were over, and they were left with a magnificent portrait in their possession, and he gave up coming. Golenishev was the first to give expression to an idea that had occurred to all of them, which was that Mihailov was simply jealous of Vronsky. Not envious, let us say, since he has talent, but it annoys him that a wealthy man of the highest society, and a count, too, you know they all detest a title, can, without any particular trouble, do as well, if not better, than he who has devoted all his life to it. And more than all, it's a question of culture, which he is without. Vronsky defended Mihailov, but at the bottom of his heart he believed it, because in his view a man of a different, lower world would be sure to be envious. Anna's portrait, the same subject painted from nature both by him and by Mihailov, ought to have shown Vronsky the difference between him and Mihailov, but he did not see it. Only after Mihailov's portrait was painted he left off painting his portrait of Anna, deciding that it was now not needed. His picture of medieval life he went on with. And he himself, and Golenishev, and still more Anna, thought it very good, because it was far more like the celebrated pictures they knew than Mihailov's picture. Mihailov meanwhile, although Anna's portrait greatly fascinated him, was even more glad than they were when the sittings were over, and he had no longer to listen to Golenishev's disquisitions upon art, and could forget about Vronsky's painting. He knew that Vronsky could not be prevented from amusing himself with painting. He knew that he and all dilettanti had a perfect right to paint what they liked, but it was distasteful to him. A man could not be prevented from making himself a big wax doll, and kissing it. But if the man were to come with the doll and sit before a man in love, and begin caressing his doll as the lover caressed the woman he loved, it would be distasteful to the lover. Just such a distasteful sensation was what Mihailov felt at the sight of Vronsky's painting. He felt it both ludicrous and irritating, both pitiable and offensive. Vronsky's interest in painting and the Middle Ages did not last long. He had enough taste for painting to be unable to finish his picture. The picture came to a standstill. He was vaguely aware that its defects, inconspicuous at first, would be glaring if he were to go on with it. The same experience befell him as Golenischev, who felt that he had nothing to say, and continually deceived himself with the theory that his idea was not yet mature, that he was working it out and collecting materials. This exasperated and tortured Golenischev, but Vronsky was incapable of deceiving and torturing himself, and even more incapable of exasperation. With his characteristic decision, without explanation or apology, he simply ceased working at painting. But without this occupation, the life of Vronsky and of Anna, who wondered at his loss of interest in it, struck them as intolerably tedious in an Italian town. The palazzo suddenly seemed so obtrusively old and dirty, the spots on the curtains, the cracks in the floors, the broken plaster on the cornices became so disagreeably obvious, and the everlasting sameness of Golenischev, and the Italian professor and the German traveler became so wearisome, that they had to make some change. They resolved to go to Russia, to the country. In Petersburg, Vronsky intended to arrange a partition of the land with his brother, while Anna meant to see her son. The summer they intended to spend on Vronsky's great family estate. Chapter 14. Levin had been married 3 months. He was happy, but not at all in the way he had expected to be. At every step he found his former dreams disappointed, and new, unexpected surprises of happiness. He was happy, but on entering upon family life he saw at every step that it was utterly different from what he had imagined. At every step he experienced what a man would experience who, after admiring the smooth, happy course of a little boat on a lake, should get himself into that little boat. He saw that it was not all sitting still, floating smoothly, that one had to think too, not for an instant to forget where one was floating, and that there was water under one, and that one must row, and that his unaccustomed hands would be sore, and that it was only to look at it that was easy, but that doing it, though very delightful, was very difficult. As a bachelor, when he had watched other people's married life, seen the petty cares, the squabbles, the jealousy, he had only smiled contemptuously in his heart. In his future married life there could be, he was convinced, nothing of that sort. Even the external forms, indeed, he fancied, must be utterly unlike the life of others in everything. And all of a sudden, instead of his life with his wife being made on an individual pattern, it was, on the contrary, entirely made up of the pettiest details, which he had so despised before, but which now, by no will of his own, had gained an extraordinary importance that it was useless to contend against. And Levin saw that the organization of all these details was by no means so easy as he had fancied before. Although Levin believed himself to have the most exact conceptions of domestic life, unconsciously, like all men, he pictured domestic life as the happiest enjoyment of love, with nothing to hinder and no petty cares to distract. He ought, as he conceived the position, to do his work, and to find repose from it in the happiness of love. She ought to be beloved, and nothing more. But, like all men, he forgot that she too would want work. And he was surprised that she, his poetic, exquisite Kitty, could, not merely in the first weeks, but even in the first days of their married life, think, remember, and busy herself about tablecloths and furniture, about mattresses for visitors, about a tray, about the cook and the dinner, and so on. While they were still engaged, he had been struck by the definiteness with which she had declined the tour abroad and decided to go into the country, as though she knew of something she wanted, and could still think of something outside her love. This had jarred upon him then, and now her trivial cares and anxieties jarred upon him several times. But he saw that this was essential for her. And, loving her as he did, though he did not understand the reason of them, and jeered at these domestic pursuits, he could not help admiring them. He jeered at the way in which she arranged the furniture they had brought from Moscow, rearranged their room, hung up curtains, prepared rooms for visitors, a room for Dolly, saw after an abode for her new maid, ordered dinner of the old cook, came into collision with Agafia Mikhailovna, taking from her the charge of the stores. He saw how the old cook smiled, admiring her, and listening to her inexperienced, impossible orders, how mournfully and tenderly Agafia Mikhailovna shook her head over the young mistress's new arrangements.
He saw that Kitty was extraordinarily sweet when, laughing and crying, she came to tell him that her maid, Masha, was used to looking upon her as her young lady, and so no one obeyed her. It seemed to him sweet, but strange, and he thought it would have been better without this. He did not know how great a sense of change she was experiencing. She, who at home had sometimes wanted some favorite dish, or sweets, without the possibility of getting either, now could order what she liked, buy pounds of sweets, spend as much money as she liked, and order any puddings she pleased. She was dreaming with delight now of Dolly's coming to them with her children, especially because she would order for the children their favorite puddings and Dolly would appreciate all her new housekeeping. She did not know herself why and wherefore, but the arranging of her house had an irresistible attraction for her. Instinctively feeling the approach of spring, and knowing that there would be days of rough weather too, she built her nest as best she could, and was in haste at the same time to build it and to learn how to do it. This care for domestic details in Kitty, so opposed to Levin's ideal of exalted happiness, was at first one of the disappointments, and this sweet care of her household, the aim of which he did not understand, but could not help loving, was one of the new happy surprises. Another disappointment and happy surprise came in their quarrels. Levin could never have conceived that between him and his wife any relations could arise other than tender, respectful and loving, and all at once in the very early days they quarreled, so that she said he did not care for her, that he cared for no one but himself, burst into tears, and wrung her arms. This first quarrel arose from Levin's having gone out to a new farmhouse and having been away half an hour too long, because he had tried to get home by a shortcut and had lost his way. He drove home thinking of nothing but her, of her love, of his own happiness, and the nearer he drew to home, the warmer was his tenderness for her. He ran into the room with the same feeling, with an even stronger feeling than he had had when he reached the Shtcherbatskys' house to make his offer. And suddenly he was met by a lowering expression he had never seen in her. He would have kissed her, she pushed him away. "What is it?" "You've been enjoying yourself," she began, trying to be calm and spiteful. But as soon as she opened her mouth, a stream of reproach, of senseless jealousy, of all that had been torturing her during that half hour which she had spent sitting motionless at the window, burst from her. It was only then, for the first time, that he clearly understood what he had not understood when he led her out of the church after the wedding. He felt now that he was not simply close to her, but that he did not know where he ended and she began. He felt this from the agonizing sensation of division that he experienced at that instant. He was offended for the first instant, but the very same second he felt that he could not be offended by her, that she was himself. He felt for the first moment as a man feels when, having suddenly received a violent blow from behind, he turns round, angry and eager to avenge himself, to look for his antagonist, and finds that it is he himself who has accidentally struck himself, that there is no one to be angry with, and that he must put up with and try to soothe the pain. Never afterwards did he feel it with such intensity, but this first time he could not for a long while get over it. His natural feeling urged him to defend himself, to prove to her she was wrong, but to prove her wrong would mean irritating her still more and making the rupture greater that was the cause of all his suffering. One habitual feeling impelled him to get rid of the blame and to pass it on her. Another feeling, even stronger, impelled him as quickly as possible to smooth over the rupture without letting it grow greater. To remain under such undeserved reproach was wretched, but to make her suffer by justifying himself was worse still. Like a man half awake in an agony of pain, he wanted to tear out, to fling away the aching place, and coming to his senses, he felt that the aching place was himself. He could do nothing but try to help the aching place to bear it, and this he tried to do. They made peace. She, recognizing that she was wrong, though she did not say so, became tenderer to him, and they experienced new, redoubled happiness in their love. But that did not prevent such quarrels from happening again, and exceedingly often too, on the most unexpected and trivial grounds. These quarrels frequently arose from the fact that they did not yet know what was of importance to each other and that all this early period they were both often in a bad temper. When one was in a good temper, and the other in a bad temper, the peace was not broken,
but when both happened to be in an ill humor, quarrels sprang up from such incomprehensibly trifling causes that they could never remember afterwards what they had quarreled about. It is true that when they were both in a good temper, their enjoyment of life was redoubled. But still, this first period of their married life was a difficult time for them. During all this early time, they had a peculiarly vivid sense of tension, as it were, a tugging in opposite directions of the chain by which they were bound. Altogether, their honeymoon, that is to say, the month after their wedding, from which from tradition Levin expected so much, was not merely not a time of sweetness, but remained in the memories of both as the bitterest and most humiliating period in their lives. They both alike tried in later life to blot out from their memories all the monstrous, shameful incidents of that morbid period, when both were rarely in a normal frame of mind, both were rarely quite themselves. It was only in the third month of their married life, after their return from Moscow, where they had been staying for a month, that their life began to go more smoothly. Chapter 15. They had just come back from Moscow, and were glad to be alone. He was sitting at the writing table in his study, writing. She, wearing the dark lilac dress she had worn during the first days of their married life, and put on again today, a dress particularly remembered and loved by him, was sitting on the sofa, the same old-fashioned leather sofa which had always stood in the study in Levin's father's and grandfather's days. She was sewing at broderie anglaise. He thought and wrote, never losing the happy consciousness of her presence. His work, both on the land and on the book, in which the principles of the new land system were to be laid down, had not been abandoned, but just as formerly these pursuits and ideas had seemed to him petty and trivial in comparison with the darkness that overspread all life, now they seemed as unimportant and petty in comparison with the life that lay before him, suffused with the brilliant light of happiness. He went on with his work, but he felt now that the center of gravity of his attention had passed to something else, and that consequently he looked at his work quite differently and more clearly. Formerly this work had been for him an escape from life. Formerly he had felt that without this work his life would be too gloomy. Now these pursuits were necessary for him that life might not be too uniformly bright. Taking up his manuscript, reading through what he had written, he found with pleasure that the work was worth his working at. Many of his old ideas seemed to him superfluous and extreme, but many blanks became distinct to him when he reviewed the whole thing in his memory. He was writing now a new chapter on the causes of the present disastrous condition of agriculture in Russia. He maintained that the poverty of Russia arises not merely from the anomalous distribution of landed property and misdirected reforms, but that what had contributed of late years to this result was the civilization from without abnormally grafted upon Russia, especially facilities of communication, as railways, leading to centralization in towns, the development of luxury, and the consequent development of manufactures, credit and its accompaniment of speculation, all to the detriment of agriculture. It seemed to him that in a normal development of wealth and estate all these phenomena would arise only when a considerable amount of labor had been put into agriculture, when it had come under regular, or at least definite, conditions, that the wealth of a country ought to increase proportionally, and especially in such a way that other sources of wealth should not outstrip agriculture, that in harmony with a certain stage of agriculture there should be means of communication corresponding to it, and that in our unsettled condition of the land, railways, called into being by political and not by economic needs, were premature, and instead of promoting agriculture, as was expected of them, they were competing with agriculture and promoting the development of manufactures and credit, and so arresting its progress, and that just as the one-sided and premature development of one organ in an animal would hinder its general development, so in the general development of wealth in Russia, credit, facilities of communication, manufacturing activity, indubitably necessary in Europe, where they had arisen in their proper time, had with us only done harm, by throwing into the background the chief question calling for settlement, the question of the organization of agriculture. While he was writing his ideas, she was thinking how unnaturally cordial her husband had been to young Prince Charsky, who had, with great want of tact, flirted with her the day before they left Moscow. He's jealous, she thought. Goodness! How sweet and silly he is!
He's jealous of me.
If he knew that I think no more of them than of Pyotr the cook, she thought, looking at his head and red neck with a feeling of possession strange to herself. Though it's a pity to take him from his work, but he has plenty of time. I must look at his face. Will he feel I'm looking at him? I wish he'd turn round, I'll will him to. And she opened her eyes wide, as though to intensify the influence of her gaze. Yes, they draw away all the sap and give a false appearance of prosperity, he muttered, stopping to write, and, feeling that she was looking at him and smiling, he looked round.
Well? He queried, smiling, and getting up. He looked round, she thought.
It's nothing, I wanted you to look round, she said, watching him, and trying to guess whether he was vexed at being interrupted or not. How happy we are alone together. I am, that is, he said, going up to her with a radiant smile of happiness.
I'm just as happy.
I'll never go anywhere, especially not to Moscow.
And what were you thinking about? I was thinking.
No, go along, go on writing, don't break off, she said, pursing up her lips, and I must cut out these little holes now, do you see? She took up her scissors and began cutting them out.
No, tell me, what was it?
He said, sitting down beside her and watching the tiny scissors moving round.
Oh. What was I thinking about?
I was thinking about Moscow, about the back of your head.
Why should I, of all people, have such happiness?
It's unnatural, too good, he said, kissing her hand. I feel quite the opposite. The better things are, the more natural it seems to me. And you've got a little curl loose, he said, carefully turning her head round.
A little curl, oh yes.
No, we are busy at our work. Work did not progress further, and they darted apart from one another like culprits when Kuzma came in to announce that tea was ready.
Have they come from the town? Levin asked Kuzma.
They've just come, they're unpacking the things. Come quickly, she said to him as she went out of the study, or else I shall read your letters without you. Left alone, after putting his manuscripts together in the new portfolio bought by her, he washed his hands at the new washstand with the elegant fittings that had all made their appearance with her. Levin smiled at his own thoughts, and shook his head disapprovingly at those thoughts. A feeling akin to remorse fretted him. There was something shameful, effeminate, Capuan, as he called it to himself, in his present mode of life. It's not right to go on like this, he thought.
It'll soon be 3 months, and I'm doing next to nothing.
Today, almost for the first time, I set to work seriously, and what happened? I did nothing but begin and throw it aside. Even my ordinary pursuits I have almost given up. On the land I scarcely walk or drive about at all to look after things. Either I am loath to leave her, or I see she's dull alone. And I used to think that, before marriage, life was nothing much, somehow didn't count, but that after marriage, life began in earnest. And here almost 3 months have passed, and I have spent my time so idly and unprofitably. No, this won't do, I must begin. Of course, it's not her fault.
She's not to blame in any way.
I ought myself to be firmer, to maintain my masculine independence of action, or else I shall get into such ways, and she'll get used to them too. Of course she's not to blame, he told himself. But it is hard for anyone who is dissatisfied not to blame someone else, and especially the person nearest of all to him, for the ground of his dissatisfaction. And it vaguely came into Levin's mind that she herself was not to blame. She could not be to blame for anything, but what was to blame was her education, too superficial and frivolous. That fool Charsky, she wanted, I know, to stop him, but didn't know how to. Yes, apart from her interest in the house, that she has, apart from dress and broderie anglaise, she has no serious interests. No interest in her work, in the estate, in the peasants, nor in music, though she's rather good at it, nor in reading. She does nothing, and is perfectly satisfied. Levin, in his heart, censured this, and did not as yet understand that she was preparing for that period of activity which was to come for her when she would at once be the wife of her husband and mistress of the house, and would bear, and nurse, and bring up children. He knew not that she was instinctively aware of this, and preparing herself for this time of terrible toil, did not reproach herself for the moments of carelessness and happiness in her love that she enjoyed now while gaily building her nest for the future.
Chapter 16.
When Levin went upstairs, his wife was sitting near the new silver samovar behind the new tea service, and, having settled old Agafia Mihalovna at a little table with a full cup of tea, was reading a letter from Dolly, with whom they were in continual and frequent correspondence.
"You see, your good lady settled me here, told me to sit a bit with her," said Agafia Mihalovna, smiling affectionately at Kitty.
In these words of Agafia Mihalovna, Levin read the final act of the drama which had been enacted of late between her and Kitty. He saw that, in spite of Agafia Mihalovna's feelings being hurt by a new mistress taking the reins of government out of her hands, Kitty had yet conquered her and made her love her.
"Here, I opened your letter too," said Kitty, handing him an illiterate letter.
"It's from that woman, I think, your brother's," she said.
I did not read it through. This is from my people and from Dolly. Fancy. Dolly took Tanya and Grisha to a children's ball at the Sarmatskys. Tanya was a French marquise. But Levin did not hear her.
Flushing, he took the letter from Maria Nikolaevna, his brother's former mistress, and began to read it.
This was the second letter he had received from Maria Nikolaevna.
In the first letter, Maria Nikolaevna wrote that his brother had sent her away for no fault of hers, and, with touching simplicity, added that though she was in want again, she asked for nothing, and wished for nothing, but was only tormented by the thought that Nikolai Dmitrievitch would come to grief without her, owing to the weak state of his health, and begged his brother to look after him.
Now she wrote quite differently.
She had found Nikolai Dmitrievitch, had again made it up with him in Moscow, and had moved with him to a provincial town, where he had received a post in the government service. But that he had quarreled with the head official, and was on his way back to Moscow, only he had been taken so ill on the road that it was doubtful if he would ever leave his bed again, she wrote. It's always of you he has talked, and, besides, he has no more money left. Read this, Dolly writes about you, Kitty was beginning, with a smile, but she stopped suddenly, noticing the changed expression on her husband's face.
What is it? What's the matter?
She writes to me that Nikolai, my brother, is at death's door.
I shall go to him. Kitty's face changed at once.
Thoughts of Tanya as a marquise, of Dolly, all had vanished.
When are you going? She said. Tomorrow. And I will go with you, can I? She said. Kitty. What are you thinking of?
He said reproachfully.
How do you mean?
Offended that he should seem to take her suggestion unwillingly and with vexation.
Why shouldn't I go? I shan't be in your way.
I'm going because my brother is dying, said Levin.
Why should you? Why? For the same reason as you.
And, at a moment of such gravity for me, she only thinks of her being dull by herself, thought Levin. And this lack of candor in a matter of such gravity infuriated him. It's out of the question, he said sternly. Agafia Mihalovna, seeing that it was coming to a quarrel, gently put down her cup and withdrew.
Kitty did not even notice her.
The tone in which her husband had said the last words wounded her, especially because he evidently did not believe what she had said. I tell you, that if you go, I shall come with you, I shall certainly come, she said hastily and wrathfully.
Why out of the question?
Why do you say it's out of the question? Because it'll be going God knows where, by all sorts of roads and to all sorts of hotels.
You would be a hindrance to me, said Levin, trying to be cool. Not at all. I don't want anything.
Where you can go, I can. Well, for one thing then, because this woman's there whom you can't meet. I don't know and don't care to know who's there and what. I know that my husband's brother is dying and my husband is going to him, and I go with my husband too. Kitty! Don't get angry. But just think a little, this is a matter of such importance that I can't bear to think that you should bring in a feeling of weakness, of dislike to being left alone. Come, you'll be dull alone, so go and stay at Moscow a little. There, you always ascribe base, vile motives to me, she said with tears of wounded pride and fury. I didn't mean, it wasn't weakness, it wasn't, I feel that it's my duty to be with my husband when he's in trouble, but you try on purpose to hurt me, you try on purpose not to understand. No, this is awful. To be such a slave! Cried Levin, getting up, and unable to restrain his anger any longer. But at the same second he felt that he was beating himself. Then why did you marry? You could have been free. Why did you, if you regret it? She said, getting up and running away into the drawing room. When he went to her, she was sobbing. He began to speak, trying to find words not to dissuade but simply to soothe her. But she did not heed him, and would not agree to anything. He bent down to her and took her hand, which resisted him. He kissed her hand, kissed her hair, kissed her hand again, still she was silent. But when he took her face in both his hands and said, "Kitty," she suddenly recovered herself, and began to cry, and they were reconciled. It was decided that they should go together the next day. Levin told his wife that he believed she wanted to go simply in order to be of use, agreed that Maria Nikolaevna's being with his brother did not make her going improper, but he set off at the bottom of his heart dissatisfied both with her and with himself. He was dissatisfied with her for being unable to make up her mind to let him go when it was necessary, and how strange it was for him to think that he, so lately hardly daring to believe in such happiness as that she could love him, now was unhappy because she loved him too much, and he was dissatisfied with himself for not showing more strength of will. Even greater was the feeling of disagreement at the bottom of his heart as to her not needing to consider the woman who was with his brother, and he thought with horror of all the contingencies they might meet with. The mere idea of his wife, his Kitty, being in the same room with a common wench, set him shuddering with horror and loathing. Chapter 17. The hotel of the provincial town where Nikolai Levin was lying ill was one of those provincial hotels which are constructed on the newest model of modern improvements, with the best intentions of cleanliness, comfort, and even elegance, but owing to the public that patronizes them, are with astounding rapidity transformed into filthy taverns with a pretension of modern improvement that only makes them worse than the old-fashioned, honestly filthy hotels. This hotel had already reached that stage, and the soldier in a filthy uniform smoking in the entry, supposed to stand for a hall porter, and the cast-iron, slippery, dark, and disagreeable staircase, and the free and easy waiter in a filthy frock coat, and the common dining room with a dusty bouquet of wax flowers adorning the table, and filth, dust, and disorder everywhere, and at the same time the sort of modern up-to-date self-complacent railway uneasiness of this hotel, aroused a most painful feeling in Levin after their fresh young life, especially because the impression of falsity made by the hotel was so out of keeping with what awaited them. As is invariably the case, after they had been asked at what price they wanted rooms, it appeared that there was not one decent room for them. One decent room had been taken by the inspector of railroads, another by a lawyer from Moscow, a third by Princess Astafeva from the country. There remained only one filthy room, next to which they promised that another should be empty by the evening. Feeling angry with his wife because what he had expected had come to pass, which was that at the moment of arrival, when his heart throbbed with emotion and anxiety to know how his brother was getting on, he should have to be seeing after her, instead of rushing straight to his brother, Levin conducted her to the room assigned them. "Go, do go," she said, looking at him with timid and guilty eyes. He went out of the door without a word, and at once stumbled over Maria Nikolaevna, who had heard of his arrival and had not dared to go in to see him. She was just the same as when he saw her in Moscow, the same woolen gown, and bare arms and neck, and the same good-naturedly stupid, pockmarked face, only a little plumper.
Well, how is he? How is he?
Very bad.
He can't get up. He has kept expecting you. He.
Are you
With your wife?
Levin did not for the first moment understand what it was confused her, but she immediately enlightened him.
I'll go away.
I'll go down to the kitchen, she brought out.
Nikolai Dmitrievich will be delighted.
He heard about it, and knows your lady, and remembers her abroad. Levin realized that she meant his wife, and did not know what answer to make.
Come along to him,
he said. But as soon as he moved, the door of his room opened and Kitty peeped out. Levin crimsoned both from shame and anger with his wife, who had put herself and him in such a difficult position, but Marya Nikolaevna crimsoned still more. She positively shrank together and flushed to the point of tears, and clutching the ends of her apron in both hands, twisted them in her red fingers without knowing what to say and what to do. For the first instant Levin saw an expression of eager curiosity in the eyes with which Kitty looked at this awful woman, so incomprehensible to her, but it lasted only a single instant.
Well, how is he?
She turned to her husband and then to her. But one can't go on talking in the passage like this,
Levin said, looking angrily at a gentleman who walked jauntily at that instant across the corridor, as though about his affairs.
Well then, come in, said Kitty, turning to Marya Nikolaevna, who had recovered herself, but noticing her husband's face of dismay, or go, and then come for me, she said, and went back into the room. Levin went to his brother's room. He had not in the least expected what he saw and felt in his brother's room. He had expected to find him in the same state of self-deception which he had heard was so frequent with the consumptive, and which had struck him so much during his brother's visit in the autumn. He had expected to find the physical signs of the approach of death more marked, greater weakness, greater emaciation, but still almost the same condition of things. He had expected himself to feel the same distress at the loss of the brother he loved and the same horror in face of death as he had felt then, only in a greater degree. And he had prepared himself for this, but he found something utterly different. In a little dirty room with the painted panels of its walls filthy with spittle, and conversation audible through the thin partition from the next room, in a stifling atmosphere saturated with impurities, on a bedstead moved away from the wall, there lay covered with a quilt, a body. One arm of this body was above the quilt, and the wrist, huge as a rake handle, was attached, inconceivably it seemed, to the thin, long bone of the arm smoothed from the beginning to the middle. The head lay sideways on the pillow. Levin could see the scanty locks wet with sweat on the temples and tense, transparent-looking forehead. It cannot be that fearful body was my brother Nikolai? Thought Levin. But he went closer, saw the face, and doubt became impossible. In spite of the terrible change in the face, Levin had only to glance at those eager eyes raised at his approach, only to catch the faint movement of the mouth under the sticky mustache, to realize the terrible truth that this death-like body was his living brother. The glittering eyes looked sternly and reproachfully at his brother as he drew near. And immediately this glance established a living relationship between living men. Levin immediately felt the reproach in the eyes fixed on him, and felt remorse at his own happiness. When Constantine took him by the hand, Nikolai smiled. The smile was faint, scarcely perceptible, and in spite of the smile the stern expression of the eyes was unchanged. You did not expect to find me like this, he articulated with effort. Yes, no, said Levin, hesitating over his words. How was it you didn't let me know before, that is, at the time of my wedding? I made inquiries in all directions. He had to talk so as not to be silent, and he did not know what to say, especially as his brother made no reply, and simply stared without dropping his eyes, and evidently penetrated to the inner meaning of each word. Levin told his brother that his wife had come with him. Nikolai expressed pleasure, but said he was afraid of frightening her by his condition.
A silence followed.
Suddenly Nikolai stirred, and began to say something. Levin expected something of peculiar gravity and importance from the expression of his face, but Nikolai began speaking of his health. He found fault with the doctor, regretting he had not a celebrated Moscow doctor.
Levin saw that he still hoped.
Seizing the first moment of silence, Levin got up, anxious to escape, if only for an instant, from his agonizing emotion, and said that he would go and fetch his wife.
Very well, and I'll tell her to tidy up here. It's dirty and stinking here, I expect. Maria.
Clear up the room, the sick man said with effort. Oh, and when you've cleared up, go away yourself, he added, looking inquiringly at his brother.
Levin made no answer.
Going out into the corridor, he stopped short. He had said he would fetch his wife, but now, taking stock of the emotion he was feeling, he decided that he would try on the contrary to persuade her not to go in to the sick man.
Why should she suffer as I am suffering? He thought. Well, how is he? Kitty asked with a frightened face. Oh, it's awful, it's awful. What did you come for? Said Levin.
Kitty was silent for a few seconds, looking timidly and ruefully at her husband. Then she went up and took him by the elbow with both hands.
Kostya. Take me to him, it will be easier for us to bear it together.
You only take me to him, please, and go away, she said.
You must understand that for me to see you, and not to see him, is far more painful. There I might be a help to you and to him. Please, let me.
She besought her husband, as though the happiness of her life depended on it. Levin was obliged to agree, and regaining his composure, and completely forgetting about Maria Nikolaevna by now, he went again in to his brother with Kitty. Stepping lightly, and continually glancing at her husband, showing him a valorous and sympathetic face, Kitty went into the sickroom, and, turning without haste, noiselessly closed the door. With inaudible steps she went quickly to the sick man's bedside, and going up so that he had not to turn his head, she immediately clasped in her fresh young hand the skeleton of his huge hand, pressed it, and began speaking with that soft eagerness, sympathetic and not jarring, which is peculiar to women. We have met, though we were not acquainted, at Sodden, she said.
You never thought I was to be your sister? You would not have recognized me?
He said, with a radiant smile at her entrance.
Yes, I should. What a good thing you let us know. Not a day has passed that Kostya has not mentioned you, and been anxious.
But the sick man's interest did not last long. Before she had finished speaking, there had come back into his face the stern, reproachful expression of the dying man's envy of the living. I am afraid you are not quite comfortable here, she said, turning away from his fixed stare, and looking about the room. We must ask about another room, she said to her husband, so that we might be nearer.
Chapter 18.
Levin could not look calmly at his brother, he could not himself be natural and calm in his presence. When he went into the sick man, his eyes and his attention were unconsciously dimmed, and he did not see and did not distinguish the details of his brother's position. He smelt the awful odor, saw the dirt, disorder, and miserable condition, and heard the groans, and felt that nothing could be done to help. It never entered his head to analyze the details of the sick man's situation, to consider how that body was lying under the quilt, how those emaciated legs and thighs and spine were lying huddled up, and whether they could not be made more comfortable, whether anything could not be done to make things, if not better, at least less bad. It made his blood run cold when he began to think of all these details. He was absolutely convinced that nothing could be done to prolong his brother's life or to relieve his suffering. But a sense of his regarding all aid as out of the question was felt by the sick man, and exasperated him. And this made it still more painful for Levin. To be in the sick room was agony to him, not to be there still worse. And he was continually, on various pretexts, going out of the room, and coming in again, because he was unable to remain alone. But Kitty thought, and felt, and acted quite differently. On seeing the sick man, she pitied him. And pity in her womanly heart did not arouse at all that feeling of horror and loathing that it aroused in her husband, but a desire to act, to find out all the details of his state, and to remedy them. And since she had not the slightest doubt that it was her duty to help him, she had no doubt either that it was possible, and immediately set to work. The very details, the mere thought of which reduced her husband to terror, immediately engaged her attention. She sent for the doctor, sent to the chemist's, set the maid who had come with her and Marya Nikolaevna to sweep and dust and scrub. She herself washed up something, washed out something else, laid something under the quilt. Something was by her directions brought into the sick room, something else was carried out. She herself went several times to her room, regardless of the men she met in the corridor, got out and brought in sheets, pillowcases, towels, and shirts. The waiter, who was busy with a party of engineers dining in the dining hall, came several times with an irate countenance in answer to her summons, and could not avoid carrying out her orders, as she gave them with such gracious insistence that there was no evading her. Levin did not approve of all this. He did not believe it would be of any good to the patient. Above all, he feared the patient would be angry at it. But the sick man, though he seemed and was indifferent about it, was not angry, but only abashed, and on the whole as it were interested in what she was doing with him. Coming back from the doctor to whom Kitty had sent him, Levin, on opening the door, came upon the sick man at the instant when, by Kitty's directions, they were changing his linen. The long white ridge of his spine, with the huge, prominent shoulder blades and jutting ribs and vertebrae, was bare, and Marya Nikolaevna and the waiter were struggling with the sleeve of the nightshirt, and could not get the long, limp arm into it. Kitty, hurriedly closing the door after Levin, was not looking that way, but the sick man groaned, and she moved rapidly towards him. "Make haste," she said. "Oh, don't you come," said the sick man angrily. "I'll do it myself." "What say?" queried Marya Nikolaevna. But Kitty heard and saw he was ashamed and uncomfortable at being naked before her. I'm not looking," she said, putting the arm in. "Marya Nikolaevna, you come this side, you do it," she added. "Please go for me, there's a little bottle in my small bag," she said, turning to her husband, in the side pocket. "Bring it, please, and meanwhile they'll finish clearing up here." Returning with the bottle, Levin found the sick man settled comfortably and everything about him completely changed. The heavy smell was replaced by the smell of aromatic vinegar, which Kitty, with pouting lips and puffed out, rosy cheeks, was squirting through a little pipe. There was no dust visible anywhere. A rug was laid by the bedside. On the table stood medicine bottles and decanters tidily arranged, and the linen needed was folded up there, and Kitty's broderie anglaise. On the other table by the patient's bed there were candles and drink and powders. The sick man himself, washed and combed, lay in clean sheets on high-raised pillows, in a clean nightshirt with a white collar about his astoundingly thin neck, and with a new expression of hope looked fixedly at Kitty. The doctor brought by Levin, and found by him at the club, was not the one who had been attending Nikolai Levin, as the patient was dissatisfied with him. The new doctor took up a stethoscope and sounded the patient, shook his head, prescribed medicine, and with extreme minuteness explained first how to take the medicine and then what diet was to be kept to. He advised eggs, raw or hardly cooked, and seltzer water, with warm milk at a certain temperature. When the doctor had gone away, the sick man said something to his brother, of which Levin could distinguish only the last words, "Katia." By the expression with which he gazed at her, Levin saw that he was praising her. He called indeed to Katia, as he called her. "I'm much better already," he said. "Why, with you I should have got well long ago. How nice it is!" He took her hand and drew it towards his lips, but as though afraid she would dislike it he changed his mind, let it go, and only stroked it. Kitty took his hand in both hers and pressed it. "Now turn me over on the left side and go to bed," he said. No one could make out what he said but Kitty. She alone understood. She understood because she was all the while mentally keeping watch on what he needed. "On the other side," she said to her husband, "he always sleeps on that side. Turn him over, it's so disagreeable calling the servants."
"I'm not strong enough. Can you?"
she said to Maria Nikolaevna.
"I'm afraid not," answered Maria Nikolaevna.
Terrible as it was to Levin to put his arms round that terrible body, to take hold of that under the quilt, of which he preferred to know nothing, under his wife's influence he made his resolute face that she knew so well, and putting his arms into the bed took hold of the body, but in spite of his own strength he was struck by the strange heaviness of those powerless limbs. While he was turning him over, conscious of the huge emaciated arm about his neck, Kitty swiftly and noiselessly turned the pillow, beat it up and settled in it the sick man's head, smoothing back his hair, which was sticking again to his moist brow. The sick man kept his brother's hand in his own. Levin felt that he meant to do something with his hand and was pulling it somewhere. Levin yielded with a sinking heart. Yes, he drew it to his mouth and kissed it. Levin, shaking with sobs and unable to articulate a word, went out of the room.
Chapter 19.
Thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. So Levin thought about his wife as he talked to her that evening. Levin thought of the text, not because he considered himself wise and prudent. He did not so consider himself, but he could not help knowing that he had more intellect than his wife and Agafia Mihalovna, and he could not help knowing that when he thought of death, he thought with all the force of his intellect. He knew too that the brains of many great men, whose thoughts he had read, had brooded over death and yet knew not 1/100th part of what his wife and Agafia Mihalovna knew about it. Different as those two women were, Agafia Mihalovna and Katya, as his brother Nikolai had called her, and as Levin particularly liked to call her now, they were quite alike in this. Both knew, without a shade of doubt, what sort of thing life was and what was death, and though neither of them could have answered, and would even not have understood the questions that presented themselves to Levin, both had no doubt of the significance of this event, and were precisely alike in their way of looking at it, which they shared with millions of people. The proof that they knew for a certainty the nature of death lay in the fact that they knew without a second of hesitation how to deal with the dying, and were not frightened of them. Levin and other men like him, though they could have said a great deal about death, obviously did not know this since they were afraid of death, and were absolutely at a loss what to do when people were dying. If Levin had been alone now with his brother Nikolai, he would have looked at him with terror, and with still greater terror waited, and would not have known what else to do. More than that, he did not know what to say, how to look, how to move. To talk of outside things seemed to him shocking, impossible, to talk of death and depressing subjects also impossible. To be silent, also impossible. If I look at him he will think I am studying him, I am afraid. If I don't look at him, he'll think I'm thinking of other things. If I walk on tiptoe, he will be vexed. To tread firmly, I'm ashamed. Kitty evidently did not think of herself, and had no time to think about herself. She was thinking about him because she knew something, and all went well. She told him about herself even and about her wedding, and smiled and sympathized with him and petted him, and talked of cases of recovery and all went well, so then she must know. The proof that her behavior in Agafia Mihalovna's was not instinctive, animal, irrational, was that apart from the physical treatment, the relief of suffering, both Agafia Mihalovna and Kitty required for the dying man something else more important than the physical treatment, and something which had nothing in common with physical conditions. Agafia Mihalovna, speaking of the man just dead, had said, "Well, thank God, he took the sacrament and received absolution. God grant each one of us such a death." Katya in just the same way, besides all her care about linen, bedsores, drink, found time the very first day to persuade the sick man of the necessity of taking the sacrament and receiving absolution. On getting back from the sick room to their own 2 rooms for the night, Levin sat with hanging head not knowing what to do. Not to speak of supper, of preparing for bed, of considering what they were going to do, he could not even talk to his wife, he was ashamed to.
Kitty, on the contrary, was more active than usual. She was even livelier than usual. She ordered supper to be brought, herself unpacked their things, and herself helped to make the beds, and did not even forget to sprinkle them with Persian powder. She showed that alertness, that swiftness of reflection comes out in men before a battle, in conflict, in the dangerous and decisive moments of life, those moments when a man shows once and for all his value, and that all his past has not been wasted but has been a preparation for these moments. Everything went rapidly in her hands, and before it was 12 o'clock all their things were arranged cleanly and tidily in her rooms, in such a way that the hotel rooms seemed like home. The beds were made, brushes, combs, looking glasses were put out, table napkins were spread. Levin felt that it was unpardonable to eat, to sleep, to talk even now, and it seemed to him that every movement he made was unseemly. She arranged the brushes, but she did it all so that there was nothing shocking in it. They could neither of them eat, however, and for a long while they could not sleep, and did not even go to bed. "I am very glad I persuaded him to receive extreme unction tomorrow," she said, sitting in her dressing jacket before her folding-looking glass, combing her soft, fragrant hair with a fine comb. "I have never seen it, but I know, Mama has told me, there are prayers said for recovery." "Do you suppose he can possibly recover?" said Levin, watching a slender tress at the back of her round little head that was continually hidden when she passed the comb through the front. "I asked the doctor, he said he couldn't live more than 3 days. But can they be sure?" "I'm very glad, anyway, that I persuaded him," she said, looking askance at her husband through her hair. "Anything is possible," she added with that peculiar, rather sly expression that was always in her face when she spoke of religion. Since their conversation about religion when they were engaged, neither of them had ever started a discussion of the subject, but she performed all the ceremonies of going to church, saying her prayers, and so on, always with the unvarying conviction that this ought to be so. In spite of his assertion to the contrary, she was firmly persuaded that he was as much a Christian as she, and indeed a far better one, and all that he said about it was simply one of his absurd masculine freaks, just as he would say about her broderie anglaise that good people patch holes, but that she cut them on purpose, and so on. "Yes, you see, this woman, Maria Nikolaevna, did not know how to manage all this," said Levin. "And, I must own, I'm very, very glad you came. You are such purity that—" He took her hand and did not kiss it. To kiss her hand in such closeness to death seemed to him improper. He merely squeezed it with a penitent air, looking at her brightening eyes. "It would have been miserable for you to be alone," she said, and lifting her hands which hid her cheeks flushing with pleasure, twisted her coil of hair on the nape of her neck and pinned it there. "No," she went on, "she did not know how luckily, I learned a lot at Sodden." "Surely there are not people there so ill?" "Worse. What's so awful to me is that I can't see him as he was when he was young. You would not believe how charming he was as a youth, but I did not understand him then. I can quite believe it. How I feel that we might have been friends," she said, and, distressed at what she had said, she looked round at her husband, and tears came into her eyes. "Yes, might have been," he said mournfully. "He's just one of those people of whom they say they're not for this world. But we have many days before us. We must go to bed," said Kitty, glancing at her tiny watch. Chapter 20. The next day the sick man received the sacrament and extreme unction. During the ceremony Nikolai Levin prayed fervently. His great eyes, fastened on the holy image that was set out on a card table covered with a colored napkin, expressed such passionate prayer and hope that it was awful to Levin to see it. Levin knew that this passionate prayer and hope would only make him feel more bitterly parting from the life he so loved. Levin knew his brother and the workings of his intellect. He knew that his unbelief came not from life being easier for him without faith, but had grown up because step by step the contemporary scientific interpretation of natural phenomena crushed out the possibility of faith, and so he knew that his present return was not a legitimate one, brought about by way of the same working of his intellect, but simply a temporary,
interested return to faith in a desperate hope of recovery. Levin knew too that Kitty had strengthened his hope by accounts of the marvelous recovery she had heard of. Levin knew all this, and it was agonizingly painful to him to behold the supplicating, hopeful eyes and the emaciated wrist, lifted with difficulty, making the sign of the cross on the tense brow, and the prominent shoulders and hollow, gasping chest, which one could not feel consistent with the life the sick man was praying for. During the sacrament Levin did what he, an unbeliever, had done 1,000 times. He said, addressing God, "If thou dost exist, make this man to recover." Of course the same thing has been repeated many times, "and thou wilt save him and me." After extreme unction the sick man became suddenly much better. He did not cough once in the course of an hour, smiled, kissed Kitty's hand, thanking her with tears, and said he was comfortable, free from pain, and that he felt strong and had an appetite. He even raised himself when his soup was brought, and asked for a cutlet as well. Hopelessly ill as he was, obvious as it was at the first glance that he could not recover, Levin and Kitty were for that hour both in the same state of excitement, happy, though fearful of being mistaken. "Is he better?" "Yes, much." "It's wonderful." "There's nothing wonderful in it." "Anyway, he's better," they said in a whisper, smiling to one another. This self-deception was not of long duration. The sick man fell into a quiet sleep, but he was waked up half an hour later by his cough. And all at once every hope vanished in those about him and in himself. The reality of his suffering crushed all hopes in Levin and Kitty and in the sick man himself, leaving no doubt, no memory even of past hopes. Without referring to what he had believed in half an hour before, as though ashamed even to recall it, he asked for iodine to inhale in a bottle covered with perforated paper. Levin gave him the bottle, and the same look of passionate hope with which he had taken the sacrament was now fastened on his brother, demanding from him the confirmation of the doctor's words that inhaling iodine worked wonders. "Is Katya not here?" he gasped, looking round while Levin reluctantly assented to the doctor's words. "No, so I can say it. It was for her sake I went through that farce. She's so sweet, but you and I can't deceive ourselves. This is what I believe in," he said, and, squeezing the bottle in his bony hand, he began breathing over it. At 8 o'clock in the evening Levin and his wife were drinking tea in their room when Marya Nikolaevna ran into them breathlessly. She was pale, and her lips were quivering. "He is dying," she whispered. "I'm afraid we'll die this minute." Both of them ran to him. He was sitting raised up with one elbow on the bed, his long back bent, and his head hanging low. "How do you feel?" Levin asked in a whisper, after a silence. "I feel I'm setting off," Nikolai said with difficulty, but with extreme distinctness, screwing the words out of himself. He did not raise his head, but simply turned his eyes upwards, without their reaching his brother's face. "Katya, go away," he added. Levin jumped up, and with a peremptory whisper made her go out. "I'm setting off," he said again. "Why do you think so?" said Levin, so as to say something. "Because I'm setting off," he repeated, as though he had a liking for the phrase. "It's the end." Marya Nikolaevna went up to him. "You had better lie down, you'd be easier," she said. "I shall lie down soon enough," he pronounced slowly. "When I'm dead," he said sarcastically, wrathfully. "Well, you can lay me down if you like." Levin laid his brother on his back, sat down beside him, and gazed at his face, holding his breath. The dying man lay with closed eyes, but the muscles twitched from time to time on his forehead, as with one thinking deeply and intensely. Levin involuntarily thought with him of what it was that was happening to him now, but in spite of all his mental efforts to go along with him, he saw by the expression of that calm, stern face that for the dying man all was growing clearer and clearer, that was still as dark as ever for Levin. Yes, so," the dying man articulated slowly at intervals. "Wait a little." He was silent. Right. He pronounced all at once reassuringly, as though all were solved for him. "O Lord!" he murmured, and sighed deeply.
Maria Nikolaevna felt his feet.
"They're getting cold," she whispered. For a long while, a very long while it seemed to Levin, the sick man lay motionless. But he was still alive, and from time to time he sighed.
Levin by now was exhausted from mental strain.
He felt that, with no mental effort, could he understand what it was that was right. He could not even think of the problem of death itself, but with no will of his own thoughts kept coming to him of what he had to do next, closing the dead man's eyes, dressing him, ordering the coffin. And, strange to say, he felt utterly cold, and was not conscious of sorrow nor of loss, less still of pity for his brother. If he had any feeling for his brother at that moment, it was envy for the knowledge the dying man had now that he could not have. A long time more he sat over him so, continually expecting the end. But the end did not come. The door opened and Kitty appeared.
Levin got up to stop her.
But at the moment he was getting up, he caught the sound of the dying man stirring. "Don't go away," said Nikolai and held out his hand.
Levin gave him his, and angrily waved to his wife to go away.
With the dying man's hand in his hand, he sat for half an hour, another hour. He did not think of death at all now. He wondered what Kitty was doing, who lived in the next room, whether the doctor lived in a house of his own. He longed for food and for sleep. He cautiously drew away his hand and felt the feet. The feet were cold, but the sick man was still breathing. Levin tried again to move away on tiptoe, but the sick man stirred again and said, "Don't go." The dawn came, the sick man's condition was unchanged. Levin stealthily withdrew his hand, and without looking at the dying man, went off to his own room and went to sleep. When he woke up, instead of news of his brother's death which he expected, he learned that the sick man had returned to his earlier condition. He had begun sitting up again, coughing, had begun eating again, talking again, and again had ceased to talk of death, again had begun to express hope of his recovery, and had become more irritable and more gloomy than ever. No one, neither his brother nor Kitty, could soothe him. He was angry with everyone, and said nasty things to everyone, reproached everyone for his sufferings, and insisted that they should get him a celebrated doctor from Moscow. To all inquiries made him as to how he felt, he made the same answer with an expression of vindictive reproachfulness: "I'm suffering horribly, intolerably." The sick man was suffering more and more, especially from bedsores, which it was impossible now to remedy, and grew more and more angry with everyone about him, blaming them for everything, and especially for not having brought him a doctor from Moscow. Kitty tried in every possible way to relieve him, to soothe him, but it was all in vain, and Levin saw that she herself was exhausted both physically and morally, though she would not admit it. The sense of death, which had been evoked in all by his taking leave of life on the night when he had sent for his brother, was broken up. Everyone knew that he must inevitably die soon, that he was half dead already. Everyone wished for nothing but that he should die as soon as possible, and everyone, concealing this, gave him medicines, tried to find remedies in doctors, and deceived him and themselves in each other. All this was falsehood, disgusting, irreverent deceit. And owing to the bent of his character, and because he loved the dying man more than anyone else did, Levin was most painfully conscious of this deceit. Levin, who had long been possessed by the idea of reconciling his brothers, at least in face of death, had written to his brother, Sergei Ivanovitch, and having received an answer from him, he read this letter to the sick man. Sergei Ivanovitch wrote that he could not come himself, and in touching terms he begged his brother's forgiveness. The sick man said nothing.
"What am I to write to him?" said Levin. "I hope you are not angry with him?" "No, not the least," Nikolai answered, vexed at the question. "Tell him to send me a doctor." 3 more days of agony followed. The sick man was still in the same condition.
The sense of longing for his death was felt by everyone now at the mere sight of him, by the waiters and the hotel keeper and all the people staying in the hotel, and the doctor and Marya Nikolaevna and Levin and Kitty. The sick man alone did not express this feeling, but on the contrary was furious at their not getting him doctors, and went on taking medicine and talking of life. Only at rare moments, when the opium gave him an instant's relief from the never-ceasing pain, he would sometimes, half asleep, utter what was ever more intense in his heart than in all the others: "Oh, if it were only the end!" Or, "When will it be over?" His sufferings, steadily growing more intense, did their work and prepared him for death. There was no position in which he was not in pain, there was not a minute in which he was unconscious of it, not a limb, not a part of his body that did not ache and cause him agony. Even the memories, the impressions, the thoughts of this body awakened in him now the same aversion as the body itself. The sight of other people, their remarks, his own reminiscences, everything was for him a source of agony. Those about him felt this, and instinctively did not allow themselves to move freely, to talk, to express their wishes before him. All his life was merged in the one feeling of suffering and desire to be rid of it. There was evidently coming over him that revulsion that would make him look upon death as the goal of his desires, as happiness. Hitherto each individual desire, aroused by suffering or privation, such as hunger, fatigue, thirst, had been satisfied by some bodily function giving pleasure. But now no physical craving or suffering received relief, and the effort to relieve them only caused fresh suffering. And so all desires were merged in one: the desire to be rid of all his sufferings and their source, the body. But he had no words to express this desire of deliverance, and so he did not speak of it, and from habit asked for the satisfaction of desires which could not now be satisfied. "Turn me over on the other side," he would say, and immediately after he would ask to be turned back again as before. "Give me some broth. Take away the broth. Talk of something, why are you silent?" And directly they began to talk, he would close his eyes, and would show weariness, indifference, and loathing. On the 10th day from their arrival at the town, Kitty was unwell. She suffered from headache and sickness, and she could not get up all the morning. The doctor opined that the indisposition arose from fatigue and excitement, and prescribed rest. After dinner, however, Kitty got up and went as usual with her work to the sick man. He looked at her sternly when she came in, and smiled contemptuously when she said she had been unwell. That day he was continually blowing his nose, and groaning piteously. "How do you feel?" she asked him. "Worse," he articulated with difficulty. "In pain." "In pain, where?" "Everywhere." "It will be over today, you will see," said Marya Nikolaevna. Though it was said in a whisper, the sick man, whose hearing Levin had noticed was very keen, must have heard. Levin said hush to her, and looked round at the sick man. Nikolai had heard, but these words produced no effect on him. His eyes had still the same intense, reproachful look. "Why do you think so?" Levin asked her, when she had followed him into the corridor. "He has begun picking at himself," said Marya Nikolaevna. "How do you mean?" "Like this," she said, tugging at the folds of her woolen skirt. Levin noticed, indeed, that all that day the patient pulled at himself, as it were, trying to snatch something away. Marya Nikolaevna's prediction came true. Towards night the sick man was not able to lift his hands, and could only gaze before him with the same intensely concentrated expression in his eyes. Even when his brother or Kitty bent over him, so that he could see them, he looked just the same. Kitty sent for the priest to read the prayer for the dying. While the priest was reading it, the dying man did not show any sign of life, his eyes were closed. Levin, Kitty, and Marya Nikolaevna stood at the bedside. The priest had not quite finished reading the prayer when the dying man stretched, sighed, and opened his eyes. The priest, on finishing the prayer, put the cross to the cold forehead, then slowly returned it to the stand, and after standing for 2 minutes more in silence, he touched the huge, bloodless hand that was turning cold. "He is gone," said the priest, and would have moved away, but suddenly there was a faint stir in the mustaches of the dead man that seemed glued together, and quite distinctly in the hush they heard from the bottom of the chest the sharply defined sounds, "Not quite, soon." And a minute later the face brightened, a smile came out under the mustaches, and the women who had gathered round began carefully laying out the corpse. The sight of his brother, and the nearness of death, revived in Levin that sense of horror in face of the insoluble enigma, together with the nearness and inevitability of death, that had come upon him that autumn evening when his brother had come to him. This feeling was now even stronger than before, even less than before did he feel capable of apprehending the meaning of death, and its inevitability rose up before him more terrible than ever. But now, thanks to his wife's presence, that feeling did not reduce him to despair. In spite of death, he felt the need of life and love. He felt that love saved him from despair, and that this love, under the menace of despair, had become still stronger and purer. The one mystery of death, still unsolved, had scarcely passed before his eyes, when another mystery had arisen, as insoluble, urging him to love and to life. The doctor confirmed his suppositions in regard to Kitty. Her indisposition was a symptom that she was with child. Chapter 21. From the moment when Alexey Alexandrovitch understood from his interviews with Betsy and with Stepan Arkadyevitch that all that was expected of him was to leave his wife in peace, without burdening her with his presence, and that his wife herself desired this, he felt so distraught that he could come to no decision of himself. He did not know himself what he wanted now, and putting himself in the hands of those who were so pleased to interest themselves in his affairs, he met everything with unqualified assent. It was only when Anna had left his house, and the English governess sent to ask him whether she should dine with him or separately, that for the first time he clearly comprehended his position, and was appalled by it. Most difficult of all in this position was the fact that he could not in any way connect and reconcile his past with what was now. It was not the past when he had lived happily with his wife that troubled him. The transition from that past to a knowledge of his wife's unfaithfulness he had lived through miserably already. That state was painful, but he could understand it. If his wife had then, on declaring to him her unfaithfulness, left him, he would have been wounded, unhappy, but he would not have been in the hopeless position incomprehensible to himself in which he felt himself now. He could not now reconcile his immediate past, his tenderness, his love for his sick wife, and for the other man's child with what was now the case, that is with the fact that, as it were, in return for all this he now found himself alone, put to shame, a laughingstock, needed by no one, and despised by everyone. For the first 2 days after his wife's departure Alexey Alexandrovitch received applicants for assistance, and his chief secretary drove to the committee, and went down to dinner in the dining room as usual. Without giving himself a reason for what he was doing, he strained every nerve of his being for those 2 days, simply to preserve an appearance of composure, and even of indifference. Answering inquiries about the disposition of Anna Arkadyevna's rooms and belongings, he had exercised immense self-control to appear like a man in whose eyes what had occurred was not unforeseen nor out of the ordinary course of events, and he attained his aim. No one could have detected in him signs of despair. But on the second day after her departure, when Corney gave him a bill from a fashionable draper's shop, which Anna had forgotten to pay, and announced that the clerk from the shop was waiting, Alexey Alexandrovitch told him to show the clerk up. "Excuse me, Your Excellency, for venturing to trouble you. But if you direct us to apply to Her Excellency, would you graciously oblige us with her address?" Alexey Alexandrovitch pondered, as it seemed to the clerk, and all at once, turning round, he sat down at the table. Letting his head sink into his hands, he sat for a long while in that position, several times attempted to speak and stopped short. Corney, perceiving his master's emotion, asked the clerk to call another time. Left alone, Alexey Alexandrovitch recognized that he had not the strength to keep up the line of firmness and composure any longer. He gave orders for the carriage that was awaiting him to be taken back, and for no one to be admitted, and he did not go down to dinner. He felt that he could not endure the weight of universal contempt and exasperation, which he had distinctly seen in the face of the clerk and of Corney, and of everyone, without exception, whom he had met during those 2 days. He felt that he could not turn aside from himself the hatred of men, because that hatred did not come from his being bad. In that case he could have tried to be better, but from his being shamefully and repulsively unhappy. He knew that for the very fact that his heart was torn with grief, they would be merciless to him. He felt that men would crush him as dogs strangle a torn dog yelping with pain. He knew that his sole means of security against people was to hide his wounds from them, and instinctively he tried to do this for 2 days, but now he felt incapable of keeping up the unequal struggle. His despair was even intensified by the consciousness that he was utterly alone in his sorrow. In all Petersburg there was not a human being to whom he could express what he was feeling, who would feel for him, not as a high official, not as a member of society, but simply as a suffering man. Indeed, he had not such a one in the whole world.
Alexey Alexandrovich grew up an orphan.
There were 2 brothers. They did not remember their father, and their mother died when Alexey Alexandrovich was 10 years old.
The property was a small one.
Their uncle, Karenin, a government official of high standing, at one time a favorite of the late Tsar, had brought them up. On completing his high school and university courses with medals, Alexey Alexandrovich had, with his uncle's aid, immediately started in a prominent position in the service, and from that time forward he had devoted himself exclusively to political ambition.
In the high school and the university, and afterwards in the service, Alexey Alexandrovich had never formed a close friendship with anyone. His brother had been the person nearest to his heart, but he had a post in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and was always abroad, where he had died shortly after Alexey Alexandrovich's marriage. While he was governor of a province, Anna's aunt, a wealthy provincial lady, had thrown him middle-aged as he was, though young for a governor with her niece, and had succeeded in putting him in such a position that he had either to declare himself or to leave the town. Alexey Alexandrovich was not long in hesitation.
There were at the time as many reasons for the step as against it, and there was no overbalancing consideration to outweigh his invariable rule of abstaining when in doubt. But Anna's aunt had through a common acquaintance insinuated that he had already compromised the girl, and that he was in honor bound to make her an offer. He made the offer, and concentrated on his betrothed and his wife all the feeling of which he was capable. The attachment he felt to Anna precluded in his heart every need of intimate relations with others. And now among all his acquaintances he had not one friend. He had plenty of so-called connections, but no friendships. Alexey Alexandrovich had plenty of people whom he could invite to dinner, to whose sympathy he could appeal in any public affair he was concerned about, whose interest he could reckon upon for anyone he wished to help, with whom he could candidly discuss other people's business and affairs of state. But his relations with these people were confined to one clearly defined channel, and had a certain routine from which it was impossible to depart. There was one man, a comrade of his at the university, with whom he had made friends later, and with whom he could have spoken of a personal sorrow, but this friend had a post in the Department of Education in a remote part of Russia. Of the people in Petersburg, the most intimate and most possible were his chief secretary and his doctor.
Mikhail Vasilievich Sludin, the chief secretary, was a straightforward, intelligent, good-hearted, and conscientious man, and Alexey Alexandrovich was aware of his personal goodwill.
But their 5 years of official work together seemed to have put a barrier between them that cut off warmer relations. After signing the papers brought him, Alexey Alexandrovich had sat for a long while in silence, glancing at Mikhail Vasilievich, and several times he attempted to speak, but could not. He had already prepared the phrase, "You have heard of my trouble?" But he ended by saying, "As usual, so you'll get this ready for me?" And with that dismissed him. The other person was the doctor, who had also a kindly feeling for him, but there had long existed a taciturn understanding between them that both were weighed down by work, and always in a hurry.
Of his women friends, foremost amongst them Countess Lydia Ivanovna, Alexey Alexandrovich never thought.
All women, simply as women, were terrible and distasteful to him.
Chapter 22. Alexey Alexandrovich had forgotten the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, but she had not forgotten him.
At the bitterest moment of his lonely despair she came to him, and without waiting to be announced, walked straight into his study. She found him as he was sitting with his head in both hands.
"J. Forslakensign," she said, walking in with rapid steps and breathing hard with excitement and rapid exercise. "I have heard all. Alexey Alexandrovich. Dear friend," she went on, warmly squeezing his hand in both of hers and gazing with her fine pensive eyes into his. Alexey Alexandrovich, frowning, got up, and disengaging his hand, moved her a chair. "Won't you sit down, Countess?"
"I'm seeing no one because I'm unwell, Countess," he said, and his lips twitched.
"Dear friend,"
repeated Countess Lydia Ivanovna, never taking her eyes off his, and suddenly her eyebrows rose at the inner corners, describing a triangle on her forehead. Her ugly yellow face became still uglier, but Alexey Alexandrovich felt that she was sorry for him and was preparing to cry. And he too was softened. He snatched her plump hand and proceeded to kiss it.
"Dear friend," she said in a voice breaking with emotion, "you ought not to give way to grief. Your sorrow is a great one, but you ought to find consolation."
"I am crushed, I am annihilated, I am no longer a man," said Alexey Alexandrovich, letting go her hand, but still gazing into her brimming eyes. "My position is so awful because I can find nowhere, I cannot find within me strength to support me." "You will find support, seek it not in me, though I beseech you to believe in my friendship," she said, with a sigh. "Our support is love that he has vouchsafed us. His burden is light," she said, with the look of ecstasy Alexey Alexandrovich knew so well. "He will be your support and your succor." Although there was in these words a flavor of that sentimental emotion at her own lofty feelings, and that new mystical fervor which had lately gained ground in Petersburg, and which seemed to Alexey Alexandrovich disproportionate, still it was pleasant to him to hear this now.
"I am weak. I am crushed. I foresaw nothing, and now I understand nothing." "Dear friend," repeated Lydia Ivanovna. "It's not the loss of what I have not now, it's not that," pursued Alexey Alexandrovich. "I do not grieve for that. But I cannot help feeling humiliated before other people for the position I am placed in. It is wrong, but I can't help it, I can't help it." "Not you, it was performed that noble act of forgiveness, at which I was moved to ecstasy, and everyone else too, but he, working within your heart," said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, raising her eyes rapturously, "and so you cannot be ashamed of your act." Alexey Alexandrovich knitted his brows, and crooking his hands, he cracked his fingers. "One must know all the facts," he said in his thin voice. "A man's strength has its limits, Countess, and I have reached my limits. The whole day I have had to be making arrangements about household matters arising," he emphasized the word arising, "from my new, solitary position. The servants, the governess, the accounts. These pinpricks have stabbed me to the heart, and I have not the strength to bear it. At dinner, yesterday, I was almost getting up from the dinner table. I could not bear the way my son looked at me. He did not ask me the meaning of it all, but he wanted to ask, and I could not bear the look in his eyes. He was afraid to look at me, but that is not all." Alexey Alexandrovich would have referred to the bill that had been brought him, but his voice shook, and he stopped. That bill on blue paper, for a hat and ribbons, he could not recall without a rush of self-pity. "I understand, dear friend," said Lydia Ivanovna. "I understand it all. Succor and comfort you will find not in me, though I have come only to aid you if I can. If I could take from off you all these petty, humiliating cares, I understand that a woman's word, a woman's superintendence is needed. You will entrust it to me?"
Silently and gratefully Alexey Alexandrovich pressed her hand.
Together we will take care of Serioza. Practical affairs are not my strong point. But I will set to work. I will be your housekeeper. Don't thank me.
I do it not from myself.
I cannot help thanking you.
But, dear friend, do not give way to the feeling of which you spoke, being ashamed of what is the Christian's highest glory. He who humbles himself shall be exalted.
And you cannot thank me.
You must thank him, and pray to him for succor. In him alone we find peace, consolation, salvation, and love, she said, and turning her eyes heavenwards, she began praying, as Alexey Alexandrovitch gathered from her silence. Alexey Alexandrovitch listened to her now, and those expressions which had seemed to him, if not distasteful, at least exaggerated, now seemed to him natural and consolatory.
Alexey Alexandrovitch had disliked this new enthusiastic fervor.
He was a believer, who was interested in religion primarily in its political aspect, and the new doctrine which ventured upon several new interpretations, just because it paved the way to discussion and analysis, was in principle disagreeable to him. He had hitherto taken up a cold and even antagonistic attitude to this new doctrine, and with Countess Lydia Ivanovna, who had been carried away by it, he had never argued, but by silence had assiduously parried her attempts to provoke him into argument. Now for the first time he heard her words with pleasure, and did not inwardly oppose them. "I am very, very grateful to you, both for your deeds and for your words," he said, when she had finished praying.
Countess Lydia Ivanovna once more pressed both her friend's hands.
"Now I will enter upon my duties," she said with a smile after a pause, as she wiped away the traces of tears.
"I am going to Serioza.
Only in the last extremity shall I apply to you."
And she got up and went out.
Countess Lydia Ivanovna went into Serioza's part of the house, and dropping tears on the scared child's cheeks, she told him that his father was a saint and his mother was dead.
Countess Lydia Ivanovna kept her promise. She did actually take upon herself the care of the organization and management of Alexey Alexandrovitch's household.
But she had not overstated the case when saying that practical affairs were not her strong point. All her arrangements had to be modified because they could not be carried out, and they were modified by Korny, Alexey Alexandrovitch's valet, who, though no one was aware of the fact, now managed Karenin's household, and quietly and discreetly reported to his master while he was dressing all it was necessary for him to know. But Lydia Ivanovna's help was none the less real. She gave Alexey Alexandrovitch moral support in the consciousness of her love and respect for him, and still more, as it was soothing to her to believe, in that she almost turned him to Christianity, that is, from an indifferent and apathetic believer she turned him into an ardent and steadfast adherent of the new interpretation of Christian doctrine, which had been gaining ground of late in Petersburg. It was easy for Alexey Alexandrovitch to believe in this teaching. Alexey Alexandrovitch, like Lydia Ivanovna indeed, and others who shared their views, was completely devoid of vividness of imagination, that spiritual faculty in virtue of which the conceptions evoked by the imagination become so vivid that they must needs be in harmony with other conceptions, and with actual fact. He saw nothing impossible and inconceivable in the idea that death, though existing for unbelievers, did not exist for him, and that, as he was possessed of the most perfect faith, of the measure of which he was himself the judge, therefore there was no sin in his soul, and he was experiencing complete salvation here on earth. It is true that the erroneousness and shallowness of this conception of his faith was dimly perceptible to Alexey Alexandrovitch, and he knew that when, without the slightest idea that his forgiveness was the action of a higher power, he had surrendered directly to the feeling of forgiveness, he had felt more happiness than now when he was thinking every instant that Christ was in his heart, and that in signing official papers he was doing his will. But for Alexey Alexandrovitch it was a necessity to think in that way. It was such a necessity for him in his humiliation to have some elevated standpoint, however imaginary, from which, looked down upon by all, he could look down on others, that he clung, as to his one salvation, to his delusion of salvation.
Chapter 23.
The Countess Lydia Ivanovna had, as a very young and sentimental girl, been married to a wealthy man of high rank, an extremely good-natured, jovial, and extremely dissipated rake. 2 months after marriage her husband abandoned her, and her impassioned protestations of affection he met with a sarcasm and even hostility that people, knowing the Count's good heart, and seeing no defects in the sentimental Lydia, were at loss to explain. Though they were divorced and lived apart, yet whenever the husband met the wife, he invariably behaved to her with the same malignant irony, the cause of which was incomprehensible. Countess Lydia Ivanovna had long given up being in love with her husband, but from that time she had never given up being in love with someone. She was in love with several people at once, both men and women. She had been in love with almost everyone who had been particularly distinguished in any way. She was in love with all the new princes and princesses who married into the imperial family. She had been in love with a high dignitary of the church, a vicar, and a parish priest. She had been in love with a journalist, 3 Slavophiles, with Komisarov, with a minister, a doctor, an English missionary, and Karenin. All these passions, constantly waning or growing more ardent, did not prevent her from keeping up the most extended and complicated relations with the court and fashionable society. But from the time that after Karenin's trouble she took him under her special protection, from the time that she set to work in Karenin's household looking after his welfare, she felt that all her other attachments were not the real thing, and that she was now genuinely in love, and with no one but Karenin. The feeling she now experienced for him seemed to her stronger than any of her former feelings. Analyzing her feeling, and comparing it with former passions, she distinctly perceived that she would not have been in love with Komisarov if he had not saved the life of the Tsar, that she would not have been in love with Ristich Kodzitsky if there had been no Slavonic question, but that she loved Karenin for himself, for his lofty, uncomprehended soul, for the sweet to her high notes of his voice, for his drawling intonation, his weary eyes, his character, and his soft white hands with their swollen veins. She was not simply overjoyed at meeting him, but she saw in his face signs of the impression she was making on him. She tried to please him, not by her words only, but in her whole person. For his sake it was that she now lavished more care on her dress than before. She caught herself in reveries on what might have been, if she had not been married and he had been free. She blushed with emotion when he came into the room. She could not repress a smile of rapture when he said anything amiable to her. For several days now Countess Lydia Ivanovna had been in a state of intense excitement. She had learned that Anna and Vronsky were in Petersburg. Alexey Alexandrovich must be saved from seeing her, he must be saved even from the torturing knowledge that that awful woman was in the same town with him, and that he might meet her any minute. Lydia Ivanovna made inquiries through her friends as to what those infamous people, as she called Anna and Vronsky, intended doing, and she endeavored so to guide every movement of her friend during those days that he could not come across them. The young adjutant, an acquaintance of Vronsky, through whom she obtained her information, and who hoped through Countess Lydia Ivanovna to obtain a concession, told her that they had finished their business and were going away next day. Lydia Ivanovna had already begun to calm down, when the next morning a note was brought her, the handwriting of which she recognized with horror. It was the handwriting of Anna Karenina. The envelope was of paper as thick as bark, on the oblong yellow paper there was a huge monogram, and the letter smelt of agreeable scent. Who brought it? A commissionaire from the hotel. It was some time before Countess Lydia Ivanovna could sit down to read the letter. Her excitement brought on an attack of asthma, to which she was subject. When she had recovered her composure, she read the following letter in French. Madame la Comtesse, the Christian feelings with which your heart is filled give me the, I feel, unpardonable boldness to write to you. I am miserable at being separated from my son. I entreat permission to see him once before my departure. Forgive me for recalling myself to your memory. I apply to you and not to Alexey Alexandrovich, simply because I do not wish to cause that generous man to suffer in remembering me. Knowing your friendship for him, I know you will understand me. Could you send Serioza to me, or should I come to the house at some fixed hour, or will you let me know when and where I could see him away from home? I do not anticipate a refusal, knowing the magnanimity of him with whom it rests. You cannot conceive the craving I have to see him, and so cannot conceive the gratitude your help will arouse in me.
Anna.
Everything in this letter exasperated Countess Lydia Ivanovna, its contents and the allusion to magnanimity, and especially its free and easy as she considered tone.
Say that there is no answer, said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, and immediately opening her blotting book, she wrote to Alexey Alexandrovitch that she hoped to see him at 1 o'clock at the levee. I must talk with you of a grave and painful subject. There we will arrange where to meet. Best of all at my house, where I will order tea as you like it. Urgent. He lays the cross, but he gives the strength to bear it, she added, so as to give him some slight preparation. Countess Lydia Ivanovna usually wrote some 2 or 3 letters a day to Alexey Alexandrovitch. She enjoyed that form of communication, which gave opportunity for a refinement and air of mystery not afforded by their personal interviews. Chapter 24.
The levee was drawing to a close. People met as they were going away, and gossiped of the latest news, of the newly bestowed honors and the changes in the positions of the higher functionaries. If only Countess Maria Borisovna were Minister of War, and Princess Svatkovskaya were Commander-in-Chief, said a grey-headed, little old man in a gold-embroidered uniform, addressing a tall, handsome maid of honor who had questioned him about the new appointments. And me among the adjutants, said the maid of honor, smiling.
You have an appointment already. You're over the ecclesiastical department. And your assistant's Karenin.
Good day, Prince, said the little old man to a man who came up to him.
What were you saying of Karenin?
Said the prince.
He and Putyatov have received the Alexander Nevsky.
I thought he had it already.
No.
Just look at him, said the little old man, pointing with his embroidered hat to Karenin in a court uniform with the new red ribbon across his shoulders, standing in the doorway of the hall with an influential member of the Imperial Council. Pleased and happy as a brass farthing, he added, stopping to shake hands with a handsome gentleman of the bedchamber of colossal proportions. No, he's looking older, said the gentleman of the bedchamber.
From overwork. He's always drawing up projects nowadays.
He won't let a poor devil go nowadays till he's explained it all to him under heads.
Looking older, did you say? Il fait des passions. I believe Countess Lydia Ivanovna's jealous now of his wife. Oh, come now, please don't say any harm of Countess Lydia Ivanovna. Why, is there any harm in her being in love with Karenin? But is it true Madame Karenina's here?
Well, not here in the palace, but in Petersburg. I met her yesterday with Alexey Vronsky, Brozdesis, in the Morsky. C'est un homme qui n'est pas, the gentleman of the bedchamber was beginning, but he stopped to make room, bowing, for a member of the imperial family to pass. Thus people talked incessantly of Alexey Alexandrovitch, finding fault with him and laughing at him, while he, blocking up the way of the member of the Imperial Council he had captured, was explaining to him point by point his new financial project, never interrupting his discourse for an instant for fear he should escape. Almost at the same time that his wife left Alexey Alexandrovitch, there had come to him that bitterest moment in the life of an official, the moment when his upward career comes to a full stop. This full stop had arrived and everyone perceived it, but Alexey Alexandrovitch himself was not yet aware that his career was over. Whether it was due to his feud with Stremov, or his misfortune with his wife, or simply that Alexey Alexandrovitch had reached his destined limits, it had become evident to everyone in the course of that year that his career was at an end. He still filled a position of consequence, he sat on many commissions and committees, but he was a man whose day was over, and from whom nothing was expected. Whatever he said, whatever he proposed, was heard as though it were something long familiar, and the very thing that was not needed. But Alexey Alexandrovitch was not aware of this, and, on the contrary, being cut off from direct participation in governmental activity, He saw more clearly than ever the errors and defects in the action of others, and thought it his duty to point out means for their correction. Shortly after his separation from his wife, he began writing his first note on the new judicial procedure, the first of the endless series of notes he was destined to write in the future. Alexei Alexandrovich did not merely fail to observe his hopeless position in the official world, he was not merely free from anxiety on this head, he was positively more satisfied than ever with his own activity. He that is unmarried careth for the things that belong to the Lord, how he may please the Lord, but he that is married careth for the things that are of the world, how he may please his wife, says the Apostle Paul, and Alexei Alexandrovich, who was now guided in every action by Scripture, often recalled this text. It seemed to him that ever since he had been left without a wife, he had in these very projects of reform been serving the Lord more zealously than before. The unmistakable impatience of the member of the council trying to get away from him did not trouble Alexei Alexandrovich. He gave up his exposition only when the member of the council, seizing his chance when one of the imperial family was passing, slipped away from him. Left alone, Alexei Alexandrovich looked down, collecting his thoughts, then looked casually about him and walked towards the door, where he hoped to meet Countess Lydia Ivanovna. And how strong they all are, how sound physically, thought Alexei Alexandrovich, looking at the powerfully built gentleman of the bedchamber with his well-combed, perfumed whiskers, and at the red neck of the prince, pinched by his tight uniform. He had to pass them on his way. Truly is it said that all the world is evil, he thought, with another sidelong glance at the calves of the gentleman of the bedchamber. Moving forward deliberately, Alexei Alexandrovich bowed with his customary air of weariness and dignity to the gentleman who had been talking about him, and looking towards the door, his eyes sought Countess Lydia Ivanovna. "Ah! Alexei Alexandrovich," said the little old man, with a malicious light in his eyes, at the moment when Karenin was on a level with them, and was nodding with a frigid gesture. "I haven't congratulated you yet," said the old man, pointing to his newly received ribbon. "Thank you," answered Alexei Alexandrovich. "What an exquisite day today," he added, laying emphasis in his peculiar way on the word exquisite. That they laughed at him he was well aware, but he did not expect anything but hostility from them. He was used to that by now. Catching sight of the yellow shoulders of Lydia Ivanovna jutting out above her corset, and her fine pensive eyes bidding him to her, Alexei Alexandrovich smiled, revealing untarnished white teeth, and went towards her. Lydia Ivanovna's dress had cost her great pains, as indeed all her dresses had done of late. Her aim in dress was now quite the reverse of that she had pursued 30 years before. Then her desire had been to adorn herself with something, and the more adorned the better. Now, on the contrary, she was perforce decked out in a way so inconsistent with her age and her figure, that her one anxiety was to contrive that the contrast between these adornments and her own exterior should not be too appalling. And as far as Alexei Alexandrovich was concerned she succeeded, and was in his eyes attractive. For him she was the one island not only of goodwill to him, but of love in the midst of the sea of hostility and jeering that surrounded him. Passing through rows of ironical eyes, he was drawn as naturally to her loving glance as a plant to the sun. "I congratulate you," she said to him, her eyes on his ribbon. Suppressing a smile of pleasure, he shrugged his shoulders, closing his eyes, as though to say that that could not be a source of joy to him. Countess Lydia Ivanovna was very well aware that it was one of his chief sources of satisfaction, though he never admitted it. "How is our angel?" said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, meaning Seryoza. "I can't say I was quite pleased with him," said Alexei Alexandrovich, raising his eyebrows and opening his eyes. "And Sitnikov is not satisfied with him." Sitnikov was the tutor to whom Seryoza's secular education had been entrusted. "As I have mentioned to you, there's a sort of coldness in him towards the most important questions which ought to touch the heart of every man and every child." Alexei Alexandrovich began expounding his views on the sole question that interested him besides the service the education of his son. When Alexei Alexandrovich with Lydia Ivanovna's help had been brought back anew to life and activity, he felt it his duty to undertake the education of the son left on his hands. Having never before taken any interest in educational questions, Alexey Alexandrovich devoted some time to the theoretical study of the subject. After reading several books on anthropology, education, and didactics, Alexey Alexandrovich drew up a plan of education, and engaging the best tutor in Petersburg to superintend it, he set to work, and the subject continually absorbed him.
Yes, but the heart.
I see in him his father's heart, and with such a heart a child cannot go far wrong, said Lydia Ivanovna with enthusiasm.
Yes, perhaps. As for me, I do my duty. It's all I can do.
You're coming to me, said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, after a pause. We have to speak of a subject painful for you. I would give anything to have spared you certain memories, but others are not of the same mind.
I have received a letter from her. SHE is here in Petersburg.
Alexey Alexandrovich shuddered at the allusion to his wife, but immediately his face assumed the death-like rigidity which expressed utter helplessness in the matter.
I was expecting it, he said. Countess Lydia Ivanovna looked at him ecstatically, and tears of rapture at the greatness of his soul came into her eyes. Chapter 25.
When Alexey Alexandrovich came into the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's snug little boudoir, decorated with old china and hung with portraits, the lady herself had not yet made her appearance.
She was changing her dress.
A cloth was laid on a round table, and on it stood a china tea service and a silver spirit lamp and tea kettle. Alexey Alexandrovich looked idly about at the endless familiar portraits which adorned the room, and sitting down to the table, he opened a New Testament lying upon it. The rustle of the Countess's silk skirt drew his attention off.
Well now, we can sit quietly, said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, slipping hurriedly with an agitated smile between the table and the sofa, and talk over our tea.
After some words of preparation, Countess Lydia Ivanovna, breathing hard and flushing crimson, gave into Alexey Alexandrovich's hands the letter she had received. After reading the letter, he sat alone while in silence.
I don't think I have the right to refuse her, he said, timidly lifting his eyes. Dear friend, you never see evil in anyone. On the contrary, I see that all is evil.
But whether it is just? His face showed irresolution, and as seeking for counsel, support, and guidance in a matter he did not understand.
No, Countess Lydia Ivanovna interrupted him, there are limits to everything. I can understand immorality, she said, not quite truthfully, since she never could understand that which leads women to immorality, but I don't understand cruelty. To whom? To you. How can she stay in the town where you are?
No, the longer one lives the more one learns.
And I'm learning to understand your loftiness and her baseness. Who is to throw a stone? Said Alexey Alexandrovich, unmistakably pleased with the part he had to play.
I have forgiven all, and so I cannot deprive her of what is exacted by love and her by her love for her son.
But is that love, my friend? Is it sincere? Admitting that you have forgiven, that you forgive, have we the right to work on the feelings of that angel? He looks on her as dead.
He prays for her, and beseeches God to have mercy on her sins.
And it is better so. But now what will he think?
I had not thought of that, said Alexey Alexandrovich, evidently agreeing.
Countess Lydia Ivanovna hid her face in her hands and was silent. She was praying.
If you ask my advice, she said, having finished her prayer and uncovered her face, I do not advise you to do this.
Do you suppose I don't see how you are suffering, how this has torn open your wounds?
But supposing that, as always, you don't think of yourself, what can it lead to fresh suffering for you, to torture for the child? If there were a trace of humanity left in her, she ought not to wish for it herself. No, I have no hesitation in saying I advise not, and if you will entrust it to me, I will write to her.
And Alexey Alexandrovich consented, and Countess Lydia Ivanovna sent the following letter in French. Dear Madam,
to be reminded of you might have results for your son in leading to questions on his part which could not be answered without implanting in the child's soul a spirit of censure towards what should be for him sacred, and therefore I beg you to interpret your husband's refusal in the spirit of Christian love. I pray to Almighty God to have mercy on you. Countess Lydia. This letter retained the secret object which Countess Lydia Ivanovna had concealed from herself. It wounded Anna to the quick. For his part, Alexey Alexandrovitch, on returning home from Lydia Ivanovna's, could not all that day concentrate himself on his usual pursuits, and find that spiritual peace of one saved and believing which he had felt of late. The thought of his wife, who had so greatly sinned against him, and towards whom he had been so saintly, as Countess Lydia Ivanovna had so justly told him, ought not to have troubled him, but he was not easy. He could not understand the book he was reading, he could not drive away harassing recollections of his relations with her, of the mistake which, as it now seemed, he had made in regard to her. The memory of how he had received her confession of infidelity on their way home from the races, especially that he had insisted only on the observance of external decorum, and had not sent a challenge, tortured him like a remorse. He was tortured too by the thought of the letter he had written her, and most of all, his forgiveness, which nobody wanted, and his care of the other man's child made his heart burn with shame and remorse. And just the same feeling of shame and regret he felt now, as he reviewed all his past with her, recalling the awkward words in which, after long wavering, he had made her an offer. But how have I been to blame? He said to himself. And this question always excited another question in him, whether they felt differently, did their loving and marrying differently, these Vronskys and Oblonskys, these gentlemen of the bedchamber, with their fine calves. And there passed before his mind a whole series of these meddlesome, vigorous, self-confident men, who always and everywhere drew his inquisitive attention in spite of himself. He tried to dispel these thoughts, he tried to persuade himself that he was not living for this transient life, but for the life of eternity, and that there was peace and love in his heart. But the fact that he had in this transient, trivial life made, as it seemed to him, a few trivial mistakes tortured him as though the eternal salvation in which he believed had no existence. But this temptation did not last long, and soon there was re-established once more in Alexey Alexandrovitch's soul the peace and the elevation by virtue of which he could forget what he did not want to remember. Chapter 26. Well, Kapitonich? Said Seryozha, coming back rosy and good-humored from his walk the day before his birthday, and giving his overcoat to the tall old hall porter, who smiled down at the little person from the height of his long figure. Well, has the bandaged clerk been here today? Did Papa see him? He saw him. The minute the chief secretary came out, I announced him, said the hall porter with a good-humored wink. Here, I'll take it off. Seryozha, said the tutor, stopping in the doorway leading to the inner rooms. Take it off yourself. But Seryozha, though he heard his tutor's feeble voice, did not pay attention to it. He stood keeping hold of the hall porter's belt, and gazing into his face. Well, and did Papa do what he wanted for him? The hall porter nodded his head affirmatively. The clerk with his face tied up, who had already been 7 times to ask some favor of Alexey Alexandrovitch, interested both Seryozha and the hall porter. Seryozha had come upon him in the hall, and had heard him plaintively beg the hall porter to announce him, saying that he and his children had death staring them in the face. Since then Seryozha, having met him a second time in the hall, took great interest in him. Well, was he very glad? He asked. Glad? I should think so. Almost dancing as he walked away. And has anything been left? Asked Seryozha, after a pause. Come, sir, said the hall porter, then with a shake of his head he whispered, something from the countess. Seryozha understood at once that what the hall porter was speaking of was a present from Countess Lydia Ivanovna for his birthday. What do you say? Where?
Corny took it to your papa. A fine plaything it must be too. How big? Like this?
Rather small, but a fine thing.
A book. No, a thing.
Run along, Vasily Lukitch is calling you, said the porter, hearing the tutor's steps approaching, and carefully taking away from his belt the little hand in the glove half pulled off, he signed with his head towards the tutor.
Vasily Lukitch, in a tiny minute,
answered Seryoza with that gay and loving smile which always won over the conscientious Vasily Lukitch. Seryoza was too happy, everything was too delightful for him to be able to help sharing with his friend the porter the family good fortune of which he had heard during his walk in the public gardens from Lydia Ivanovna's niece. This piece of good news seemed to him particularly important from its coming at the same time with the gladness of the bandaged clerk and his own gladness at toys having come for him. It seemed to Seryoza that this was a day on which everyone ought to be glad and happy.
You know Papa's received the Alexander Nevsky today?
To be sure I do.
People have been all ready to congratulate him. And is he glad?
Glad at the Tsar's gracious favor.
I should think so.
It's a proof he's deserved it, said the porter severely and seriously. Seryoza fell to dreaming, gazing up at the face of the porter, which he had thoroughly studied in every detail, especially the chin that hung down between the grey whiskers, never seen by anyone but Seryoza, who saw him only from below.
Well, and has your daughter been to see you lately?
The porter's daughter was a ballet dancer.
When is she to come on weekdays? They've their lessons to learn too. And you've your lesson, sir, run along.
On coming into the room, Seryoza, instead of sitting down to his lessons, told his tutor of his supposition that what had been brought him must be a machine.
What do you think? He inquired.
But Vasily Lukitch was thinking of nothing but the necessity of learning the grammar lesson for the teacher, who was coming at 2. No, do just tell me, Vasily Lukitch, he asked suddenly, when he was seated at their work table with the book in his hands, what is greater than the Alexander Nevsky?
You know Papa's received the Alexander Nevsky?
Vasily Lukitch replied that the Vladimir was greater than the Alexander Nevsky.
And higher still?
Well, highest of all is the Andrei Pervozvany.
And higher than the Andrei?
I don't know.
What, you don't know?
And Seryoza, leaning on his elbows, sank into deep meditation. His meditations were of the most complex and diverse character. He imagined his father's having suddenly been presented with both the Vladimir and the Andrei today, and in consequence being much better tempered at his lesson, and dreamed how, when he was grown up, he would himself receive all the orders, and what they might invent higher than the Andrei. Directly any higher order were invented, he would win it. They would make a higher one still, and he would immediately win that too. The time passed in such meditations, and when the teacher came, the lesson about the adverbs of place and time and manner of action was not ready, and the teacher was not only displeased, but hurt. This touched Seryoza. He felt he was not to blame for not having learned the lesson, however much he tried, he was utterly unable to do that. As long as the teacher was explaining to him, he believed him and seemed to comprehend, but as soon as he was left alone, he was positively unable to recollect and to understand that the short and familiar word suddenly is an adverb of manner of action. Still he was sorry that he had disappointed the teacher. He chose a moment when the teacher was looking in silence at the book.
Mikhail Ivanitch, when is your birthday?
He asked all of a sudden.
You'd much better be thinking about your work.
Birthdays are of no importance to a rational being. It's a day like any other on which one has to do one's work. Seryoza looked intently at the teacher, at his scanty beard, at his spectacles, which had slipped down below the ridge on his nose, and fell into so deep a reverie that he heard nothing of what the teacher was explaining to him. He knew that the teacher did not think what he said, he felt it from the tone in which it was said.
But why have they all agreed to speak just in the same manner, always the dreariest and most useless stuff? Why does he keep me off? Why doesn't he love me? He asked himself mournfully, and could not think of an answer. Chapter 27. After the lesson with the grammar teacher came his father's lesson. While waiting for his father, Serioza sat at the table playing with a penknife, and fell to dreaming. Among Serioza's favorite occupations was searching for his mother during his walks. He did not believe in death generally, and in her death in particular, in spite of what Lydia Ivanovna had told him and his father had confirmed, and it was just because of that, and after he had been told she was dead, that he had begun looking for her when out for a walk. Every woman of full, graceful figure with dark hair was his mother. At the sight of such a woman, such a feeling of tenderness was stirred within him that his breath failed him, and tears came into his eyes. And he was on the tiptoe of expectation that she would come up to him, would lift her veil. All her face would be visible, she would smile, she would hug him, he would sniff her fragrance, feel the softness of her arms, and cry with happiness, just as he had one evening lain on her lap while she tickled him, and he laughed and bit her white, ring-covered fingers. Later, when he accidentally learned from his old nurse that his mother was not dead, and his father and Lydia Ivanovna had explained to him that she was dead to him because she was wicked, which he could not possibly believe, because he loved her, he went on seeking her and expecting her in the same way. That day in the public gardens there had been a lady in a lilac veil, whom he had watched with a throbbing heart, believing it to be she as she came towards them along the path. The lady had not come up to them, but had disappeared somewhere. That day, more intensely than ever, Serioza felt a rush of love for her, and now, waiting for his father, he forgot everything, and cut all round the edge of the table with his penknife, staring straight before him with sparkling eyes and dreaming of her. "Here is your papa," said Vasily Lukitch, rousing him. Serioza jumped up and went up to his father, and kissing his hand, looked at him intently, trying to discover signs of his joy at receiving the Alexander Nevsky. "Did you have a nice walk?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch, sitting down in his easy chair, pulling the volume of the Old Testament to him and opening it. Although Alexey Alexandrovitch had more than once told Serioza that every Christian ought to know scripture history thoroughly, he often referred to the Bible himself during the lesson, and Serioza observed this. "Yes, it was very nice indeed, Papa," said Serioza, sitting sideways on his chair and rocking it, which was forbidden. "I saw Nadinka." Nadinka was a niece of Lydia Ivanovna's who was being brought up in her house. "She told me you'd been given a new star. Are you glad, Papa?" "First of all, don't rock your chair, please," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "And secondly, it's not the reward that's precious, but the work itself. And I could have wished you understood that. If you now are going to work, to study in order to win a reward, then the work will seem hard to you, but when you work," Alexey Alexandrovitch, as he spoke, thought of how he had been sustained by a sense of duty through the wearisome labor of the morning, consisting of signing 180 papers. "Loving your work, you will find your reward in it." Serioza's eyes, that had been shining with gaiety and tenderness, grew dull and dropped before his father's gaze. This was the same long familiar tone his father always took with him, and Serioza had learned by now to fall in with it. His father always talked to him so Serioza felt as though he were addressing some boy of his own imagination, one of those boys that exist in books, utterly unlike himself. And Serioza always tried with his father to act being the storybook boy. "You understand that, I hope?" said his father. "Yes, Papa," answered Serioza, acting the part of the imaginary boy. The lesson consisted of learning by heart several verses out of the Gospel and the repetition of the beginning of the Old Testament. The verses from the Gospel Serioza knew fairly well, but at the moment when he was saying them he became so absorbed in watching the sharply protruding, bony knobbiness of his father's forehead, that he lost the thread, and he transposed the end of one verse and the beginning of another. So it was evident to Alexey Alexandrovitch that he did not understand what he was saying, and that irritated him.
He frowned, and began explaining what Serioza had heard many times before and never could remember, because he understood it too well, just as that suddenly is an adverb of manner of action. Serioza looked with scared eyes at his father, and could think of nothing but whether his father would make him repeat what he had said, as he sometimes did. And this thought so alarmed Serioza that he now understood nothing. But his father did not make him repeat it, and passed on to the lesson out of the Old Testament. Serioza recounted the events themselves well enough, but when he had to answer questions as to what certain events prefigured, he knew nothing, though he had already been punished over this lesson. The passage at which he was utterly unable to say anything, and began fidgeting and cutting the table and swinging his chair, was where he had to repeat the patriarchs before the flood. He did not know one of them, except Enoch, who had been taken up alive to heaven. Last time he had remembered their names, but now he had forgotten them utterly, chiefly because Enoch was the personage he liked best in the whole of the Old Testament, and Enoch's translation to heaven was connected in his mind with a whole long train of thought, in which he became absorbed now while he gazed with fascinated eyes at his father's watch chain and a half-unbuttoned button on his waistcoat. In death, of which they talked to him so often, Serioza disbelieved entirely. He did not believe that those he loved could die, above all that he himself would die. That was to him something utterly inconceivable and impossible. But he had been told that all men die. He had asked people, indeed, whom he trusted, and they too had confirmed it. His old nurse, too, said the same, though reluctantly. But Enoch had not died, and so it followed that everyone did not die. And why cannot anyone else so serve God and be taken alive to heaven? Thought Serioza. Bad people, that is those Serioza did not like, they might die, but the good might all be like Enoch. Well, what are the names of the patriarchs? Enoch, Enos. But you have said that already. This is bad, Serioza, very bad. If you don't try to learn what is more necessary than anything for a Christian, said his father, getting up, whatever can interest you? I am displeased with you, and Pyotr Ignatitch, this was the most important of his teachers, is displeased with you. I shall have to punish you. His father and his teacher were both displeased with Serioza, and he certainly did learn his lessons very badly. But still it could not be said he was a stupid boy. On the contrary, he was far cleverer than the boys his teacher held up as examples to Serioza. In his father's opinion, he did not want to learn what he was taught. In reality, he could not learn that. He could not, because the claims of his own soul were more binding on him than those claims his father and his teacher made upon him. Those claims were in opposition, and he was in direct conflict with his education. He was 9 years old, he was a child, but he knew his own soul, it was precious to him, he guarded it as the eyelid guards the eye, and without the key of love he let no one into his soul. His teachers complained that he would not learn, while his soul was brimming over with thirst for knowledge. And he learned from Kapitanich, from his nurse, from Nadinka, from Vasily Lukitch, but not from his teachers. The spring his father and his teachers reckoned upon to turn their mill wheels had long dried up at the source, but its waters did their work in another channel. His father punished Serioza by not letting him go to see Nadinka, Lydia Ivanovna's niece, but this punishment turned out happily for Serioza. Vasily Lukitch was in a good humor, and showed him how to make windmills. The whole evening passed over this work and in dreaming how to make a windmill on which he could turn himself clutching at the sails or tying himself on and whirling round. Of his mother Serioza did not think all the evening, but when he had gone to bed, he suddenly remembered her, and prayed in his own words that his mother tomorrow for his birthday might leave off hiding herself and come to him. Vasily Lukitch, do you know what I prayed for tonight extra besides the regular things? That you might learn your lessons better? No. Toys? No. You'll never guess. A splendid thing, but it's a secret. When it comes to pass, I'll tell you. Can't you guess? No, I can't guess. You tell me, said Vasily Lukitch with a smile, which was rare with him.
Come, lie down, I'm putting out the candle. Without the candle I can see better what I see and what I prayed for. There. I was almost telling the secret, said Serioza, laughing gaily. When the candle was taken away, Serioza heard and felt his mother. She stood over him, and with loving eyes caressed him. But then came windmills, a knife, everything began to be mixed up, and he fell asleep. Chapter 28. On arriving in Petersburg, Vronsky and Anna stayed at one of the best hotels, Vronsky apart in a lower story, Anna above with her child, its nurse, and her maid, in a large suite of 4 rooms. On the day of his arrival Vronsky went to his brother's. There he found his mother, who had come from Moscow on business. His mother and sister-in-law greeted him as usual, they asked him about his stay abroad, and talked of their common acquaintances, but did not let drop a single word in allusion to his connection with Anna. His brother came the next morning to see Vronsky, and of his own accord asked him about her, and Alexei Vronsky told him directly that he looked upon his connection with Madame Karenina as marriage, that he hoped to arrange a divorce, and then to marry her, and until then he considered her as much a wife as any other wife, and he begged him to tell their mother and his wife so. If the world disapproves, I don't care, said Vronsky, but if my relations want to be on terms of relationship with me, they will have to be on the same terms with my wife. The elder brother, who had always a respect for his younger brother's judgment, could not well tell whether he was right or not till the world had decided the question. For his part he had nothing against it, and with Alexei he went up to see Anna. Before his brother, as before everyone, Vronsky addressed Anna with a certain formality, treating her as he might a very intimate friend, but it was understood that his brother knew their real relations, and they talked about Anna's going to Vronsky's estate. In spite of all his social experience, Vronsky was, in consequence of the new position in which he was placed, laboring under a strange misapprehension. One would have thought he must have understood that society was closed for him and Anna, but now some vague ideas had sprung up in his brain that this was only the case in old-fashioned days, and that now with the rapidity of modern progress, he had unconsciously become by now a partisan of every sort of progress, the views of society had changed, and that the question whether they would be received in society was not a foregone conclusion. Of course, he thought, she would not be received at court, but intimate friends can and must look at it in the proper light. One may sit for several hours at a stretch with one's legs crossed in the same position, if one knows that there's nothing to prevent one's changing one's position, but if a man knows that he must remain sitting so with crossed legs, then cramps come on, the legs begin to twitch and to strain towards the spot to which one would like to draw them. This was what Vronsky was experiencing in regard to the world. Though at the bottom of his heart he knew that the world was shut on them, he put it to the test whether the world had not changed by now and would not receive them. But he very quickly perceived that though the world was open for him personally, it was closed for Anna. Just as in the game of cat and mouse, the hands raised for him were dropped to bar the way for Anna. One of the first ladies of Petersburg society whom Vronsky saw was his cousin Betsy. At last, she greeted him joyfully. "And Anna? How glad I am! Where are you stopping? I can fancy after your delightful travels you must find our poor Petersburg horrid. I can fancy your honeymoon in Rome. How about the divorce? Is that all over?" Vronsky noticed that Betsy's enthusiasm waned when she learned that no divorce had as yet taken place. "People will throw stones at me, I know," she said, "but I shall come and see Anna. Yes, I shall certainly come." "You won't be here long, I suppose?" And she did certainly come to see Anna the same day, but her tone was not at all the same as in former days. She unmistakably prided herself on her courage, and wished Anna to appreciate the fidelity of her friendship. She only stayed 10 minutes, talking of society gossip, and on leaving she said, "You've never told me when the divorce is to be? Supposing I'm ready to fling my cap over the mill, other starchy people will give you the cold shoulder until you're married. And that's so simple nowadays."
Ça se fait.
"So you're going on Friday?" Sorry we shan't see each other again. From Betsy's tone Vronsky might have grasped what he had to expect from the world, but he made another effort in his own family. His mother he did not reckon upon. He knew that his mother, who had been so enthusiastic over Anna at their first acquaintance, would have no mercy on her now for having ruined her son's career. But he had more hope of Varya, his brother's wife. He fancied she would not throw stones, and would go simply arid directly to see Anna, and would receive her in her own house. The day after his arrival Vronsky went to her, and finding her alone, expressed his wishes directly. "You know, Alexei," she said after hearing him, "how fond I am of you, and how ready I am to do anything for you, but I have not spoken, because I knew I could be of no use to you and to Anna Arkadyevna," she said, articulating the name Anna Arkadyevna with particular care. "Don't suppose, please, that I judge her. Never, perhaps in her place I should have done the same. I don't and can't enter into that," she said, glancing timidly at his gloomy face. "But one must call things by their names. You want me to go and see her, to ask her here, and to rehabilitate her in society, but do understand that I cannot do so. I have daughters growing up, and I must live in the world for my husband's sake. Well, I'm ready to come and see Anna Arkadyevna. She will understand that I can't ask her here, or I should have to do so in such a way that she would not meet people who look at things differently, that would offend her. I can't raise her. Oh, I don't regard her as fallen more than hundreds of women you do receive." Vronsky interrupted her still more gloomily, and he got up in silence, understanding that his sister-in-law's decision was not to be shaken. "Alexei, don't be angry with me. Please understand that I'm not to blame," began Varya, looking at him with a timid smile. "I'm not angry with you," he said still as gloomily, "but I'm sorry in two ways. I'm sorry, too, that this means breaking up our friendship, if not breaking up, at least weakening it. You will understand that for me, too, it cannot be otherwise." And with that he left her. Vronsky knew that further efforts were useless, and that he had to spend these few days in Petersburg as though in a strange town, avoiding every sort of relation with his own old circle in order not to be exposed to the annoyances and humiliations which were so intolerable to him. One of the most unpleasant features of his position in Petersburg was that Alexei Alexandrovitch and his name seemed to meet him everywhere. He could not begin to talk of anything without the conversation turning on Alexei Alexandrovitch. He could not go anywhere without risk of meeting him. So at least it seemed to Vronsky, just as it seems to a man with a sore finger that he is continually, as though on purpose, grazing his sore finger on everything. Their stay in Petersburg was the more painful to Vronsky that he perceived all the time a sort of new mood that he could not understand in Anna. At one time she would seem in love with him, and then she would become cold, irritable, and impenetrable. She was worrying over something, and keeping something back from him, and did not seem to notice the humiliations which poisoned his existence, and for her, with her delicate intuition, must have been still more unbearable. Chapter 29. One of Anna's objects in coming back to Russia had been to see her son. From the day she left Italy the thought of it had never ceased to agitate her. And as she got nearer to Petersburg, the delight and importance of this meeting grew ever greater in her imagination. She did not even put to herself the question how to arrange it. It seemed to her natural and simple to see her son when she should be in the same town with him. But on her arrival in Petersburg she was suddenly made distinctly aware of her present position in society, and she grasped the fact that to arrange this meeting was no easy matter. She had now been 2 days in Petersburg. The thought of her son never left her for a single instant, but she had not yet seen him. To go straight to the house, where she might meet Alexei Alexandrovitch, that she felt she had no right to do. She might be refused admittance and insulted. To write and so enter into relations with her husband that it made her miserable to think of doing. She could only be at peace when she did not think of her husband. To get a glimpse of her son out walking, finding out where and when he went out, was not enough for her. She had so looked forward to this meeting, she had so much she must say to him, she so longed to embrace him, to kiss him.
Serioza's old nurse might be a help to her and show her what to do.
But the nurse was not now living in Alexey Alexandrovich's house.
In this uncertainty, and in efforts to find the nurse, 2 days had slipped by. Hearing of the close intimacy between Alexey Alexandrovich and Countess Lydia Ivanovna, Anna decided on the 3rd day to write to her a letter, which cost her great pains, and in which she intentionally said that permission to see her son must depend on her husband's generosity. She knew that if the letter were shown to her husband, he would keep up his character of magnanimity, and would not refuse her request. The commissionaire who took the letter had brought her back the most cruel and unexpected answer, that there was no answer. She had never felt so humiliated as at the moment when, sending for the commissionaire, she heard from him the exact account of how he had waited, and how afterwards he had been told there was no answer.
Anna felt humiliated, insulted, but she saw that from her point of view Countess Lydia Ivanovna was right.
Her suffering was the more poignant that she had to bear it in solitude. She could not and would not share it with Vronsky. She knew that to him, although he was the primary cause of her distress, the question of her seeing her son would seem a matter of very little consequence. She knew that he would never be capable of understanding all the depth of her suffering, that for his cool tone at any allusion to it she would begin to hate him. And she dreaded that more than anything in the world, and so she hid from him everything that related to her son. Spending the whole day at home she considered ways of seeing her son, and had reached a decision to write to her husband.
She was just composing this letter when she was handed the letter from Lydia Ivanovna.
The Countess's silence had subdued and depressed her, but the letter, all that she read between the lines in it, so exasperated her, this malice was so revolting beside her passionate, legitimate tenderness for her son, that she turned against other people and left off blaming herself. This coldness, this pretense of feeling, she said to herself. They must needs insult me and torture the child, and I am to submit to it.
Not on any consideration. She is worse than I am. I don't lie, anyway.
And she decided on the spot that next day, Serioza's birthday, she would go straight to her husband's house, bribe or deceive the servants, but at any cost see her son and overturn the hideous deception with which they were encompassing the unhappy child. She went to a toy shop, bought toys, and thought over a plan of action.
She would go early in the morning at 8 o'clock, when Alexey Alexandrovich would be certain not to be up.
She would have money in her hand to give the hall porter and the footman, so that they should let her in, and not raising her veil, she would say that she had come from Serioza's godfather to congratulate him, and that she had been charged to leave the toys at his bedside. She had prepared everything but the words she should say to her son.
Often as she had dreamed of it, she could never think of anything.
The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Anna got out of a hired sledge and rang at the front entrance of her former home.
"Run and see what's wanted."
"Some lady," said Kapitonich, who, not yet dressed, in his overcoat and galoshes, had peeped out of the window and seen a lady in a veil standing close up to the door.
His assistant, a lad Anna did not know, had no sooner opened the door to her than she came in, and pulling a 3-ruble note out of her muff put it hurriedly into his hand.
"Serioza Sergei Alexeich," she said, and was going on.
Scrutinizing the note, the porter's assistant stopped her at the second glass door. "Whom do you want?" he asked.
She did not hear his words and made no answer. Noticing the embarrassment of the unknown lady, Kapitonich went out to her, opened the second door for her, and asked her what she was pleased to want. "From Prince Skorodumov for Sergei Alexeich," she said. "His honor's not up yet," said the porter, looking at her attentively. Anna had not anticipated that the absolutely unchanged hall of the house where she had lived for 9 years would so greatly affect her. Memories sweet and painful rose one after another in her heart, and for a moment she forgot what she was here for.
"Would you kindly wait?"
said Kapitonich, taking off her fur cloak. As he took off the cloak, Kapitonich glanced at her face, recognized her, and made her a low bow in silence. "Please walk in, Your Excellency," he said to her. She tried to say something, but her voice refused to utter any sound. With a guilty and imploring glance at the old man, she went with light, swift steps up the stairs. Bent double, and his galoshes catching in the steps, Kapitanich ran after her, trying to overtake her. "The tutor's there, maybe he's not dressed. I'll let him know." Anna still mounted the familiar staircase, not understanding what the old man was saying. "This way, to the left, if you please. Excuse it's not being tidy." "His honor's in the old parlor now," the hall porter said, panting. "Excuse me, wait a little, Your Excellency, I'll just see," he said, and overtaking her, he opened the high door and disappeared behind it. Anna stood still waiting. "He's only just awake," said the hall porter, coming out. And at the very instant the porter said this, Anna caught the sound of a childish yawn. From the sound of this yawn alone she knew her son and seemed to see him living before her eyes. "Let me in, go away," she said, and went in through the high doorway. On the right of the door stood a bed, and sitting up in the bed was the boy. His little body bent forward with his nightshirt unbuttoned, he was stretching and still yawning. The instant his lips came together they curved into a blissfully sleepy smile, and with that smile he slowly and deliciously rolled back again. "Serioza," she whispered, going noiselessly up to him. When she was parted from him, and all this latter time when she had been feeling a fresh rush of love for him, she had pictured him as he was at 4 years old, when she had loved him most of all. Now he was not even the same as when she had left him, he was still further from the 4-year-old baby, more grown and thinner. How thin his face was, how short his hair was. What long hands! How he had changed since she left him. But it was he with his head, his lips, his soft neck and broad little shoulders. "Serioza," she repeated just in the child's ear. He raised himself again on his elbow, turned his tangled head from side to side as though looking for something, and opened his eyes. Slowly and inquiringly he looked for several seconds at his mother standing motionless before him, then all at once he smiled a blissful smile, and shutting his eyes, rolled not backwards but towards her into her arms. "Serioza, my darling boy," she said, breathing hard and putting her arms round his plump little body. "Mother," he said, wriggling about in her arms so as to touch her hands with different parts of him. Smiling sleepily still with closed eyes, he flung fat little arms round her shoulders, rolled towards her, with the delicious sleepy warmth and fragrance that is only found in children, and began rubbing his face against her neck and shoulders. "I know," he said, opening his eyes, "it's my birthday today. I knew you'd come. I'll get up directly." And saying that he dropped asleep. Anna looked at him hungrily, she saw how he had grown and changed in her absence. She knew, and did not know, the bare legs so long now, that were thrust out below the quilt, those short-cropped curls on his neck in which she had so often kissed him. She touched all this and could say nothing, tears choked her. "What are you crying for, mother?" he said, waking completely up. "Mother, what are you crying for?" he cried in a tearful voice. "I won't cry, I'm crying for joy. It's so long since I've seen you." I won't," she said, gulping down her tears and turning away. "Come, it's time for you to dress now," she added, after a pause, and, never letting go his hands, she sat down by his bedside on the chair, where his clothes were put ready for him. "How do you dress without me?" "How?" She tried to begin talking simply and cheerfully, but she could not, and again she turned away. "I don't have a cold bath, Papa didn't order it. And you've not seen Vasily Lukitch? He'll come in soon. Why, you're sitting on my clothes." And Serioza went off into a peal of laughter. She looked at him and smiled. "Mother, darling, sweet one," he shouted, flinging himself on her again and hugging her. It was as though only now, on seeing her smile, he fully grasped what had happened. "I don't want that on," he said, taking off her hat. And as it were, seeing her afresh without her hat, he fell to kissing her again. "But what did you think about me? You didn't think I was dead? I never believed it." "You didn't believe it, my sweet?" I knew. He repeated his favorite phrase, and snatching the hand that was stroking his hair, he pressed the open palm to his mouth and kissed it. Chapter 30. Meanwhile, Vasily Lukitch had not at first understood who this lady was, and had learned from their conversation that it was no other person than the mother who had left her husband, and whom he had not seen, as he had entered the house after her departure. He was in doubt whether to go in or not, or whether to communicate with Alexey Alexandrovitch. Reflecting finally that his duty was to get Seryoza up at the hour fixed, and that it was therefore not his business to consider who was there, the mother or anyone else, but simply to do his duty, he finished dressing, went to the door and opened it. But the embraces of the mother and child, the sound of their voices, and what they were saying, made him change his mind. He shook his head, and with a sigh he closed the door. "I'll wait another 10 minutes, he said to himself, clearing his throat and wiping away tears. Among the servants of the household there was intense excitement all this time. All had heard that their mistress had come, and that Kapitonich had let her in, and that she was even now in the nursery, and that their master always went in person to the nursery at 9 o'clock, and everyone fully comprehended that it was impossible for the husband and wife to meet, and that they must prevent it. Korney, the valet, going down to the hall porter's room, asked who had let her in, and how it was he had done so, and ascertaining that Kapitonich had admitted her and shown her up, he gave the old man a talking to. The hall porter was doggedly silent, but when Korney told him he ought to be sent away, Kapitonich darted up to him, and waving his hands in Korney's face, began. "Oh yes, to be sure you'd not have let her in. After 10 years' service, and never a word but of kindness, and there you'd up and say, 'Be off, go along, get away with you.' Oh yes, you're a shrewd one at politics, I dare say. You don't need to be taught how to swindle the master, and to filch fur coats." "Soldier," said Korney contemptuously, and he turned to the nurse who was coming in. "Here, what do you think, Marya Efimovna, he let her in without a word to anyone," Korney said, addressing her. "Alexey Alexandrovitch will be down immediately and go into the nursery." A pretty business, said the nurse. "You, Korney Vasilievich, you'd best keep him some way or other, the master, while I'll run and get her away somehow." A pretty business. When the nurse went into the nursery, Seryoza was telling his mother how he and Nadinka had had a fall in sledging downhill, and had turned over 3 times. She was listening to the sound of his voice, watching his face and the play of expression on it, touching his hand, but she did not follow what he was saying. She must go, she must leave him, this was the only thing she was thinking and feeling. She heard the steps of Vasily Lukitch coming up to the door and coughing. She heard, too, the steps of the nurse as she came near, but she sat like one turned to stone, incapable of beginning to speak or to get up. "Mistress, darling," began the nurse, going up to Anna and kissing her hands and shoulders. "God has brought joy indeed to our boy on his birthday. You aren't changed one bit." "Oh, nurse dear, I didn't know you were in the house," said Anna, rousing herself for a moment. "I'm not living here, I'm living with my daughter. I came for the birthday, Anna Arkadyevna, darling." The nurse suddenly burst into tears, and began kissing her hand again. Seryoza, with radiant eyes and smiles, holding his mother by one hand and his nurse by the other, pattered on the rug with his fat little bare feet. The tenderness shown by his beloved nurse to his mother threw him into an ecstasy. "Mother! She often comes to see me, and when she comes," he was beginning, but he stopped, noticing that the nurse was saying something in a whisper to his mother, and that in his mother's face there was a look of dread and something like shame, which was so strangely unbecoming to her. She went up to him. "My sweet,"
she said. She could not say goodbye, but the expression on her face said it, and he understood. Darling, darling Kodik. She used the name by which she had called him when he was little. You won't forget me? But she could not say more. How often afterwards she thought of words she might have said. But now she did not know how to say it, and could say nothing. But Serioza knew all she wanted to say to him. He understood that she was unhappy and loved him. He understood even what the nurse had whispered. He had caught the words always at 9 o'clock, and he knew that this was said of his father, and that his father and mother could not meet. That he understood, but one thing he could not understand: why there should be a look of dread and shame in her face. She was not in fault, but she was afraid of him and ashamed of something. He would have liked to put a question that would have set at rest this doubt, but he did not dare. He saw that she was miserable, and he felt for her. Silently he pressed close to her and whispered, "Don't go yet. He won't come just yet." The mother held him away from her to see what he was thinking, what to say to him, and in his frightened face she read not only that he was speaking of his father, but, as it were, asking her what he ought to think about his father. "Serioza, my darling," she said, "love him. He's better and kinder than I am, and I have done him wrong. When you grow up you will judge. There's no one better than you." He cried in despair through his tears, and, clutching her by the shoulders, he began squeezing her with all his force to him, his arms trembling with the strain. "My sweet, my little one," said Anna, and she cried as weakly and childishly as he. At that moment the door opened. Vasily Lukitch came in. At the other door there was the sound of steps, and the nurse in a scared whisper said, "He's coming," and gave Anna her hat. Serioza sank onto the bed and sobbed, hiding his face in his hands. Anna removed his hands, once more kissed his wet face, and with rapid steps went to the door. Alexey Alexandrovitch walked in, meeting her. Seeing her, he stopped short and bowed his head. Although she had just said he was better and kinder than she, in the rapid glance she flung at him, taking in his whole figure in all its details, feelings of repulsion and hatred for him and jealousy over her son took possession of her. With a swift gesture she put down her veil, and, quickening her pace, almost ran out of the room. She had not time to undo, and so carried back with her, the parcel of toys she had chosen the day before in a toy shop with such love and sorrow. Chapter 31. As intensely as Anna had longed to see her son, and long as she had been thinking of it and preparing herself for it, she had not in the least expected that seeing him would affect her so deeply. On getting back to her lonely rooms in the hotel she could not for a long while understand why she was there. "Yes, it's all over, and I am again alone," she said to herself, and without taking off her hat she sat down in a low chair by the hearth. Fixing her eyes on a bronze clock standing on a table between the windows, she tried to think. The French maid brought from abroad came in to suggest she should dress. She gazed at her wonderingly and said, presently. A footman offered her coffee. Later on, she said. The Italian nurse, after having taken the baby out in her best, came in with her and brought her to Anna. The plump, well-fed little baby, on seeing her mother, as she always did, held out her fat little hands, and with a smile on her toothless mouth, began, like a fish with a float, bobbing her fingers up and down the starched folds of her embroidered skirt, making them rustle. It was impossible not to smile, not to kiss the baby, impossible not to hold out a finger for her to clutch, crowing and prancing all over, impossible not to offer her a lip which she sucked into her little mouth by way of a kiss. And all this Anna did, and took her in her arms and made her dance, and kissed her fresh little cheek and bare little elbows. But at the sight of this child it was plainer than ever to her that the feeling she had for her could not be called love in comparison with what she felt for Serioza. Everything in this baby was charming, but for some reason all this did not go deep to her heart. On her first child, though the child of an unloved father, had been concentrated all the love that had never found satisfaction.
Her baby girl had been born in the most painful circumstances and had not had 100th part of the care and thought which had been concentrated on her first child. Besides, in the little girl everything was still in the future, while Serioza was by now almost a personality, and a personality dearly loved. In him there was a conflict of thought and feeling. He understood her, he loved her, he judged her, she thought, recalling his words and his eyes. And she was forever not physically only but spiritually divided from him, and it was impossible to set this right. She gave the baby back to the nurse, let her go, and opened the locket in which there was Serioza's portrait when he was almost of the same age as the girl. She got up, and, taking off her hat, took up from a little table an album in which there were photographs of her son at different ages. She wanted to compare them, and began taking them out of the album. She took them all out except one, the latest and best photograph. In it he was in a white smock, sitting astride a chair, with frowning eyes and smiling lips. It was his best, most characteristic expression. With her little supple hands, her white, delicate fingers, that moved with a peculiar intensity today, she pulled at a corner of the photograph, but the photograph had caught somewhere, and she could not get it out. There was no paper knife on the table, and so, pulling out the photograph that was next to her son's, it was a photograph of Vronsky taken at Rome in a round hat and with long hair. She used it to push out her son's photograph. "Oh, here is he," she said, glancing at the portrait of Vronsky, and she suddenly recalled that he was the cause of her present misery. She had not once thought of him all the morning. But now, coming all at once upon that manly, noble face, so familiar and so dear to her, she felt a sudden rush of love for him. But where is he? How is it he leaves me alone in my misery? She thought all at once with a feeling of reproach, forgetting she had herself kept from him everything concerning her son. She sent to ask him to come to her immediately. With a throbbing heart she awaited him, rehearsing to herself the words in which she would tell him all, and the expressions of love with which he would console her. The messenger returned with the answer that he had a visitor with him, but that he would come immediately, and that he asked whether she would let him bring with him Prince Yashvin, who had just arrived in Petersburg. "He's not coming alone, and since dinner yesterday he has not seen me," she thought. "He's not coming so that I could tell him everything, but coming with Yashvin." And all at once a strange idea came to her. What if he had ceased to love her? And going over the events of the last few days, it seemed to her that she saw in everything a confirmation of this terrible idea. The fact that he had not dined at home yesterday, and the fact that he had insisted on their taking separate sets of rooms in Petersburg, and that even now he was not coming to her alone, as though he were trying to avoid meeting her face to face. "But he ought to tell me so. I must know that it is so. If I knew it, then I know what I should do," she said to herself, utterly unable to picture to herself the position she would be in if she were convinced of his not caring for her. She thought he had ceased to love her, she felt close upon despair, and consequently she felt exceptionally alert. She rang for her maid and went to her dressing room. As she dressed, she took more care over her appearance than she had done all those days, as though he might, if he had grown cold to her, fall in love with her again because she had dressed and arranged her hair in the way most becoming to her. She heard the bell ring before she was ready. When she went into the drawing room it was not he, but Yashvin, who met her eyes. Vronsky was looking through the photographs of her son, which she had forgotten on the table, and he made no haste to look round at her. "We have met already," she said, putting her little hand into the huge hand of Yashvin, whose bashfulness was so queerly out of keeping with his immense frame and coarse face. "We met last year at the races." "Give them to me," she said, with a rapid movement snatching from Vronsky the photographs of her son, and glancing significantly at him with flashing eyes. "Were the races good this year?" "Instead of them I saw the races in the Corso in Rome." "But you don't care for life abroad," she said with a cordial smile. "I know you and all your tastes, though I have seen so little of you." "I'm awfully sorry for that, for my tastes are mostly bad," said Yashvin, gnawing at his left mustache. Having talked a little while, and noticing that Vronsky glanced at the clock, Yashvin asked her whether she would be staying much longer in Petersburg, and unbending his huge figure reached after his cap.
Not long, I think, she said hesitatingly, glancing at Vronsky. So then we shan't meet again?
Come and dine with me, said Anna resolutely, angry it seemed with herself for her embarrassment, but flushing as she always did when she defined her position before a fresh person. The dinner here is not good, but at least you will see him. There is no one of his old friends in the regiment Alexei cares for as he does for you.
Delighted, said Yashvin with a smile, from which Vronsky could see that he liked Anna very much. Yashvin said goodbye and went away. Vronsky stayed behind. Are you going too? She said to him. I'm late already, he answered. Run along. I'll catch you up in a moment, he called to Yashvin. She took him by the hand, and without taking her eyes off him, gazed at him while she ransacked her mind for the words to say that would keep him. Wait a minute, there's something I want to say to you, and taking his broad hand she pressed it on her neck. Oh, was it right my asking him to dinner? You did quite right, he said with a serene smile that showed his even teeth, and he kissed her hand. Alexei, you have not changed to me? She said, pressing his hand in both of hers. Alexei, I am miserable here. When are we going away? Soon, soon. You wouldn't believe how disagreeable our way of living here is to me too, he said, and he drew away his hand. Well, go, go. She said in a tone of offense, and she walked quickly away from him. Chapter 32. When Vronsky returned home, Anna was not yet home. Soon after he had left, some lady, so they told him, had come to see her, and she had gone out with her. That she had gone out without leaving word where she was going, that she had not yet come back, and that all the morning she had been going about somewhere without a word to him. All this, together with the strange look of excitement in her face in the morning, and the recollection of the hostile tone with which she had before Yashvin almost snatched her son's photographs out of his hands, made him serious. He decided he absolutely must speak openly with her. And he waited for her in her drawing room. But Anna did not return alone, but brought with her her old unmarried aunt, Princess Oblonskaya. This was the lady who had come in the morning, and with whom Anna had gone out shopping. Anna appeared not to notice Vronsky's worried and inquiring expression, and began a lively account of her morning's shopping. He saw that there was something working within her, in her flashing eyes. When they rested for a moment on him, there was an intense concentration, and in her words and movements there was that nervous rapidity and grace which, during the early period of their intimacy, had so fascinated him, but which now so disturbed and alarmed him. The dinner was laid for 4. All were gathered together and about to go into the little dining room when Tushkevich made his appearance with a message from Princess Betsy. Princess Betsy begged her to excuse her not having come to say goodbye. She had been indisposed, but begged Anna to come to her between 6:30 and 9 o'clock. Vronsky glanced at Anna at the precise limit of time, so suggestive of steps having been taken that she should meet no one, but Anna appeared not to notice it. Very sorry that I can't come just between 6:30 and 9, she said with a faint smile. The princess will be very sorry. And so am I. You're going, no doubt, to hear Patty? Said Tushkevich. Patty? You suggest the idea to me. I would go if it were possible to get a box. I can get one. Tushkevich offered his services. I should be very, very grateful to you, said Anna. But won't you dine with us? Vronsky gave a hardly perceptible shrug. He was at a complete loss to understand what Anna was about. What had she brought the old Princess Oblonskaya home for? What had she made Tushkevich stay to dinner for? And, most amazing of all, why was she sending him for a box? Could she possibly think in her position of going to Patty's benefit, where all the circle of her acquaintances would be? He looked at her with serious eyes,
but she responded with that defiant, half-mirthful, half-desperate look, the meaning of which he could not comprehend. At dinner Anna was in aggressively high spirits. She almost flirted both with Tushkevich and with Yashvin. When they got up from dinner and Tushkevich had gone to get a box at the opera, Yashvin went to smoke, and Vronsky went down with him to his own rooms. After sitting there for some time he ran upstairs. Anna was already dressed in a low-necked gown of light silk and velvet that she had made in Paris, and with costly white lace on her head, framing her face, and particularly becoming, showing up her dazzling beauty.
"Are you really going to the theater?"
he said, trying not to look at her.
"Why do you ask with such alarm?"
she said, wounded again at his not looking at her.
"Why shouldn't I go?"
She appeared not to understand the motive of his words. "Oh, of course, there's no reason whatever," he said, frowning.
"That's just what I say," she said, willfully refusing to see the irony of his tone, and quietly turning back her long, perfumed glove. "Anna, for God's sake! What is the matter with you?"
he said, appealing to her exactly as once her husband had done.
"I don't understand what you are asking. You know that it's out of the question to go." "Why so?" "I'm not going alone. Princess Varvara has gone to dress, she is going with me."
He shrugged his shoulders with an air of perplexity and despair.
"But do you mean to say you don't know?" he began. "But I don't care to know," she almost shrieked. "I don't care to. Do I regret what I have done?"
No.
If it were all to do again from the beginning, it would be the same. For us, for you, and for me, there is only one thing that matters, whether we love each other.
Other people we need not consider. Why are we living here apart and not seeing each other? Why can't I go?
"I love you, and I don't care for anything," she said in Russian, glancing at him with a peculiar gleam in her eyes that he could not understand.
"If you have not changed to me, why don't you look at me?" He looked at her.
He saw all the beauty of her face and full dress, always so becoming to her. But now her beauty and elegance were just what irritated him.
"My feeling cannot change, you know, but I beg you, I entreat you,"
he said again in French, with a note of tender supplication in his voice, but with coldness in his eyes. She did not hear his words, but she saw the coldness of his eyes, and answered with irritation.
"And I beg you to explain why I should not go." "Because it might cause you," he hesitated. "I don't understand."
"Yashvin n'est pas compromettant, and Princess Varvara is no worse than others."
"Oh, here she is." Chapter 33.
Vronsky for the first time experienced a feeling of anger against Anna, almost a hatred for her willfully refusing to understand her own position. This feeling was aggravated by his being unable to tell her plainly the cause of his anger. If he had told her directly what he was thinking, he would have said, "In that dress, with a princess only too well known to everyone, to show yourself at the theater is equivalent not merely to acknowledging your position as a fallen woman, but as flinging down a challenge to society, that is to say, cutting yourself off from it forever."
He could not say that to her. But how can she fail to see it, and what is going on in her?
He said to himself. He felt at the same time that his respect for her was diminished while his sense of her beauty was intensified. He went back scowling to his rooms, and sitting down beside Yashvin, who, with his long legs stretched out on a chair, was drinking brandy and seltzer water, he ordered a glass of the same for himself.
"You were talking of Lankovsky's Powerful."
"That's a fine horse, and I would advise you to buy him," said Yashvin, glancing at his comrade's gloomy face.
"His hindquarters aren't quite first-rate, but the legs and head one couldn't wish for anything better."
"I think I will take him," answered Vronsky. Their conversation about horses interested him, but he did not for an instant forget Anna, and could not help listening to the sound of steps in the corridor and looking at the clock on the chimney-piece.
Anna Arkadyevna gave orders to announce that she has gone to the theater.
Yashvin, tipping another glass of brandy into the bubbling water, drank it and got up, buttoning his coat.
"Well, let's go," he said, fatally smiling under his mustache, and showing by this smile that he knew the cause of Vronsky's gloominess, and did not attach any significance to it. "I'm not going," Vronsky answered gloomily. "Well, I must, I promised to. Goodbye, then."
"If you do, come to the stalls, you can take Kruzen's stall," added Yashvin as he went out.
"No, I'm busy."
"A wife is a care, but it's worse when she's not a wife," thought Yashvin as he walked out of the hotel. Vronsky, left alone, got up from his chair and began pacing up and down the room.
"And what's today?" "The fourth night. Jaeger and his wife are there, and my mother, most likely.
Of course all Petersburg's there. Now she's gone in, taken off her cloak and come into the light.
Tushkevich, Yashvin, Princess Varvara," he pictured them to himself. "What about me?" "Either that. I'm frightened or have given up to Tushkevich the right to protect her? From every point of view stupid, stupid. And why is she putting me in such a position?"
he said with a gesture of despair. With that gesture he knocked against the table, on which there was standing the seltzer water and the decanter of brandy, and almost upset it. He tried to catch it, let it slip, and angrily kicked the table over and rang. "If you care to be in my service," he said to the valet who came in, "you had better remember your duties.
This shouldn't be here. You ought to have cleared away."
The valet, conscious of his own innocence, would have defended himself, but glancing at his master, he saw from his face that the only thing to do was to be silent, and hurriedly threading his way in and out, dropped down on the carpet and began gathering up the whole and broken glasses and bottles.
"That's not your duty, send the waiter to clear away, and get my dress coat out."
Vronsky went into the theater at 8:30. The performance was in full swing. The little old boxkeeper, recognizing Vronsky as he helped him off with his fur coat, called him Your Excellency, and suggested he should not take a number but should simply call Fyodor. In the brightly lighted corridor there was no one but the box opener and two attendants with fur cloaks on their arms listening at the doors. Through the closed doors came the sounds of the discreet staccato accompaniment of the orchestra, and a single female voice rendering distinctly a musical phrase. The door opened to let the box opener slip through, and the phrase drawing to the end reached Vronsky's hearing clearly. But the doors were closed again at once, and Vronsky did not hear the end of the phrase and the cadence of the accompaniment, though he knew from the thunder of applause that it was over. When he entered the hall, brilliantly lighted with chandeliers and gas jets, the noise was still going on. On the stage the singer, bowing and smiling, with bare shoulders flashing with diamonds, was, with the help of the tenor who had given her his arm, gathering up the bouquets that were flying awkwardly over the footlights. Then she went up to a gentleman with glossy pomaded hair parted down the center, who was stretching across the footlights holding out something to her, and all the public in the stalls as well as in the boxes was in excitement, craning forward, shouting and clapping. The conductor in his high chair assisted in passing the offering, and straightened his white tie. Vronsky walked into the middle of the stalls, and, standing still, began looking about him. That day less than ever was his attention turned upon the familiar, habitual surroundings, the stage, the noise, all the familiar, uninteresting, party-colored herd of spectators in the packed theater. There were, as always, the same ladies of some sort with officers of some sort in the back of the boxes, the same gaily dressed women God knows who in uniforms and black coats, the same dirty crowd in the upper gallery, and among the crowd, in the boxes and in the front rows, were some 40 of the real people. And to those oases Vronsky at once directed his attention, and with them he entered at once into relation. The act was over when he went in, and so he did not go straight to his brother's box, but going up to the first row of stalls stopped at the footlights with Serpuhovskoy, who, standing with one knee raised and his heel on the footlights, caught sight of him in the distance and beckoned to him, smiling.
Vronsky had not yet seen Anna.
He purposely avoided looking in her direction. But he knew by the direction of people's eyes where she was. He looked round discreetly, but he was not seeking her, expecting the worst. His eyes sought for Alexey Alexandrovitch.
To his relief, Alexey Alexandrovitch was not in the theater that evening.
"How little of the military man there is left in you," Serpuhovskoy was saying to him. "A diplomat, an artist, something of that sort, one would say." "Yes, it was like going back home when I put on a black coat," answered Vronsky, smiling and slowly taking out his opera glass.
"Well, I'll own I envy you there.
When I come back from abroad and put on this," he touched his epaulets, "I regret my freedom." Serpuhovskoy had long given up all hope of Vronsky's career, but he liked him as before, and was now particularly cordial to him.
"What a pity you were not in time for the first act."
Vronsky, listening with one ear, moved his opera glass from the stalls and scanned the boxes. Near a lady in a turban and a bald old man, who seemed to wave angrily in the moving opera glass, Vronsky suddenly caught sight of Anna's head, proud, strikingly beautiful, and smiling in the frame of lace. She was in the 5th box, 20 paces from him. She was sitting in front, and slightly turning, was saying something to Yashvin. The setting of her head on her handsome, broad shoulders, and the restrained excitement and brilliance of her eyes and her whole face reminded him of her just as he had seen her at the ball in Moscow. But he felt utterly different towards her beauty now. In his feeling for her now there was no element of mystery, and so her beauty, though it attracted him even more intensely than before, gave him now a sense of injury. She was not looking in his direction, but Vronsky felt that she had seen him already. When Vronsky turned the opera glass again in that direction, he noticed that Princess Varvara was particularly red, and kept laughing unnaturally and looking round at the next box. Anna, folding her fan and tapping it on the red velvet, was gazing away and did not see, and obviously did not wish to see, what was taking place in the next box. Yashvin's face wore the expression which was common when he was losing at cards. Scowling, he sucked the left end of his mustache further and further into his mouth, and cast sidelong glances at the next box.
In that box on the left were the Kardasovs. Vronsky knew them, and knew that Anna was acquainted with them.
Madame Kardasova, a thin little woman, was standing up in her box, and, her back turned upon Anna, she was putting on a mantle that her husband was holding for her. Her face was pale and angry, and she was talking excitedly. Kardasov, a fat, bald man, was continually looking round at Anna, while he attempted to soothe his wife.
When the wife had gone out, the husband lingered a long while, and tried to catch Anna's eye, obviously anxious to bow to her.
But Anna, with unmistakable intention, avoided noticing him, and talked to Yashvin, whose cropped head was bent down to her. Kardasov went out without making his salutation, and the box was left empty. Vronsky could not understand exactly what had passed between the Kardasovs and Anna, but he saw that something humiliating for Anna had happened. He knew this both from what he had seen, and most of all from the face of Anna, who, he could see, was taxing every nerve to carry through the part she had taken up. And in maintaining this attitude of external composure she was completely successful. Anyone who did not know her and her circle, who had not heard all the utterances of the women expressive of commiseration, indignation, and amazement, that she should show herself in society, and show herself so conspicuously with her lace and her beauty, would have admired the serenity and loveliness of this woman without a suspicion that she was undergoing the sensations of a man in the stocks. Knowing that something had happened, but not knowing precisely what, Vronsky felt a thrill of agonizing anxiety, and hoping to find out something, he went towards his brother's box. Purposely choosing the way round furthest from Anna's box, he jostled as he came out against the colonel of his old regiment talking to two acquaintances. Vronsky heard the name of Madame Karenina, and noticed how the colonel hastened to address Vronsky loudly by name, with a meaning glance at his companions.
"Ah, Vronsky. When are you coming to the regiment? We can't let you off without a supper.
You're one of the old set, said the colonel of his regiment. I can't stop, awfully sorry, another time, said Vronsky, and he ran upstairs towards his brother's box. The old countess, Vronsky's mother, with her steel-grey curls, was in his brother's box. Varya with the young Princess Sorokina met him in the corridor. Leaving the Princess Sorokina with her mother, Varya held out her hand to her brother-in-law, and began immediately to speak of what interested him. She was more excited than he had ever seen her.
I think it's mean and hateful, and Madame Kardasova had no right to do it. Madame Karenina, she began. But what is it? I don't know. What? You've not heard? You know I should be the last person to hear of it. There isn't a more spiteful creature than that Madame Kardasova. But what did she do? My husband told me.
She has insulted Madame Karenina.
Her husband began talking to her across the box, and Madame Kardasova made a scene. She said something aloud, he says, something insulting, and went away. Count, your maman is asking for you, said the young Princess Sorokina, peeping out of the door of the box.
I've been expecting you all the while, said his mother, smiling sarcastically. You were nowhere to be seen. Her son saw that she could not suppress a smile of delight.
Good evening, maman.
I have come to you, he said coldly.
Why aren't you going to faire la cour à Madame Karenina? She went on, when Princess Sorokina had moved away. Elle fait sensation.
On oublie l'apathie pour elle.
Maman, I have asked you not to say anything to me of that, he answered, scowling.
I'm only saying what everyone's saying. Vronsky made no reply, and saying a few words to Princess Sorokina, he went away.
At the door he met his brother.
Ah, Alexei,
said his brother.
How disgusting. Idiot of a woman, nothing else.
I wanted to go straight to her.
Let's go together. Vronsky did not hear him.
With rapid steps he went downstairs. He felt that he must do something, but he did not know what. Anger with her for having put herself and him in such a false position, together with pity for her suffering, filled his heart. He went down, and made straight for Anna's box. At her box stood Stremov, talking to her. There are no more tenors.
Le moule en est brise.
Vronsky bowed to her and stopped to greet Stremov. You came in late, I think, and have missed the best song, Anna said to Vronsky, glancing ironically, he thought, at him. I am a poor judge of music, he said, looking sternly at her. Like Prince Yashvin, she said smiling, who considers that Patty sings too loud. Thank you, she said, her little hand in its long glove taking the playbill Vronsky picked up, and suddenly at that instant her lovely face quivered. She got up and went into the interior of the box. Noticing in the next act that her box was empty, Vronsky, rousing indignant hushes in the silent audience, went out in the middle of a solo and drove home.
Anna was already at home.
When Vronsky went up to her, she was in the same dress as she had worn at the theater. She was sitting in the first armchair against the wall, looking straight before her. She looked at him, and at once resumed her former position.
Anna, he said. You are to blame for everything.
She cried, with tears of despair and hatred in her voice, getting up. I begged, I implored you not to go, I knew it would be unpleasant.
Unpleasant?
She cried, hideous. As long as I live I shall never forget it. She said it was a disgrace to sit beside me. A silly woman's chatter, he said, but why risk it, why provoke?
I hate your calm. You ought not to have brought me to this. If you had loved me. Anna! How does the question of my love come in?
Oh, if you loved me, as I love, if you were tortured as I am," she said, looking at him with an expression of terror. He was sorry for her, and angry notwithstanding. He assured her of his love because he saw that this was the only means of soothing her, and he did not reproach her in words, but in his heart he reproached her. And the asseverations of his love, which seemed to him so vulgar that he was ashamed to utter them, she drank in eagerly, and gradually became calmer. The next day, completely reconciled, they left for the country. Part 6. Chapter 1. Darya Alexandrovna spent the summer with her children at Pokrovsko, at her sister Kitty Levin's. The house on her own estate was quite in ruins, and Levin and his wife had persuaded her to spend the summer with them. Stepan Arkadyevitch greatly approved of the arrangement. He said he was very sorry his official duties prevented him from spending the summer in the country with his family, which would have been the greatest happiness for him, and remaining in Moscow, he came down to the country from time to time for a day or two. Besides the Oblonskys, with all their children and their governess, the old princess too came to stay that summer with the Levins, as she considered it her duty to watch over her inexperienced daughter in her interesting condition. Moreover, Varenka, Kitty's friend abroad, kept her promise to come to Kitty when she was married, and stayed with her friend. All of these were friends or relations of Levin's wife. And though he liked them all, he rather regretted his own Levin world and ways, which was smothered by this influx of the Shcherbatsky element, as he called it to himself. Of his own relations there stayed with him only Sergei Ivanovitch, but he too was a man of the Kosnyshev and not the Levin stamp, so that the Levin spirit was utterly obliterated. In the Levins' house, so long deserted, there were now so many people that almost all the rooms were occupied, and almost every day it happened that the old princess, sitting down to table, counted them all over, and put the 13th grandson or granddaughter at a separate table. And Kitty, with her careful housekeeping, had no little trouble to get all the chickens, turkeys, and geese, of which so many were needed to satisfy the summer appetites of the visitors and children. The whole family were sitting at dinner. Dolly's children, with their governess and Varenka, were making plans for going to look for mushrooms. Sergei Ivanovitch, who was looked up to by all the party for his intellect and learning, with a respect that almost amounted to awe, surprised everyone by joining in the conversation about mushrooms. "Take me with you. I am very fond of picking mushrooms," he said, looking at Varenka. "I think it's a very nice occupation." "Oh, we shall be delighted," answered Varenka, coloring a little. Kitty exchanged meaningful glances with Dolly. The proposal of the learned and intellectual Sergei Ivanovitch to go looking for mushrooms with Varenka confirmed certain theories of Kitty's with which her mind had been very busy of late. She made haste to address some remark to her mother, so that her look should not be noticed. After dinner Sergei Ivanovitch sat with his cup of coffee at the drawing-room window, and while he took part in a conversation he had begun with his brother, he watched the door through which the children would start on the mushroom-picking expedition. Levin was sitting in the window near his brother. Kitty stood beside her husband, evidently awaiting the end of a conversation that had no interest for her, in order to tell him something. "You have changed in many respects since your marriage, and for the better," said Sergei Ivanovitch, smiling to Kitty, and obviously little interested in the conversation, "but you have remained true to your passion for defending the most paradoxical theories." "Katya, it's not good for you to stand," her husband said to her, putting a chair for her and looking significantly at her. "Oh, and there's no time either," added Sergei Ivanovitch, seeing the children running out. At the head of them all Tanya galloped sideways, in her tightly drawn stockings, and waving a basket and Sergei Ivanovitch's hat, she ran straight up to him. Boldly running up to Sergei Ivanovitch with shining eyes, so like her father's fine eyes, she handed him his hat and made as though she would put it on for him, softening her freedom by a shy and friendly smile. "Varenka's waiting," she said, carefully putting his hat on, seeing from Sergei Ivanovitch's smile that she might do so. Varenka was standing at the door,
dressed in a yellow print gown, with a white kerchief on her head. I'm coming, Varvara Andreevna, said Sergei Ivanovich, finishing his cup of coffee, and putting into their separate pockets his handkerchief and cigar case.
And how sweet my Varenka is!
Eh? Said Kitty to her husband, as soon as Sergei Ivanovich rose.
She spoke so that Sergei Ivanovich could hear, and it was clear that she meant him to do so.
And how good-looking she is, such a refined beauty. Varenka! Kitty shouted. Shall you be in the milk copse? We'll come out to you.
You certainly forget your condition, Kitty, said the old princess, hurriedly coming out at the door. You mustn't shout like that.
Varenka, hearing Kitty's voice and her mother's reprimand, went with light, rapid steps up to Kitty.
The rapidity of her movement, her flushed and eager face, everything betrayed that something out of the common was going on in her. Kitty knew what this was, and had been watching her intently. She called Varenka at that moment merely in order mentally to give her a blessing for the important event which, as Kitty fancied, was bound to come to pass that day after dinner in the wood. Varenka, I should be very happy if a certain something were to happen, she whispered as she kissed her.
And are you coming with us?
Varenka said to Levin in confusion, pretending not to have heard what had been said. I am coming, but only as far as the threshing floor, and there I shall stop.
Why, what do you want there? Said Kitty.
I must go to have a look at the new wagons, and to check the invoice, said Levin. And where will you be?
On the terrace. Chapter 2.
On the terrace were assembled all the ladies of the party. They always liked sitting there after dinner, and that day they had work to do there too. Besides the sewing and knitting of baby clothes, with which all of them were busy, that afternoon jam was being made on the terrace by a method new to Agafia Mihalovna, without the addition of water. Kitty had introduced this new method, which had been in use in her home. Agafia Mihalovna, to whom the task of jam-making had always been entrusted, considering that what had been done in the Levin household could not be amiss, had nevertheless put water with the strawberries, maintaining that the jam could not be made without it. She had been caught in the act, and was now making jam before everyone, and it was to be proved to her conclusively that jam could be very well made without water. Agafia Mihalovna, her face heated and angry, her hair untidy, and her thin arms bare to the elbows, was turning the preserving pan over the charcoal stove, looking darkly at the raspberries and devoutly hoping they would stick and not cook properly. The princess, conscious that Agafia Mihalovna's wrath must be chiefly directed against her, as the person responsible for the raspberry jam making, tried to appear to be absorbed in other things and not interested in the jam, talked of other matters, but cast stealthy glances in the direction of the stove. I always buy my maid's dresses myself, of some cheap material, the princess said, continuing the previous conversation.
Isn't it time to skim it, my dear?
She added, addressing Agafia Mihalovna. There's not the slightest need for you to do it, and it's hot for you, she said, stopping Kitty. I'll do it, said Dolly, and getting up, she carefully passed the spoon over the frothing sugar, and from time to time shook off the clinging jam from the spoon by knocking it on a plate that was covered with yellow-red scum and blood-colored syrup. How they'll enjoy this at tea time! She thought of her children, remembering how she herself as a child had wondered how it was the grown-up people did not eat what was best of all, the scum of the jam.
Stiva says it's much better to give money.
Dolly took up meanwhile the weighty subject under discussion, what presents should be made to servants.
But money's out of the question, the princess and Kitty exclaimed with one voice. They appreciate a present.
Well, last year, for instance, I bought our Matrona Semyonovna, not a poplin, but something of that sort, said the princess.
I remember she was wearing it on your name day.
A charming pattern, so simple and refined, I should have liked it myself, if she hadn't had it.
Something like Varenka's. So pretty and inexpensive.
Well, now I think it's done, said Dolly, dropping the syrup from the spoon. When it sets as it drops, it's ready.
Cook it a little longer, Agafia Mihailovna.
The flies,
said Agafia Mihailovna angrily.
It'll be just the same, she added.
Ah! How sweet it is! Don't frighten it,
Kitty said suddenly, looking at a sparrow that had settled on the step and was pecking at the center of a raspberry. Yes, but you keep a little further from the stove, said her mother. A propos de Varenka, said Kitty, speaking in French, as they had been doing all the while, so that Agafia Mihailovna should not understand them. You know, Mama, I somehow expect things to be settled today.
You know what I mean.
How splendid it would be. But what a famous matchmaker she is, said Dolly. How carefully and cleverly she throws them together.
No, tell me, Mama, what do you think?
Why, what is one to think?
He meant Sergei Ivanovich might at any time have been a match for anyone in Russia.
Now, of course, he's not quite a young man, still I know ever so many girls would be glad to marry him even now.
She's a very nice girl, but he might.
Oh, no, Mama, do understand why, for him and for her too, nothing better could be imagined. In the first place, she's charming,
said Kitty, crooking one of her fingers.
He thinks her very attractive, that's certain, assented Dolly. Then he occupies such a position in society that he has no need to look for either fortune or position in his wife. All he needs is a good, sweet wife.
A restful one.
Well, with her he would certainly be restful, Dolly assented. Thirdly, that she should love him. And so it is, that is, it would be so splendid. I look forward to seeing them coming out of the forest and everything settled. I shall see at once by their eyes. I should be so delighted. What do you think, Dolly? But don't excite yourself. It's not at all the thing for you to be excited, said her mother. Oh, I'm not excited, Mama.
I fancy he will make her an offer today.
Ah, that's so strange. How and when a man makes an offer? There is a sort of barrier, and all at once it's broken down, said Dolly, smiling pensively and recalling her past with Stepan Arkadyevitch.
Mama, how did Papa make you an offer?
Kitty asked suddenly. There was nothing out of the way, it was very simple, answered the princess, but her face beamed all over at the recollection. Oh, but how was it? You loved him, anyway, before you were allowed to speak? Kitty felt a peculiar pleasure in being able now to talk to her mother on equal terms about those questions of such paramount interest in a woman's life. Of course I did, he had come to stay with us in the country.
But how was it settled between you, Mama?
You imagine, I dare say, that you invented something quite new? It's always just the same, it was settled by the eyes, by smiles.
How nicely you said that, Mama.
It's just by the eyes, by smiles that it's done, Dolly assented. But what words did he say? What did Kostya say to you?
He wrote it in chalk.
It was wonderful. How long ago it seems, she said. And the three women all fell to musing on the same thing. Kitty was the first to break the silence. She remembered all that last winter before her marriage, and her passion for Vronsky. There's one thing, that old love affair of Varenka's, she said, a natural chain of ideas bringing her to this point. I should have liked to say something to Sergei Ivanovitch, to prepare him. They're all men, I mean, she added, awfully jealous over our past.
Not all, said Dolly.
You judge by your own husband.
It makes him miserable even now to remember Vronsky.
Eh? That's true, isn't it? Yes, Kitty answered, a pensive smile in her eyes. But I really don't know, the mother put in defense of her motherly care of her daughter.
What there was in your past that could worry him? That Vronsky paid you attentions that happens to every girl.
Oh, yes, but we didn't mean that, Kitty said, flushing a little. No, let me speak, her mother went on. Why, you yourself would not let me have a talk to Vronsky.
Don't you remember?
Oh, Mama, said Kitty, with an expression of suffering. There's no keeping you young people in check nowadays. Your friendship could not have gone beyond what was suitable. I should myself have called upon him to explain himself.
But, my darling, it's not right for you to be agitated.
Please remember that, and calm yourself.
I'm perfectly calm, Maman. How happy it was for Kitty that Anna came then, said Dolly, and how unhappy for her.
It turned out quite the opposite, she said, struck by her own ideas.
Then Anna was so happy, and Kitty thought herself unhappy. Now it is just the opposite. I often think of her. A nice person to think about.
Horrid, repulsive woman, no heart, said her mother, who could not forget that Kitty had married not Vronsky, but Levin.
What do you want to talk of it for? Kitty said with annoyance. I never think about it, and I don't want to think of it.
And I don't want to think of it, she said, catching the sound of her husband's well-known step on the steps of the terrace.
What's that you don't want to think about? Inquired Levin, coming onto the terrace.
But no one answered him, and he did not repeat the question. I'm sorry I've broken in on your feminine parliament, he said, looking round on everyone discontentedly, and perceiving that they had been talking of something which they would not talk about before him. For a second he felt that he was sharing the feeling of Agafea Mihailovna, vexation at their making jam without water, and altogether at the outside Shtcherbatsky element. He smiled, however, and went up to Kitty.
Well, how are you?
He asked her, looking at her with the expression with which everyone looked at her now.
Oh, very well, said Kitty, smiling, and how have things gone with you?
The wagons held 3 times as much as the old carts did.
Well, are we going for the children? I've ordered the horses to be put in. What? You want to take Kitty in the wagonette?
Her mother said reproachfully.
Yes, at a walking pace, princess.
Levin never called the princess Maman as men often do call their mothers-in-law, and the princess disliked his not doing so. But though he liked and respected the princess, Levin could not call her so without a sense of profaning his feeling for his dead mother.
Come with us, Maman, said Kitty.
I don't like to see such imprudence.
Well, I'll walk then, I'm so well. Kitty got up and went to her husband and took his hand.
You may be well, but everything in moderation, said the princess.
Well, Agafea Mihailovna, is the jam done? Said Levin, smiling too.
Agafea Mihailovna, and trying to cheer her up.
Is it all right in the new way? I suppose it's all right. For our notions it's boiled too long.
It'll be all the better, Agafea Mihailovna, it won't mildew, even though our ice has begun to thaw already, so that we've no cool cellar to store it, said Kitty, at once divining her husband's motive, and addressing the old housekeeper with the same feeling. But your pickle's so good, that Mama says she never tasted any like it, she added, smiling, and putting her kerchief straight.
Agafea Mihailovna looked angrily at Kitty. You needn't try to console me, mistress.
I need only to look at you with him, and I feel happy, she said, and something in the rough familiarity of that with him touched Kitty. Come along with us to look for mushrooms, you will show us the nest places. Agafea Mihailovna smiled and shook her head, as though to say, I should like to be angry with you too, but I can't.
Do it, please, by my receipt, said the princess,
put some paper over the jam, and moisten it with a little rum, and without even ice, it will never go mildewy.
Chapter 3.
Kitty was particularly glad of a chance of being alone with her husband, for she had noticed the shade of mortification that had passed over his face, always so quick to reflect every feeling at the moment when he had come onto the terrace and asked what they were talking of, and had got no answer. When they had set off on foot ahead of the others, and had come out of sight of the house onto the beaten dusty road, marked with rusty wheels and sprinkled with grains of corn, she clung faster to his arm and pressed it closer to her. He had quite forgotten the momentary unpleasant impression, and alone with her he felt, now that the thought of her approaching motherhood was never for a moment absent from his mind, a new and delicious bliss, quite pure from all alloy of sense, in the being near to the woman he loved. There was no need of speech, yet he longed to hear the sound of her voice, which like her eyes had changed since she had been with child. In her voice, as in her eyes, there was that softness and gravity which is found in people continually concentrated on some cherished pursuit.
"So you're not tired?"
"Lean more on me," said he. "No, I'm so glad of a chance of being alone with you, and I must own, though I'm happy with them, I do regret our winter evenings alone."
"That was good, but this is even better."
"Both are better," he said, squeezing her hand.
"Do you know what we were talking about when you came in? About jam?"
"Oh, yes, about jam too, but afterwards, about how men make offers."
"Ah,"
said Levin, listening more to the sound of her voice than to the words she was saying, and all the while paying attention to the road, which passed now through the forest, and avoiding places where she might make a false step.
"And about Sergei Ivanovitch and Varenka. You've noticed? I'm very anxious for it," she went on. "What do you think about it?"
And she peeped into his face.
"I don't know what to think," Levin answered, smiling. "Sergei seems very strange to me in that way. I told you, you know."
"Yes, that he was in love with that girl who died." "That was when I was a child. I know about it from hearsay and tradition."
"I remember him then. He was wonderfully sweet."
"But I've watched him since with women. He is friendly, some of them he likes, but one feels that to him they're simply people, not women."
"Yes, but now with Varenka, I fancy there's something."
"Perhaps there is?"
"But one has to know him. He's a peculiar, wonderful person. He lives a spiritual life only. He's too pure, too exalted a nature." "Why? Would this lower him, then?"
"No, but he's so used to a spiritual life that he can't reconcile himself with actual fact, and Varenka is after all fact." Levin had grown used by now to uttering his thought boldly, without taking the trouble of clothing it in exact language. He knew that his wife, in such moments of loving tenderness as now, would understand what he meant to say from a hint, and she did understand him. "Yes, but there's not so much of that actual fact about her as about me. I can see that he would never have cared for me. She is altogether spiritual." "Oh, no, he is so fond of you, and I am always so glad when my people like you." "Yes, he's very nice to me, but it's not as it was with poor Nikolai. You really cared for each other," Levin finished.
"Why not speak of him?" he added.
"I sometimes blame myself for not. It ends in one's forgetting."
"Ah, how terrible and dear he was."
"Yes, what were we talking about?"
Levin said, after a pause.
"You think he can't fall in love," said Kitty, translating into her own language. "It's not so much that he can't fall in love," Levin said, smiling, "but he has not the weakness necessary. I've always envied him, and even now, when I'm so happy, I still envy him."
"You envy him for not being able to fall in love?"
"I envy him for being better than I," said Levin. "He does not live for himself.
His whole life is subordinated to his duty. And that's why he can be calm and contented." "And you?"
Kitty asked, with an ironical and loving smile. She could never have explained the chain of thought that made her smile, but the last link in it was that her husband, in exalting his brother and abasing himself, was not quite sincere. Kitty knew that this insincerity came from his love for his brother, from his sense of shame at being too happy, and above all from his unflagging craving to be better. She loved it in him, and so she smiled.
And you?
What are you dissatisfied with? She asked, with the same smile. Her disbelief in his self-dissatisfaction delighted him, and unconsciously he tried to draw her into giving utterance to the grounds of her disbelief. I am happy, but dissatisfied with myself, he said. Why, how can you be dissatisfied with yourself if you are happy?
Well, how shall I say? In my heart I really care for nothing whatever but that you should not stumble, see?
Oh, but really you mustn't skip about like that, he cried, breaking off to scold her for too agile a movement in stepping over a branch that lay in the path. But when I think about myself, and compare myself with others, especially with my brother, I feel I'm a poor creature.
But in what way? Kitty pursued with the same smile. Don't you too work for others? What about your cooperative settlement, and your work on the estate, and your book?
Oh, but I feel, and particularly just now it's your fault, he said, pressing her hand, that all that doesn't count. I do it in a way half-heartedly. If I could care for all that as I care for you. Instead of that, I do it in these days like a task that is set me.
Well, what would you say about Papa? Asked Kitty. Is he a poor creature then, as he does nothing for the public good? No.
But then one must have the simplicity, the straightforwardness, the goodness of your father, and I haven't got that.
I do nothing, and I fret about it. It's all you're doing.
Before there was you and this too, he added with a glance towards her waist that she understood. I put all my energies into work, now I can't, and I'm ashamed. I do it just as though it were a task set me, I'm pretending.
Well, but would you like to change this minute with Sergei Ivanovitch? Said Kitty.
Would you like to do this work for the general good, and to love the task set you, as he does, and nothing else?
Of course not, said Levin. But I'm so happy that I don't understand anything. So you think he'll make her an offer today?
He added after a brief silence.
I think so, and I don't think so. Only, I'm awfully anxious for it. Here, wait a minute.
She stooped down and picked a wild chamomile at the edge of the path. Come, Count, he does propose, he doesn't, she said, giving him the flower. He does, he doesn't, said Levin, tearing off the white petals.
No, no.
Kitty, snatching at his hand, stopped him. She had been watching his fingers with interest.
You picked off too.
Oh, but see, this little one shan't count to make up, said Levin, tearing off a little half-grown petal.
Here's the wagonette overtaking us. Aren't you tired, Kitty? Called the princess. Not in the least. If you or you can get in, as the horses are quiet and walking.
But it was not worthwhile to get in, they were quite near the place, and all walked on together.
Chapter 4.
Varenka, with her white kerchief on her black hair, surrounded by the children, gaily and good-humoredly looking after them, and at the same time visibly excited at the possibility of receiving a declaration from the man she cared for, was very attractive.
Sergei Ivanovitch walked beside her, and never left off admiring her.
Looking at her, he recalled all the delightful things he had heard from her lips, all the good he knew about her, and became more and more conscious that the feeling he had for her was something special that he had felt long, long ago, and only once, in his early youth. The feeling of happiness in being near her continually grew, and at last reached such a point that, as he put a huge, slender-stalked agaric fungus in her basket, he looked straight into her face, and noticing the flush of glad and alarmed excitement that overspread her face, he was confused himself, and smiled to her in silence, a smile that said too much. If so, he said to himself, I ought to think it over and make up my mind, and not give way like a boy to the impulse of a moment. I'm going to pick by myself apart from all the rest, or else my efforts will make no show," he said, and he left the edge of the forest where they were walking on low silky grass between old birch trees standing far apart, and went more into the heart of the wood, where between the white birch trunks there were grey trunks of aspen and dark bushes of hazel. Walking some 40 paces away, Sergei Ivanovich, knowing he was out of sight, stood still behind a bushy spindle tree in full flower with its rosy red catkins. It was perfectly still all round him. Only overhead in the birches under which he stood, the flies, like a swarm of bees, buzzed unceasingly, and from time to time the children's voices were floated across to him. All at once he heard, not far from the edge of the wood, the sound of Varenka's contralto voice, calling Grisha, and a smile of delight passed over Sergei Ivanovich's face. Conscious of this smile, he shook his head disapprovingly at his own condition, and taking out a cigar, he began lighting it. For a long while he could not get a match to light against the trunk of a birch tree. The soft scales of the white bark rubbed off the phosphorus, and the light went out. At last one of the matches burned, and the fragrant cigar smoke, hovering uncertainly in flat, wide coils, stretched away forwards and upwards over a bush under the overhanging branches of a birch tree. Watching the streak of smoke, Sergei Ivanovich walked gently on, deliberating on his position. Why not? He thought. If it were only a passing fancy or a passion, if it were only this attraction, this mutual attraction, I can call it a mutual attraction, but if I felt that it was in contradiction with the whole bent of my life, if I felt that in giving way to this attraction I should be false to my vocation and my duty, but it's not so. The only thing I can say against it is that, when I lost Marie, I said to myself that I would remain faithful to her memory. That's the only thing I can say against my feeling. That's a great thing, Sergei Ivanovich said to himself, feeling at the same time that this consideration had not the slightest importance for him personally, but would only perhaps detract from his romantic character in the eyes of others. But apart from that, however much I searched, I should never find anything to say against my feeling. If I were choosing by considerations of suitability alone, I could not have found anything better. However many women and girls he thought of whom he knew, he could not think of a girl who united to such a degree all, positively all, the qualities he would wish to see in his wife. She had all the charm and freshness of youth, but she was not a child, and if she loved him consciously as a woman ought to love. That was one thing. Another point, she was not only far from being worldly, but had an unmistakable distaste for worldly society, and at the same time she knew the world, and had all the ways of a woman of the best society, which were absolutely essential to Sergei Ivanovich's conception of the woman who was to share his life. Thirdly, she was religious, and not like a child, unconsciously religious and good, as Kitty, for example, was, but her life was founded on religious principles. Even in trifling matters, Sergei Ivanovich found in her all that he wanted in his wife. She was poor and alone in the world, so she would not bring with her a mass of relations and their influence into her husband's house, as he saw now in Kitty's case. She would owe everything to her husband, which was what he had always desired too for his future family life. And this girl, who united all these qualities, loved him. He was a modest man, but he could not help seeing it. And he loved her. There was one consideration against it: his age. But he came of a long-lived family, he had not a single gray hair, no one would have taken him for 40, and he remembered Varenka's saying that it was only in Russia that men of 50 thought themselves old, and that in France a man of 50 considers himself dans la force de l'âge, while a man of 40 is un jeune homme. But what did the mere reckoning of years matter when he felt as young in heart as he had been 20 years ago? Was it not youth to feel as he felt now, when coming from the other side to the edge of the wood he saw in the glowing light of the slanting sunbeams the gracious figure of Varenka in her yellow gown with her basket, walking lightly by the trunk of an old birch tree, and when this impression of the sight of Varenka blended so harmoniously with the beauty of the view, of the yellow oatfield lying bathed in the slanting sunshine, and beyond it the distant ancient forest flecked with yellow and melting into the blue of the distance? His heart throbbed joyously. A softened feeling came over him. He felt that he had made up his mind. Varenka, who had just crouched down to pick a mushroom, rose with a supple movement and looked round.
Flinging away the cigar, Sergei Ivanovich advanced with resolute steps towards her. Chapter 5.
Varvara Andreevna, when I was very young, I set before myself the ideal of the woman I loved and should be happy to call my wife. I have lived through a long life, and now for the first time I have met what I sought in you.
I love you, and offer you my hand.
Sergei Ivanovich was saying this to himself while he was 10 paces from Varvara. Kneeling down, with her hands over the mushrooms to guard them from Grisha, she was calling little Masha.
Come here, little ones. There are so many.
She was saying in her sweet, deep voice. Seeing Sergei Ivanovich approaching, she did not get up and did not change her position, but everything told him that she felt his presence and was glad of it.
Well, did you find some?
She asked from under the white kerchief, turning her handsome, gently smiling face to him.
Not one, said Sergei Ivanovich. Did you?
She did not answer, busy with the children who thronged about her.
That one too, near the twig, she pointed out to little Masha a little fungus, split in half across its rosy cap by the dry grass from under which it thrust itself. Varenka got up while Masha picked the fungus, breaking it into 2 white halves.
This brings back my childhood, she added, moving apart from the children beside Sergei Ivanovich. They walked on for some steps in silence. Varenka saw that he wanted to speak, she guessed of what, and felt faint with joy and panic. They had walked so far away that no one could hear them now, but still he did not begin to speak.
It would have been better for Varenka to be silent.
After a silence it would have been easier for them to say what they wanted to say than after talking about mushrooms. But against her own will, as it were accidentally, Varenka said.
So you found nothing? In the middle of the wood there are always fewer, though. Sergei Ivanovich sighed and made no answer.
He was annoyed that she had spoken about the mushrooms. He wanted to bring her back to the first words she had uttered about her childhood, but after a pause of some length, as though against his own will, he made an observation in response to her last words. I have heard that the white edible funguses are found principally at the edge of the wood, though I can't tell them apart. Some minutes more passed, they moved still further away from the children, and were quite alone. Varenka's heart throbbed so that she heard it beating, and felt that she was turning red and pale and red again. To be the wife of a man like Koznishev, after her position with Madame Stahl, was to her imagination the height of happiness. Besides, she was almost certain that she was in love with him. And this moment it would have to be decided. She felt frightened. She dreaded both his speaking and his not speaking. Now or never it must be said that Sergei Ivanovich felt too. Everything in the expression, the flushed cheeks and the downcast eyes of Varenka betrayed a painful suspense. Sergei Ivanovich saw it and felt sorry for her. He felt even that to say nothing now would be a slight to her. Rapidly in his own mind he ran over all the arguments in support of his decision. He even said over to himself the words in which he meant to put his offer, but instead of those words, some utterly unexpected reflection that occurred to him made him ask, what is the difference between the birch mushroom and the white mushroom? Varenka's lips quivered with emotion as she answered. In the top part there is scarcely any difference, it's in the stalk. And as soon as these words were uttered, both he and she felt that it was over, that what was to have been said would not be said, and their emotion, which had up to then been continually growing more intense, began to subside. The birch mushroom stalk suggests a dark man's chin after 2 days without shaving, said Sergei Ivanovich, speaking quite calmly now. Yes, that's true, answered Varenka smiling, and unconsciously the direction of their walk changed. They began to turn towards the children. Varenka felt both sore and ashamed, at the same time she had a sense of relief. When he had got home again and went over the whole subject, Sergei Ivanovich thought his previous decision had been a mistaken one. He could not be false to the memory of Marie. Gently, children, gently. Levin shouted quite angrily to the children, standing before his wife to protect her when the crowd of children flew with shrieks of delight to meet them.
Behind the children, Sergei Ivanovich and Varenka walked out of the wood.
Kitty had no need to ask Varenka. She saw from the calm and somewhat crestfallen faces of both that her plans had not come off.
Well?
Her husband questioned her as they were going home again. It doesn't bite, said Kitty, her smile and manner of speaking recalling her father, a likeness Levin often noticed with pleasure.
How doesn't bite?
I'll show you, she said, taking her husband's hand, lifting it to her mouth, and just faintly brushing it with closed lips.
Like a kiss on a priest's hand. Which didn't it bite with? He said, laughing.
Both.
But it should have been like this. There are some peasants coming. Oh, they didn't see.
Chapter 6. During the time of the children's tea, the grown-up people sat in the balcony and talked as though nothing had happened, though they all, especially Sergei Ivanovich and Varenka, were very well aware that there had happened an event which, though negative, was of very great importance. They both had the same feeling, rather like that of a schoolboy after an examination, which has left him in the same class or shut him out of the school forever. Everyone present, feeling too that something had happened, talked eagerly about extraneous subjects. Levin and Kitty were particularly happy and conscious of their love that evening. And their happiness and their love seemed to imply a disagreeable slur on those who would have liked to feel the same and could not, and they felt a prick of conscience. Mark my words, Alexander will not come, said the old princess. That evening they were expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch to come down by train, and the old prince had written that possibly he might come too. And I know why, the princess went on. He says that young people ought to be left alone for a while at first.
But Papa has left us alone.
We've never seen him, said Kitty. Besides, we're not young people, we're old, married people by now. Only if he doesn't come, I shall say goodbye to you children, said the princess, sighing mournfully.
What nonsense, Mama!
Both the daughters fell upon her at once.
How do you suppose he is feeling? Why, now? And suddenly there was an unexpected quiver in the princess's voice.
Her daughters were silent, and looked at one another.
Maman always finds something to be miserable about, they said in that glance.
They did not know that happy as the princess was in her daughter's house, and useful as she felt herself to be there, she had been extremely miserable, both on her own account and her husband's, ever since they had married their last and favorite daughter, and the old home had been left empty.
What is it, Agafia Mihalovna?
Kitty asked suddenly of Agafia Mihalovna, who was standing with a mysterious air, and a face full of meaning.
About supper.
Well, that's right, said Dolly, you go and arrange about it, and I'll go and hear Grisha repeat his lesson, or else he will have nothing done all day.
That's my lesson.
No, Dolly, I'm going, said Levin, jumping up. Grisha, who was by now at a high school, had to go over the lessons of the term in the summer holidays. Darya Alexandrovna, who had been studying Latin with her son in Moscow before, had made it a rule on coming to the Levins to go over with him, at least once a day, the most difficult lessons of Latin and arithmetic. Levin had offered to take her place, but the mother, having once overheard Levin's lesson, and noticing that it was not given exactly as the teacher in Moscow had given it, said resolutely, though with much embarrassment and anxiety not to mortify Levin, that they must keep strictly to the book as the teacher had done, and that she had better undertake it again herself. Levin was amazed both at Stepan Arkadyevitch, who, by neglecting his duty, threw upon the mother the supervision of studies of which she had no comprehension, and at the teachers for teaching the children so badly. But he promised his sister-in-law to give the lessons exactly as she wished. And he went on teaching Grisha, not in his own way, but by the book, and so took little interest in it, and often forgot the hour of the lesson.
So it had been today.
No, I'm going, Dolly, you sit still, he said. We'll do it all properly, like the book. Only when Stiva comes, and we go out shooting, then we shall have to miss it.
And Levin went to Grisha. Varenka was saying the same thing to Kitty. Even in the happy, well-ordered household of the Levins, Varenka had succeeded in making herself useful.
"I'll see to the supper, you sit still," she said, and got up to go to Agafia Mikhailovna. Yes, most likely they've not been able to get chickens. If so, ours.
Agafia Mikhailovna and I will see about it, and Varenka vanished with her. "What a nice girl," said the princess. "Not nice, Maman, she's an exquisite girl, there's no one else like her." "So you are expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch today?" said Sergei. Ivanovitch, evidently not disposed to pursue the conversation about Varenka.
"It would be difficult to find two sons-in-law more unlike than yours," he said with a subtle smile. "One all movement, only living in society, like a fish in water, the other Arkastia, lively, alert, quick in everything, but as soon as he is in society, he either sinks into apathy, or struggles helplessly like a fish on land." "Yes, he's very heedless," said the princess, addressing Sergei Ivanovitch. "I've been meaning, indeed, to ask you to tell him that it's out of the question for her," she indicated Kitty, "to stay here, that she positively must come to Moscow. He talks of getting a doctor down." "Maman, he'll do everything, he has agreed to everything," Kitty said, angry with her mother for appealing to Sergei Ivanovitch to judge in such a matter. In the middle of their conversation they heard the snorting of horses and the sound of wheels on the gravel. Dolly had not time to get up to go and meet her husband, when from the window of the room below, where Grisha was having his lesson, Levin leaped out and helped Grisha out after him. "It's Stiva!" Levin shouted from under the balcony. "We've finished, Dolly, don't be afraid," he added, and started running like a boy to meet the carriage. Shouted Grisha, skipping along the avenue. "And someone else too." "Papa, of course," cried Levin, stopping at the entrance of the avenue. "Kitty, don't come down the steep staircase, go round." But Levin had been mistaken in taking the person sitting in the carriage for the old prince. As he got nearer to the carriage he saw beside Stepan Arkadyevitch not the prince but a handsome, stout young man in a Scotch cap, with long ends of ribbon behind. This was Vasenka Veslovsky, a distant cousin of the Shcherbatskys, a brilliant young gentleman in Petersburg and Moscow society. "A capital fellow, and a keen sportsman," as Stepan Arkadyevitch said, introducing him. Not a whit abashed by the disappointment caused by his having come in place of the old prince, Veslovsky greeted Levin gaily, claiming acquaintance with him in the past, and snatching up Grisha into the carriage, lifted him over the pointer that Stepan Arkadyevitch had brought with him. Levin did not get into the carriage, but walked behind. He was rather vexed at the non-arrival of the old prince, whom he liked more and more the more he saw of him, and also at the arrival of this Vasenka Veslovsky, a quite uncongenial and superfluous person. He seemed to him still more uncongenial and superfluous when, on approaching the steps where the whole party, children and grown-up, were gathered together in much excitement, Levin saw Vasenka Veslovsky, with a particularly warm and gallant air, kissing Kitty's hand. "Your wife and I are cousins and very old friends," said Vasenka Veslovsky, once more shaking Levin's hand with great warmth. "Well, are there plenty of birds?" Stepan Arkadyevitch said to Levin, hardly leaving time for everyone to utter their greetings. "We've come with the most savage intentions." "Why, Maman, they've not been in Moscow since." "Look, Tanya, here's something for you." "Get it, please, it's in the carriage, behind." He talked in all directions. "How pretty you've grown, Dolly," he said to his wife, once more kissing her hand, holding it in one of his, and patting it with the other. Levin, who a minute before had been in the happiest frame of mind, now looked darkly at everyone, and everything displeased him. Who was it he kissed yesterday with those lips? He thought, looking at Stepan Arkadyevitch's tender demonstrations to his wife. He looked at Dolly,
and he did not like her either. She doesn't believe in his love. So what is she so pleased about? Revolting, thought Levin. He looked at the princess, who had been so dear to him a minute before, and he did not like the manner in which she welcomed this Vasenka, with his ribbons, just as though she were in her own house. Even Sergei Ivanovitch, who had come out too onto the steps, seemed to him unpleasant with the show of cordiality with which he met Stepan Arkadyevitch, though Levin knew that his brother neither liked nor respected Oblonsky. And Varenka, even she seemed hateful, with her heir Saint Natush making the acquaintance of this gentleman, while all the while she was thinking of nothing but getting married. And more hateful than anyone was Kitty for falling in with the tone of gaiety with which this gentleman regarded his visit in the country, as though it were a holiday for himself and everyone else. And, above all, unpleasant was that particular smile with which she responded to his smile. Noisily talking, they all went into the house, but as soon as they were all seated, Levin turned and went out. Kitty saw something was wrong with her husband. She tried to seize a moment to speak to him alone, but he made haste to get away from her, saying he was wanted at the counting-house. It was long since his own work on the estate had seemed to him so important as at that moment. It's all holiday for them, he thought, but these are no holiday matters, they won't wait, and there's no living without them. Chapter 7. Levin came back to the house only when they sent to summon him to supper. On the stairs were standing Kitty and Agafia Mihailovna, consulting about wines for supper. But why are you making all this fuss? Have what we usually do. No, Stiva doesn't drink. Kostya, stop, what's the matter? Kitty began, hurrying after him, but he strode ruthlessly away to the dining room without waiting for her, and at once joined in the lively general conversation which was being maintained there by Vasenka Veslovsky and Stepan Arkadyevitch. Well, what do you say, are we going shooting tomorrow? Said Stepan Arkadyevitch. Please, do let's go, said Veslovsky, moving to another chair, where he sat down sideways, with one fat leg crossed under him. I shall be delighted, we will go. And have you had any shooting yet this year? Said Levin to Veslovsky, looking intently at his leg, but speaking with that forced amiability that Kitty knew so well in him, and that was so out of keeping with him. I can't answer for our finding grouse, but there are plenty of snipe. Only we ought to start early. You're not tired? Aren't you tired, Stiva? Me tired? I've never been tired yet. Suppose we stay up all night. Let's go for a walk. Yes, really, let's not go to bed at all. Capital. Veslovsky chimed in. Oh, we all know you can do without sleep, and keep other people up too, Dolly said to her husband, with that faint note of irony in her voice which she almost always had now with her husband. But to my thinking, it's time for bed now. I'm going, I don't want supper. No, do stay a little, Dolly, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, going round to her side behind the table where they were having supper. I've so much still to tell you. Nothing really, I suppose. Do you know Veslovsky has been at Anna's, and he's going to them again? You know they're hardly 50 miles from you, and I too must certainly go over there. Veslovsky, come here. Vasenka crossed over to the ladies, and sat down beside Kitty. Ah, do tell me, please, you have stayed with her? How was she? Darya Alexandrovna appealed to him. Levin was left at the other end of the table, and though never pausing in his conversation with the princess and Varenka, he saw that there was an eager and mysterious conversation going on between Stepan Arkadyevitch, Dolly, Kitty, and Veslovsky. And that was not all. He saw on his wife's face an expression of real feeling as she gazed with fixed eyes on the handsome face of Vasenka, who was telling them something with great animation. It's exceedingly nice at their place, Veslovsky was telling them about Vronsky and Anna. I can't, of course, take it upon myself to judge, but in their house you feel the real feeling of home. What do they intend doing?
I believe they think of going to Moscow.
How jolly it would be for us all to go over to them together. When are you going there?
Stepan Arkadyevitch asked Vasenka.
I'm spending July there. Will you go?
Stepan Arkadyevitch said to his wife. I've been wanting to a long while. I shall certainly go, said Dolly. I am sorry for her, and I know her.
She's a splendid woman.
I will go alone when you go back, and then I shall be in no one's way. And it will be better indeed without you. To be sure, said Stepan Arkadyevitch.
And you, Kitty? Why should I go?
Kitty said, flushing all over, and she glanced round at her husband.
Do you know Anna Arkadyevna, then?
Veslovsky asked her.
She's a very fascinating woman.
Yes, she answered Veslovsky, crimsoning still more.
She got up and walked across to her husband. Are you going shooting, then, tomorrow? She said.
His jealousy had in these few moments, especially at the flush that had overspread her cheeks while she was talking to Veslovsky, gone far indeed. Now as he heard her words, he construed them in his own fashion. Strange as it was to him afterwards to recall it, it seemed to him at the moment clear that in asking whether he was going shooting, all she cared to know was whether he would give that pleasure to Vasenka Veslovsky, with whom, as he fancied, she was in love. Yes, I'm going, he answered her in an unnatural voice, disagreeable to himself. No, better spend the day here tomorrow, or Dolly won't see anything of her husband, and set off the day after, said Kitty. The motive of Kitty's words was interpreted by Levin thus: don't separate me from him. I don't care about your going, but do let me enjoy the society of this delightful young man. Oh, if you wish, we'll stay here tomorrow, Levin answered, with peculiar amiability. Vasenka meanwhile, utterly unsuspecting the misery his presence had occasioned, got up from the table after Kitty, and watching her with smiling and admiring eyes, he followed her.
Levin saw that look.
He turned white, and for a minute he could hardly breathe.
How dare he look at my wife like that? Was the feeling that boiled within him. Tomorrow, then?
Do, please, let us go, said Vasenka, sitting down on a chair, and again crossing his leg as his habit was.
Levin's jealousy went further still.
Already he saw himself a deceived husband, looked upon by his wife and her lover as simply necessary to provide them with the conveniences and pleasures of life. But in spite of that he made polite and hospitable inquiries of Vasenka about his shooting, his gun, and his boots, and agreed to go shooting next day. Happily for Levin, the old princess cut short his agonies by getting up herself and advising Kitty to go to bed. But even at this point Levin could not escape another agony. As he said goodnight to his hostess, Vasenka would again have kissed her hand, but Kitty, reddening, drew back her hand and said with a naive bluntness, for which the old princess scolded her afterwards: "We don't like that fashion." In Levin's eyes she was to blame for having allowed such relations to arise, and still more to blame for showing so awkwardly that she did not like them.
"Why, how can one want to go to bed?"
said Stepan Arkadyevitch, who, after drinking several glasses of wine at supper, was now in his most charming and sentimental humor. "Look, Kitty," he said, pointing to the moon, which had just risen behind the lime trees, "how exquisite!
Veslovsky, this is the time for a serenade.
You know, he has a splendid voice, we practice songs together along the road. He has brought some lovely songs with him, 2 new ones.
Varvara Andreevna and he must sing some duets."
When the party had broken up, Stepan Arkadyevitch walked a long while about the avenue with Veslovsky. Their voices could be heard singing one of the new songs. Levin, hearing these voices, sat scowling in an easy chair in his wife's bedroom, and maintained an obstinate silence when she asked him what was wrong. But when at last with a timid glance she hazarded the question, "Was there perhaps something you disliked about Veslovsky?" it all burst out, and he told her all. He was humiliated himself at what he was saying, and that exasperated him all the more. He stood facing her with his eyes glittering menacingly under his scowling brows, and he squeezed his strong arms across his chest, as though he were straining every nerve to hold himself in. The expression of his face would have been grim, and even cruel, if it had not at the same time had a look of suffering which touched her. His jaws were twitching, and his voice kept breaking. "You must understand that I'm not jealous, that's a nasty word. I can't be jealous, and believe that. I can't say what I feel, but this is awful. I'm not jealous, but I'm wounded, humiliated that anybody dare think, that anybody dare look at you with eyes like that." "Eyes like what?" said Kitty, trying as conscientiously as possible to recall every word and gesture of that evening and every shade implied in them. At the very bottom of her heart she did think there had been something precisely at the moment when he had crossed over after her to the other end of the table, but she dared not own it even to herself, and would have been even more unable to bring herself to say so to him, and so increase his suffering. "And what can there possibly be attractive about me as I am now?" "Ah!" he cried, clutching at his head, "you shouldn't say that. If you had been attractive then." "Oh, no, Kostya, oh, wait a minute, oh, do listen," she said, looking at him with an expression of pained commiseration. "Why, what can you be thinking about? When for me there's no one in the world, no one, no one. Would you like me never to see anyone?" For the first minute she had been offended at his jealousy. She was angry that the slightest amusement, even the most innocent, should be forbidden her, but now she would readily have sacrificed, not merely such trifles, but everything, for his peace of mind, to save him from the agony he was suffering. "You must understand the horror and comedy of my position," he went on in a desperate whisper, "that he's in my house, that he's done nothing improper positively except his free and easy airs and the way he sits on his legs. He thinks it's the best possible form, and so I'm obliged to be civil to him." "But, Kostya, you're exaggerating," said Kitty, at the bottom of her heart rejoicing at the depth of his love for her, shown now in his jealousy. "The most awful part of it all is that you're just as you always are, and especially now when to me you're something sacred, and we're so happy, so particularly happy, and all of a sudden a little wretch." "He's not a little wretch, why should I abuse him? I have nothing to do with him. But why should my, and your, happiness?" "Do you know, I understand now what it's all come from," Kitty was beginning. "Well, what?" "What?" "I saw how you looked while we were talking at supper." "Well, well," Levin said in dismay. She told him what they had been talking about. And as she told him, she was breathless with emotion. Levin was silent for a space, then he scanned her pale and distressed face, and suddenly he clutched at his head. "Katya, I've been worrying you. Darling, forgive me. It's madness. Katya, I'm a criminal. And how could you be so distressed at such idiocy?" "Oh, I was sorry for you." "For me? For me? How mad I am. But why make you miserable? It's awful to think that any outsider can shatter our happiness. It's humiliating too, of course." "Oh, then I'll keep him here all the summer, and will overwhelm him with civility," said Levin, kissing her hands. "You shall see. Tomorrow, oh, yes, we are going tomorrow." Chapter 8. Next day, before the ladies were up, the wagonette and a trap for the shooting party were at the door, and Laska, aware since early morning that they were going shooting, after much whining and darting to and fro, had sat herself down in the wagonette beside the coachman, and, disapproving of the delay, was excitedly watching the door from which the sportsman still did not come out. The first to come out was Vasenka Veslavsky, in new high boots that reached halfway up his thick thighs, in a green blouse, with a new Russian leather cartridge belt, and in his Scotch cap with ribbons, with a brand new English gun without a sling. Laska flew up to him, welcomed him, and jumping up, asked him in her own way whether the others were coming soon, but getting no answer from him, she returned to her post of observation and sank into repose again, her head on one side, and one ear pricked up to listen. At last the door opened with a creak, and Stepan Arkadyevitch's spot-and-tan pointer crock flew out, running round and turning over in the air. Stepan Arkadyevitch himself followed with a gun in his hand and a cigar in his mouth. Good dog, Crock," he cried encouragingly to the dog, who put his paws up on his chest, catching at his game bag. Stepan Arkadyevitch was dressed in rough leggings and spats, in torn trousers and a short coat. On his head there was a wreck of a hat of indefinite form, but his gun of a new patent was a perfect gem, and his game bag and cartridge belt, though worn, were of the very best quality. Vasenka Veslavsky had had no notion before that it was truly chic for a sportsman to be in tatters, but to have his shooting outfit of the best quality. He saw it now as he looked at Stepan Arkadyevitch, radiant in his rags, graceful, well-fed, and joyous, a typical Russian nobleman. And he made up his mind that next time he went shooting he would certainly adopt the same get-up. "Well, and what about our host?" he asked. "A young wife," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling. "Yes, and such a charming one. He came down dressed. No doubt he's run up to her again." Stepan Arkadyevitch guessed right. Levin had run up again to his wife to ask her once more if she forgave him for his idiocy yesterday, and, moreover, to beg her for Christ's sake to be more careful. The great thing was for her to keep away from the children, they might any minute push against her. Then he had once more to hear her declare that she was not angry with him for going away for 2 days, and to beg her to be sure to send him a note next morning by a servant on horseback, to write him, if it were but 2 words only, to let him know that all was well with her. Kitty was distressed, as she always was, at parting for a couple of days from her husband, but when she saw his eager figure, looking big and strong in his shooting boots and his white blouse, and a sort of sportsman elation and excitement incomprehensible to her, she forgot her own chagrin for the sake of his pleasure, and said good-bye to him cheerfully. "Pardon, gentlemen," he said, running out onto the steps. "Have you put the lunch in? Why is the chestnut on the right?" "Well, it doesn't matter. Laska, down, go and lie down." "Put it with the herd of oxen," he said to the herdsman, who was waiting for him at the steps with some question. "Excuse me, here comes another villain." Levin jumped out of the wagonette, in which he had already taken his seat, to meet the carpenter, who came towards the steps with a rule in his hand. "You didn't come to the counting house yesterday, and now you're detaining me." "Well, what is it?" "Would your honor let me make another turning? It's only 3 steps to add. And we make it just fit at the same time. It will be much more convenient." "You should have listened to me," Levin answered with annoyance. "I said, put the lines and then fit in the steps. Now there's no setting it right. Do as I told you, and make a new staircase." The point was that in the lodge that was being built the carpenter had spoiled the staircase, fitting it together without calculating the space it was to fill, so that the steps were all sloping when it was put in place. Now the carpenter wanted, keeping the same staircase, to add 3 steps. "It will be much better." "But where's your staircase coming out with its 3 steps?" "Why, upon my word, sir," the carpenter said with a contemptuous smile. "It comes out right at the very spot. It starts, so to speak," he said, with a persuasive gesture, "it comes down, and comes down, and comes out." "But 3 steps will add to the length too, where is it to come out?" "Why, to be sure, it'll start from the bottom and go up, and come out so," the carpenter said obstinately and convincingly. "It'll reach the ceiling and the wall." "Upon my word. Why, it'll go up, and come out like this." Levin took out a ramrod and began sketching him the staircase in the dust. "There, do you see? As your honor likes, said the carpenter, with a sudden gleam in his eyes, obviously understanding the thing at last.
It seems it'll be best to make a new one.
Well, then, do it as you're told, Levin shouted, seating himself in the wagonette.
Down.
Hold the dogs, Philip. Levin felt now at leaving behind all his family and household cares such an eager sense of joy in life and expectation that he was not disposed to talk. Besides that, he had that feeling of concentrated excitement that every sportsman experiences as he approaches the scene of action. If he had anything on his mind at that moment, it was only the doubt whether they would start anything in the Kolpensky marsh, whether Laska would show to advantage in comparison with Krok, and whether he would shoot well that day himself. Not to disgrace himself before a new spectator, not to be outdone by Oblonsky, that too was a thought that crossed his brain.
Oblonsky was feeling the same, and he too was not talkative. Vasenka Veslavsky kept up alone a ceaseless flow of cheerful chatter.
As he listened to him now, Levin felt ashamed to think how unfair he had been to him the day before.
Vasenka was really a nice fellow, simple, good-hearted, and very good-humored.
If Levin had met him before he was married, he would have made friends with him.
Levin rather disliked his holiday attitude to life and a sort of free and easy assumption of elegance.
It was as though he assumed a high degree of importance in himself that could not be disputed, because he had long nails and a stylish cap, and everything else to correspond, but this could be forgiven for the sake of his good nature and good breeding. Levin liked him for his good education, for speaking French and English with such an excellent accent, and for being a man of his world.
Vasenka was extremely delighted with the left horse, a horse of the Don steppes. He kept praising him enthusiastically.
How fine it must be galloping over the steppes on a steppe horse.
Isn't it?
He said. He had imagined riding on a steppe horse as something wild and romantic, and it turned out nothing of the sort. But his simplicity, particularly in conjunction with his good looks, his amiable smile, and the grace of his movements, was very attractive. Either because his nature was sympathetic to Levin, or because Levin was trying to atone for his sins of the previous evening by seeing nothing but what was good in him, anyway he liked his society. After they had driven over 2 miles from home, Veslavsky all at once felt for a cigar and his pocketbook, and did not know whether he had lost them or left them on the table. In the pocketbook there were 37 pounds, and so the matter could not be left in uncertainty.
Do you know what, Levin? I'll gallop home on that left tracehorse. That will be splendid.
He said, preparing to get out.
No, why should you?
Answered Levin, calculating that Vasenka could hardly weigh less than 17 stone. I'll send the coachman.
The coachman rode back on the tracehorse, and Levin himself drove the remaining pair. Chapter 9. Well, now what's our plan of campaign?
Tell us all about it, said Stepan Arkadyevitch.
Our plan is this. Now we're driving to Gvozdyov.
In Gvozdyov there's a grouse marsh on this side, and beyond Gvozdyov come some magnificent snipe marshes where there are grouse too. It's hot now, and we'll get there. It's 15 miles or so towards evening and have some evening shooting. We'll spend the night there and go on tomorrow to the bigger moors.
And is there nothing on the way?
Yes, but we'll reserve ourselves, besides it's hot. There are 2 nice little places, but I doubt there being anything to shoot. Levin would himself have liked to go into these little places, but they were near home, he could shoot them over any time, and they were only little places, there would hardly be room for 3 to shoot. And so, with some insincerity, he said that he doubted there being anything to shoot. When they reached a little marsh Levin would have driven by, but Stepan Arkadyevitch, with the experienced eye of a sportsman, at once detected reeds visible from the road.
Shan't we try that?
He said, pointing to the little marsh.
Levin, do, please.
How delightful.
Vasenka Veslavsky began begging, and Levin could but consent.
Before they had time to stop, the dogs had flown one before the other into the marsh.
Croak.
Laska.
The dogs came back. There won't be room for 3.
I'll stay here, said Levin, hoping they would find nothing but peewits, who had been startled by the dogs, and turning over in their flight, were plaintively wailing over the marsh.
No. Come along, Levin, let's go together. Veslovsky called. Really, there's not room.
Laska, Beck, Laska.
You won't want another dog, will you? Levin remained with the wagonette, and looked enviously at the sportsmen.
They walked right across the marsh.
Except little birds and peewits, of which Vasenka killed one, there was nothing in the marsh.
Come, you see now that it was not that I grudged the marsh, said Levin, only it's wasting time.
Oh, no, it was jolly all the same. Did you see us? Said Vasenka Veslovsky, clambering awkwardly into the wagonette with his gun and his peewit in his hands.
How splendidly I shot this bird.
Didn't I?
Well, shall we soon be getting to the real place? The horses started off suddenly. Levin knocked his head against the stock of someone's gun, and there was the report of a shot. The gun did actually go off first, but that was how it seemed to Levin. It appeared that Vasenka Veslovsky had pulled only one trigger, and had left the other hammer still cocked. The charge flew into the ground without doing harm to anyone.
Stepan Arkadyevitch shook his head and laughed reprovingly at Veslovsky.
But Levin had not the heart to reprove him. In the first place, any reproach would have seemed to be called forth by the danger he had incurred and the bump that had come up on Levin's forehead. And besides, Veslovsky was at first so naively distressed, and then laughed so good-humoredly and infectiously at their general dismay, that one could not but laugh with him. When they reached the second marsh, which was fairly large, and would inevitably take some time to shoot over, Levin tried to persuade them to pass it by.
But Veslovsky again over-persuaded him.
Again, as the marsh was narrow, Levin, like a good host, remained with the carriage. Croak made straight for some clumps of sedge.
Vasenka Veslovsky was the first to run after the dog.
Before Stepan Arkadyevitch had time to come up, a grouse flew out. Veslovsky missed it and it flew into an unmown meadow. This grouse was left for Veslovsky to follow up. Croak found it again and pointed, and Veslovsky shot it and went back to the carriage. Now you go and I'll stay with the horses, he said.
Levin had begun to feel the pangs of a sportsman's envy. He handed the reins to Veslovsky and walked into the marsh.
Laska, who had been plaintively whining and fretting against the injustice of her treatment, flew straight ahead to a hopeful place that Levin knew well, and that Croak had not yet come upon.
"Why don't you stop her?" shouted Stepan Arkadyevitch.
"She won't scare them," answered Levin, sympathizing with his bitch's pleasure and hurrying after her. As she came nearer and nearer to the familiar breeding places, there was more and more earnestness in Laska's exploration. A little marsh bird did not divert her attention for more than an instant. She made one circuit round the clump of reeds, was beginning a second, and suddenly quivered with excitement and became motionless.
Come, Stiva!"
shouted Levin, feeling his heart beginning to beat more violently, and all of a sudden, as though some sort of shutter had been drawn back from his straining ears, all sounds, confused but loud, began to beat on his hearing, losing all sense of distance. He heard the steps of Stepan Arkadyevitch, mistaking them for the tramp of the horses in the distance. He heard the brittle sound of the twigs on which he had trodden, taking this sound for the flying of a grouse. He heard too, not far behind him, a splashing in the water, which he could not explain to himself. Picking his steps, he moved up to the dog.
"Fetch it!"
Not a grouse but a snipe flew up from beside the dog. Levin had lifted his gun, but at the very instant when he was taking aim, the sound of splashing grew louder, came closer, and was joined with the sound of Veslovsky's voice, shouting something with strange loudness. Levin saw he had his gun pointed behind the snipe, but still he fired. When he had made sure he had missed, Levin looked round and saw the horses and the wagonette not on the road but in the marsh. Veslovsky, eager to see the shooting, had driven into the marsh, and got the horses stuck in the mud. "Damn the fellow!" Levin said to himself, as he went back to the carriage that had sunk in the mire. "What did you drive in for?" he said to him dryly, and calling the coachman, he began pulling the horses out. Levin was vexed both at being hindered from shooting and at his horses getting stuck in the mud, and still more at the fact that neither Stepan Arkadyevitch nor Veslovsky helped him and the coachman to unharness the horses and get them out, since neither of them had the slightest notion of harnessing. Without vouchsafing a syllable in reply to Vasenka's protestations that it had been quite dry there, Levin worked in silence with the coachman at extricating the horses. But then, as he got warm at the work and saw how assiduously Veslovsky was tugging at the wagonette by one of the mudguards, so that he broke it indeed, Levin blamed himself for having under the influence of yesterday's feelings been too cold to Veslovsky, and tried to be particularly genial so as to smooth over his chilliness. When everything had been put right, and the carriage had been brought back to the road, Levin had the lunch served. Bon appetit, bon conscience. So poulet tumor jusqu'au fond de mes bottes, Vasenka, who had recovered his spirits, quoted the French saying as he finished his second chicken. "Well, now our troubles are over, now everything's going to go well. Only, to atone for my sins, I'm bound to sit on the box." "That's so?" "Eh? No, no. I'll be your automaton." "You shall see how I'll get you along," he answered, not letting go the rein, when Levin begged him to let the coachman drive. "No, I must atone for my sins, and I'm very comfortable on the box." And he drove. Levin was a little afraid he would exhaust the horses, especially the chestnut, whom he did not know how to hold in, but unconsciously he fell under the influence of his gaiety and listened to the songs he sang all the way on the box, or the descriptions and representations he gave of driving in the English fashion, four in hand, and it was in the very best of spirits that after lunch they drove to the Gvozdyov marsh. Chapter 10. Vasenka drove the horses so smartly that they reached the marsh too early, while it was still hot. As they drew near this more important marsh, the chief aim of their expedition, Levin could not help considering how he could get rid of Vasenka and be free in his movements. Stepan Arkadyevitch evidently had the same desire, and on his face Levin saw the look of anxiety always present in a true sportsman when beginning shooting, together with a certain good-humored slyness peculiar to him. "How shall we go?" "It's a splendid marsh, I see, and there are hawks," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pointing to two great birds hovering over the reeds. "Where there are hawks, there is sure to be game." "Now, gentlemen," said Levin, pulling up his boots and examining the lock of his gun with rather a gloomy expression, "do you see those reeds?" He pointed to an oasis of blackish green in the huge half-mown wet meadow that stretched along the right bank of the river. "The marsh begins here, straight in front of us, do you see where it is greener? From here it runs to the right where the horses are, there are breeding places there, and grouse, and all round those reeds as far as that alder, and right up to the mill. Over there, do you see, where the pools are? That's the best place. There I once shot 17 snipe. We'll separate with the dogs and go in different directions, and then meet over there at the mill." "Well, which shall go to left and which to right?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "It's wider to the right, you two go that way and I'll take the left," he said with apparent carelessness. "Capital. We'll make the bigger bag." "Yes, come along, come along," Vasenka exclaimed. Levin could do nothing but agree, and they divided. As soon as they entered the marsh, the two dogs began hunting about together and made towards the green, slime-covered pool. Levin knew Laska's method, wary and indefinite, he knew the place too and expected a whole covey of snipe. "Veslovsky, beside me, walk beside me," he said in a faint voice to his companion splashing in the water behind him. Levin could not help feeling an interest in the direction his gun was pointed, after that casual shot near the Kolpensky marsh. "Oh, I won't get in your way, don't trouble about me." But Levin could not help troubling, and recalled Kitty's words at parting, "Mind you don't shoot one another." The dogs came nearer and nearer, past each other, each pursuing its own scent. The expectation of snipe was so intense that to Levin the squelching sound of his own heel, as he drew it up out of the mire, seemed to be the call of a snipe, and he clutched and pressed the lock of his gun. Bang! Bang! Sounded almost in his ear. Vasenka had fired at a flock of ducks which was hovering over the marsh and flying at that moment towards the sportsman, far out of range. Before Levin had time to look round, there was the whir of one snipe, another, a third, and some 8 more rose one after another. Stepan Arkadyevitch hit one at the very moment when it was beginning its zigzag movements, and the snipe fell in a heap into the mud. Oblonsky aimed deliberately at another, still flying low in the reeds, and together with the report of the shot, that snipe too fell, and it could be seen fluttering out where the sedge had been cut, its unhurt wing showing white beneath. Levin was not so lucky. He aimed at his first bird too low, and missed. He aimed at it again, just as it was rising, but at that instant another snipe flew up at his very feet, distracting him so that he missed again. While they were loading their guns, another snipe rose, and Veslovsky, who had had time to load again, sent 2 charges of small shot into the water. Stepan Arkadyevitch picked up his snipe, and with sparkling eyes looked at Levin. "Well, now let us separate," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, and limping on his left foot, holding his gun in readiness and whistling to his dog, he walked off in one direction. Levin and Veslovsky walked in the other. It always happened with Levin that when his first shots were a failure he got hot and out of temper, and shot badly the whole day. So it was that day. The snipe showed themselves in numbers. They kept flying up from just under the dogs, from under the sportsman's legs, and Levin might have retrieved his ill luck. But the more he shot, the more he felt disgraced in the eyes of Veslovsky, who kept popping away merrily and indiscriminately, killing nothing, and not in the slightest abashed by his ill success. Levin, in feverish haste, could not restrain himself, got more and more out of temper, and ended by shooting almost without a hope of hitting. Laska, indeed, seemed to understand this. She began looking more languidly, and gazed back at the sportsman, as it were, with perplexity or reproach in her eyes. Shots followed shots in rapid succession. The smoke of the powder hung about the sportsman, while in the great roomy net of the game bag there were only 3 light little snipe. And of these one had been killed by Veslovsky alone, and one by both of them together. Meanwhile from the other side of the marsh came the sound of Stepan Arkadyevitch's shots, not frequent, but, as Levin fancied, well directed, for almost after each they heard crock, crock, a port. This excited Levin still more. The snipe were floating continually in the air over the reeds. Their whirring wings close to the earth, and their harsh cries high in the air, could be heard on all sides. The snipe that had risen first and flown up into the air, settled again before the sportsman. Instead of 2 hawks there were now dozens of them hovering with shrill cries over the marsh. After walking through the larger half of the marsh, Levin and Veslovsky reached the place where the peasants' mowing grass was divided into long strips reaching to the reeds, marked off in one place by the trampled grass, in another by a path mown through it. Half of these strips had already been mown. Though there was not so much hope of finding birds in the uncut part as the cut part, Levin had promised Stepan Arkadyevitch to meet him, and so he walked on with his companion through the cut and uncut patches. "Hi, sportsman!" shouted one of a group of peasants, sitting on an unharnessed cart. "Come and have some lunch with us. Have a drop of wine." Levin looked round. "Come along, it's all right," shouted a good-humored-looking bearded peasant with a red face, showing his white teeth in a grin, and holding up a greenish bottle that flashed in the sunlight.
Qu'est-ce qu'ils disent?
Asked Veslovsky.
they invite you to have some vodka.
Most likely they've been dividing the meadow into lots.
I should have some, said Levin, not without some guile, hoping Veslovsky would be tempted by the vodka, and would go away to them. Why do they offer it? Oh, they're merrymaking. Really, you should join them. You would be interested. Allons, say curieux. You go, you'll find the way to the mill, cried Levin, and looking round he perceived with satisfaction that Veslovsky, bent and stumbling with weariness, holding his gun out at arm's length, was making his way out of the marsh towards the peasants. You come too, the peasants shouted to Levin. Never fear. You taste our cake. Levin felt a strong inclination to drink a little vodka and to eat some bread. He was exhausted, and felt it a great effort to drag his staggering legs out of the mire, and for a minute he hesitated. But Laska was setting. And immediately all his weariness vanished, and he walked lightly through the swamp towards the dog. A snipe flew up at his feet, he fired and killed it. Laska still pointed, fetch it. Another bird flew up close to the dog. Levin fired. But it was an unlucky day for him, he missed it, and when he went to look for the one he had shot, he could not find that either. He wandered all about the reeds, but Laska did not believe he had shot it, and when he sent her to find it, she pretended to hunt for it, but did not really. And in the absence of Vasenka, on whom Levin threw the blame of his failure, things went no better. There were plenty of snipe still, but Levin made one miss after another. The slanting rays of the sun were still hot, his clothes, soaked through with perspiration, stuck to his body, his left boot full of water weighed heavily on his leg and squeaked at every step, the sweat rained in drops down his powder-grimed face, his mouth was full of the bitter taste, his nose of the smell of powder and stagnant water, his ears were ringing with the incessant whir of the snipe, he could not touch the stock of his gun, it was so hot, his heart beat with short, rapid throbs, his hands shook with excitement, and his weary legs stumbled and staggered over the hillocks and in the swamp, but still he walked on and still he shot. At last, after a disgraceful miss, he flung his gun and his hat on the ground. No, I must control myself, he said to himself. Picking up his gun and his hat, he called Laska, and went out of the swamp. When he got on to dry ground he sat down, pulled off his boot and emptied it, then walked to the marsh, drank some stagnant-tasting water, moistened his burning hot gun, and washed his face and hands. Feeling refreshed, he went back to the spot where a snipe had settled, firmly resolved to keep cool. He tried to be calm, but it was the same again. His finger pressed the cock before he had taken a good aim at the bird. It got worse and worse. He had only 5 birds in his game bag when he walked out of the marsh towards the alders where he was to rejoin Stepan Arkadyevitch. Before he caught sight of Stepan Arkadyevitch he saw his dog. Croc darted out from behind the twisted root of an alder, black all over with the stinking mire of the marsh, and with the air of a conqueror sniffed at Laska. Behind Croc there came into view in the shade of the alder tree the shapely figure of Stepan Arkadyevitch. He came to meet him, red and perspiring, with unbuttoned neckband, still limping in the same way. Well, you have been popping away, he said, smiling good-humoredly. How have you got on? Queried Levin. But there was no need to ask, for he had already seen the full game bag. Oh, pretty fair. He had 14 birds. A splendid marsh. I've no doubt Veslovsky got in your way. It's awkward too, shooting with one dog, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, to soften his triumph. Chapter 11. When Levin and Stepan Arkadyevitch reached the peasant's hut where Levin always used to stay, Veslovsky was already there. He was sitting in the middle of the hut, clinging with both hands to the bench from which he was being pulled by a soldier, the brother of the peasant's wife, who was helping him off with his miry boots. Veslovsky was laughing his infectious, good-humored laugh. I've only just come. Ilsonte charmants. Just fancy, they gave me drink, fed me. Such bread, it was exquisite.
Délicieux.
And the vodka, I never tasted any better. And they would not take a penny for anything. And they kept saying, "Excuse our homely ways." What should they take anything for? They were entertaining you, to be sure. Do you suppose they keep vodka for sale? Said the soldier, succeeding at last in pulling the soaked boot off the blackened stocking. In spite of the dirtiness of the hut, which was all muddied by their boots and the filthy dogs licking themselves clean, and the smell of marsh mud and powder that filled the room, and the absence of knives and forks, the party drank their tea and ate their supper with a relish only known to sportsmen. Washed and clean, they went into a hay barn swept ready for them, where the coachman had been making up beds for the gentlemen. Though it was dusk, not one of them wanted to go to sleep. After wavering among reminiscences and anecdotes of guns, of dogs, and of former shooting parties, the conversation rested on a topic that interested all of them. After Vasenka had several times over expressed his appreciation of this delightful sleeping place among the fragrant hay, this delightful broken cart, he supposed it to be broken because the shafts had been taken out, of the good nature of the peasants that had treated him to vodka, of the dogs who lay at the feet of their respective masters, Oblonsky began telling them of a delightful shooting party at Malthus's, where he had stayed the previous summer. Malthus was a well-known capitalist, who had made his money by speculation in railway shares. Stepan Arkadyevitch described what grouse-moors this Malthus had bought in the Tver province, and how they were preserved, and of the carriages and dog-carts in which the shooting party had been driven, and the luncheon pavilion that had been rigged up at the marsh. "I don't understand you," said Levin, sitting up in the hay. "How is it such people don't disgust you? I can understand a lunch with Lafitte is all very pleasant, but don't you dislike just that very sumptuousness? All these people, just like our spirit monopolists in old days, get their money in a way that gains them the contempt of everyone. They don't care for their contempt, and then they use their dishonest gains to buy off the contempt they have deserved." "Perfectly true," chimed in Vasenka Veslovsky. "Perfectly. Oblonsky, of course, goes out of bonhomie, but other people say, well, Oblonsky stays with them." "Not a bit of it." Levin could hear that Oblonsky was smiling as he spoke. "I simply don't consider him more dishonest than any other wealthy merchant or nobleman. They've all made their money alike by their work and their intelligence." "Oh, by what work? Do you call it work to get hold of concessions and speculate with them?" "Of course it's work. Work in this sense, that if it were not for him and others like him, there would have been no railways. But that's not work, like the work of a peasant or a learned profession. Granted, but it's work in the sense that his activity produces a result, the railways. But of course you think the railways useless." "No, that's another question. I am prepared to admit that they're useful. But all profit that is out of proportion to the labor expended is dishonest." "But who is to define what is proportionate?" "Making profit by dishonest means, by trickery," said Levin, conscious that he could not draw a distinct line between honesty and dishonesty. "Such as banking, for instance," he went on. "It's an evil, the amassing of huge fortunes without labor, just the same thing as with the spirit monopolies, it's only the form that's changed."
Le roi est mort, vive le roi.
No sooner were the spirit monopolies abolished than the railways came up, and banking companies. That, too, is profit without work. Yes, that may all be very true and clever. Lie down, Croc. Stepan Arkadyevitch called to his dog, who was scratching and turning over all the hay. He was obviously convinced of the correctness of his position, and so talked serenely and without haste. "But you have not drawn the line between honest and dishonest work. That I receive a bigger salary than my chief clerk, though he knows more about the work than I do, that's dishonest, I suppose?" "I can't say."
Well, but I can tell you, you're receiving some 5,000, let's say, for your work on the land, while our host, the peasant here, however hard he works, can never get more than 50 rubles, is just as dishonest as my earning more than my chief clerk, and Malthus getting more than a station master. No, quite the contrary. I see that society takes up a sort of antagonistic attitude to these people, which is utterly baseless, and I fancy there's envy at the bottom of it. No, that's unfair, said Veslovsky. How could envy come in?
There is something not nice about that sort of business.
You say, Levin went on, that it's unjust for me to receive 5,000, while the peasant has 50, that's true.
It is unfair, and I feel it, but it really is. Why is it we spend our time writing, drinking, shooting, doing nothing, while they are forever at work?
Said Vasenka Veslovsky, obviously for the first time in his life reflecting on the question, and consequently considering it with perfect sincerity. Yes, you feel it, but you don't give him your property, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, intentionally, as it seemed, provoking Levin. There had arisen of late something like a secret antagonism between the two brothers-in-law, as though, since they had married sisters, a kind of rivalry had sprung up between them as to which was ordering his life best, and now this hostility showed itself in the conversation, as it began to take a personal note. I don't give it away, because no one demands that from me, and if I wanted to, I could not give it away, answered Levin, and have no one to give it to. Give it to this peasant, he would not refuse it.
Yes, but how am I to give it up? Am I to go to him and make a deed of conveyance?
I don't know, but if you are convinced that you have no right.
I'm not at all convinced.
On the contrary, I feel I have no right to give it up, that I have duties both to the land and to my family.
No, excuse me, but if you consider this inequality as unjust, why is it you don't act accordingly?
Well, I do act negatively on that idea, so far as not trying to increase the difference of position existing between him and me.
No, excuse me, that's a paradox.
Yes, there's something of a sophistry about that, Veslovsky agreed.
Ah! Our host, so you're not asleep yet?
He said to the peasant who came into the barn, opening the creaking door.
How is it you're not asleep?
No, how's one to sleep? I thought our gentlemen would be asleep, but I heard them chattering.
I want to get a hook from here. She won't bite?
He added, stepping cautiously with his bare feet.
And where are you going to sleep? We are going out for the night with the beasts. Ah, what a night!
Said Veslovsky, looking out at the edge of the hut and the unharnessed wagonette that could be seen in the faint light of the evening glow in the great frame of the open doors. But listen, there are women's voices singing, and, on my word, not badly too.
Who's that singing, my friend? That's the maids from hard by here. Let's go, let's have a walk. We shan't go to sleep, you know. Oblonsky, come along. If one could only do both, lie here and go, answered Oblonsky, stretching. It's capital lying here.
Well, I shall go by myself, said Veslovsky, getting up eagerly, and putting on his shoes and stockings.
Goodbye, gentlemen. If it's fun, I'll fetch you. You've treated me to some good sport, and I won't forget you. He really is a capital fellow, isn't he?
Said Stepan Arkadyevitch, when Veslovsky had gone out and the peasant had closed the door after him. Yes, capital, answered Levin, still thinking of the subject of their conversation just before. It seemed to him that he had clearly expressed his thoughts and feelings to the best of his capacity, and yet both of them, straightforward men and not fools, had said with one voice that he was comforting himself with sophistries.
This disconcerted him. It's just this, my dear boy.
One must do one of two things, either admit that the existing order of society is just, and then stick up for one's rights in it, or acknowledge that you are enjoying unjust privileges, as I do, and then enjoy them and be satisfied. No, if it were unjust, You could not enjoy these advantages and be satisfied, at least I could not.
The great thing for me is to feel that I'm not to blame.
What do you say, why not go after all? Said Stepan Arkadyevitch, evidently weary of the strain of thought.
We shan't go to sleep, you know. Come, let's go. Levin did not answer.
What they had said in the conversation, that he acted justly only in a negative sense, absorbed his thoughts.
Can it be that it's only possible to be just negatively?
He was asking himself. How strong the smell of the fresh hay is, though, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, getting up. There's not a chance of sleeping.
The Senka has been getting up some fun there. Do you hear the laughing in his voice? Hadn't we better go? Come along.
No, I'm not coming, answered Levin. Surely that's not a matter of principle too, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling, as he felt about in the dark for his cap.
It's not a matter of principle, but why should I go?
But do you know you are preparing trouble for yourself, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, finding his cap and getting up.
How so? Do you suppose I don't see the line you've taken up with your wife?
I heard how it's a question of the greatest consequence, whether or not you're to be away for a couple of days shooting. That's all very well as an idyllic episode, but for your whole life that won't answer. A man must be independent, he has his masculine interests.
A man has to be manly, said Oblonsky, opening the door. In what way? To go running after servant girls? Said Levin. Why not, if it amuses him? C'est an entire pas consequence. It won't do my wife any harm, and it'll amuse me.
The great thing is to respect the sanctity of the home.
There should be nothing in the home. But don't tie your own hands.
Perhaps so, said Levin dryly, and he turned on his side. Tomorrow, early, I want to go shooting, and I won't wake anyone, and shall set off at daybreak.
Messieurs, venez vite.
They heard the voice of Veslovsky coming back.
Charmante.
I've made such a discovery.
Charmante.
A perfect Gretchen, and I've already made friends with her.
Really, exceedingly pretty, he declared in a tone of approval, as though she had been made pretty entirely on his account, and he was expressing his satisfaction with the entertainment that had been provided for him. Levin pretended to be asleep, while Oblonsky, putting on his slippers and lighting a cigar, walked out of the barn, and soon their voices were lost.
For a long while Levin could not get to sleep.
He heard the horses munching hay, then he heard the peasant and his elder boy getting ready for the night, and going off for the night watch with the beasts, then he heard the soldier arranging his bed on the other side of the barn, with his nephew, the younger son of their peasant host. He heard the boy in his shrill little voice telling his uncle what he thought about the dogs, who seemed to him huge and terrible creatures, and asking what the dogs were going to hunt next day, and the soldier in a husky, sleepy voice, telling him the sportsmen were going in the morning to the marsh, and would shoot with their guns, and then, to check the boy's questions, he said, "Go to sleep, Vaska, go to sleep, or you'll catch it," and soon after he began snoring himself, and everything was still. He could only hear the snort of the horses, and the guttural cry of a snipe.
Is it really only negative? He repeated to himself. Well, what of it? It's not my fault. And he began thinking about the next day. Tomorrow I'll go out early, and I'll make a point of keeping cool. There are lots of snipe, and there are grouse too. When I come back there'll be the note from Kitty. Yes, Stiva may be right, I'm not manly with her, I'm tied to her apron strings. Well, it can't be helped. Negative again.
Half asleep, he heard the laughter and mirthful talk of Veslovsky and Stepan Arkadyevitch. For an instant he opened his eyes, the moon was up, and in the open doorway, brightly lighted up by the moonlight, they were standing talking. Stepan Arkadyevitch was saying something of the freshness of one girl, comparing her to a freshly peeled nut, and Beslavsky with his infectious laugh was repeating some words, probably said to him by a peasant. "Ah, you do your best to get round her." Levin, half asleep, said, "Gentlemen, tomorrow before daylight," and fell asleep. Chapter 12. Waking up at earliest dawn, Levin tried to wake his companions. Vasenka, lying on his stomach, with one leg in a stocking thrust out, was sleeping so soundly that he could elicit no response. Oblonsky, half asleep, declined to get up so early. Even Laska, who was asleep, curled up in the hay, got up unwillingly, and lazily stretched out and straightened her hind legs one after the other. Getting on his boots and stockings, taking his gun, and carefully opening the creaking door of the barn, Levin went out into the road. The coachmen were sleeping in their carriages, the horses were dozing. Only one was lazily eating oats, dipping its nose into the manger. It was still grey out of doors. "Why are you up so early, my dear?" the old woman, their hostess, said, coming out of the hut and addressing him affectionately as an old friend. "Going shooting, Granny." "Do I go this way to the marsh?" "Straight out at the back, by our threshing floor, my dear, and hemp patches, there's a little footpath." Stepping carefully with her sunburnt, bare feet, the old woman conducted Levin, and moved back the fence for him by the threshing floor. "Straight on and you'll come to the marsh. Our lads drove the cattle there yesterday evening." Laska ran eagerly forward along the little path. Levin followed her with a light, rapid step, continually looking at the sky. He hoped the sun would not be up before he reached the marsh. But the sun did not delay. The moon, which had been bright when he went out, by now shone only like a crescent of quicksilver. The pink flush of dawn, which one could not help seeing before, now had to be sought to be discerned at all. What were before undefined, vague blurs in the distant countryside could now be distinctly seen. They were sheaves of rye. The dew, not visible till the sun was up, wetted Levin's legs and his blouse above his belt in the high-growing, fragrant hemp patch, from which the pollen had already fallen out. In the transparent stillness of morning the smallest sounds were audible. A bee flew by Levin's ear with the whizzing sound of a bullet. He looked carefully, and saw a second and a third. They were all flying from the beehives behind the hedge, and they disappeared over the hemp patch in the direction of the marsh. The path led straight to the marsh. The marsh could be recognized by the mist which rose from it, thicker in one place and thinner in another, so that the reeds and willow bushes swayed like islands in this mist. At the edge of the marsh and the road, peasant boys and men, who had been herding for the night, were lying, and in the dawn all were asleep under their coats. Not far from them were 3 hobbled horses. One of them clanked a chain. Laska walked beside her master, pressing a little forward and looking round. Passing the sleeping peasants and reaching the first reeds, Levin examined his pistols and let his dog off. One of the horses, a sleek, dark brown 3-year-old, seeing the dog, started away, switched its tail and snorted. The other horses too were frightened, and splashing through the water with their hobbled legs, and drawing their hoofs out of the thick mud with a squelching sound, they bounded out of the marsh. Laska stopped, looking ironically at the horses and inquiringly at Levin. Levin patted Laska, and whistled as a sign that she might begin. Laska ran joyfully and anxiously through the slush that swayed under her. Running into the marsh among the familiar scents of roots, marsh plants, and slime, and the extraneous smell of horse dung, Laska detected at once a smell that pervaded the whole marsh, the scent of that strong-smelling bird that always excited her more than any other. Here and there among the moss and marsh plants the scent was very strong, but it was impossible to determine in which direction it grew stronger or fainter. To find the direction, she had to go farther away from the wind. Not feeling the motion of her legs, Laska bounded with a stiff gallop, so that at each bound she could stop short, to the right, away from the wind that blew from the east before sunrise, and turned facing the wind. Sniffing in the air with dilated nostrils, she felt at once that not their tracks only but they themselves were here before her, and not one, but many. Laska slackened her speed. They were here, but where precisely she could not yet determine. To find the very spot, she began to make a circle, when suddenly her master's voice drew her off.
Laska.
Here? He asked, pointing her to a different direction. She stopped, asking him if she had better not go on doing as she had begun. But he repeated his command in an angry voice, pointing to a spot covered with water, where there could not be anything. She obeyed him, pretending she was looking, so as to please him, went round it, and went back to her former position, and was at once aware of the scent again. Now when he was not hindering her, she knew what to do, and without looking at what was under her feet, and to her vexation stumbling over a high stump into the water, but righting herself with her strong, supple legs, she began making the circle which was to make all clear to her. The scent of them reached her, stronger and stronger, and more defined, and all at once it became perfectly clear to her that one of them was here, behind this tuft of reeds, 5 paces in front of her. She stopped, and her whole body was still and rigid. On her short legs she could see nothing in front of her, but by the scent she knew it was sitting not more than 5 paces off. She stood still, feeling more and more conscious of it, and enjoying it in anticipation. Her tail was stretched straight and tense, and only wagging at the extreme end. Her mouth was slightly open, her ears raised. One ear had been turned wrong side out as she ran up, and she breathed heavily but warily, and still more warily looked round, but more with her eyes than her head, to her master. He was coming along with the face she knew so well, though the eyes were always terrible to her. He stumbled over the stump as he came, and moved, as she thought, extraordinarily slowly. She thought he came slowly, but he was running. Noticing Laska's special attitude as she crouched on the ground, as it were, scratching big prints with her hind paws, and with her mouth slightly open, Levin knew she was pointing at grouse, and with an inward prayer for luck, especially with the first bird, he ran up to her. Coming quite close up to her, he could from his height look beyond her, and he saw with his eyes what she was seeing with her nose. In a space between 2 little thickets, to a couple of yards distance, he could see a grouse. Turning its head, it was listening. Then lightly preening and folding its wings, it disappeared round a corner with a clumsy wag of its tail. "Fetch it, fetch it!" shouted Levin, giving Laska a shove from behind. "But I can't go," thought Laska. "Where am I to go? From here I feel them, but if I move forward I shall know nothing of where they are or who they are." But then he shoved her with his knee, and in an excited whisper said, "Fetch it, Laska." "Well, if that's what he wishes, I'll do it, but I can't answer for myself now," she thought, and darted forward as fast as her legs would carry her between the thick bushes. She scented nothing now, she could only see and hear, without understanding anything. 10 paces from her former place a grouse rose with a guttural cry and the peculiar round sound of its wings. And immediately after the shot it splashed heavily with its white breast on the wet mire. Another bird did not linger, but rose behind Levin without the dog. When Levin turned towards it, it was already some way off. But his shot caught it. Flying 20 paces further, the second grouse rose upwards, and whirling round like a ball, dropped heavily on a dry place. "Come, this is going to be some good," thought Levin, packing the warm and fat grouse into his game bag. Laska, will it be good?" When Levin, after loading his gun, moved on, the sun had fully risen, though unseen behind the storm clouds. The moon had lost all of its luster, and was like a white cloud in the sky. Not a single star could be seen. The sedge, silvery with dew before, now shone like gold. The stagnant pools were all like amber. The blue of the grass had changed to yellow-green. The marsh birds twittered and swarmed about the brook and upon the bushes that glittered with dew and cast long shadows. A hawk woke up and settled on a haycock, turning its head from side to side and looking discontentedly at the marsh. Crows were flying about the field, and a bare-legged boy was driving the horses to an old man, who had got up from under his long coat and was combing his hair. The smoke from the gun was white as milk over the green of the grass. One of the boys ran up to Levin. "Uncle, there were ducks here yesterday." He shouted to him, and he walked a little way off behind him. And Levin was doubly pleased, in sight of the boy, who expressed his approval, at killing 3 snipe, one after another, straight off. Chapter 13. The sportsman saying, that if the first beast or the first bird is not missed, the day will be lucky, turned out correct. At 10 o'clock Levin, weary, hungry, and happy after a tramp of 20 miles, returned to his night's lodging with 19 head of fine game and 1 duck, which he tied to his belt, as it would not go into the game bag. His companions had long been awake, and had had time to get hungry and have breakfast. Wait a bit, I know there are 19, said Levin, counting a second time over the grouse and snipe, that look so much less important now, bent and dry and bloodstained, with heads crooked aside, than they did when they were flying. The number was verified, and Stepan Arkadyevitch's envy pleased Levin. He was pleased too on returning to find the man sent by Kitty with a note was already there. I am perfectly well and happy. If you were uneasy about me, you can feel easier than ever. I've a new bodyguard, Marya Vlasievna. This was the midwife, a new and important personage in Levin's domestic life. She has come to have a look at me. She found me perfectly well, and we have kept her till you are back. All are happy and well, and please, don't be in a hurry to come back, but, if the sport is good, stay another day. These 2 pleasures, his lucky shooting and the letter from his wife, were so great that 2 slightly disagreeable incidents passed lightly over Levin. One was that the chestnut tracehorse, who had been unmistakably overworked on the previous day, was off his feed and out of sorts. The coachman said he was overdriven yesterday, Konstantin Dmitrievitch. Yes, indeed. Driven 10 miles with no sense. The other unpleasant incident, which for the first minute destroyed his good humor, though later he laughed at it a great deal, was to find that of all the provisions Kitty had provided in such abundance that one would have thought there was enough for a week, nothing was left. On his way back, tired and hungry from shooting, Levin had so distinct a vision of meat pies that as he approached the hut he seemed to smell and taste them, as Laska had smelt the game, and he immediately told Philip to give him some. It appeared that there were no pies left, nor even any chicken. Well, this fellow's appetite, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, laughing and pointing at Vasenka Veslovsky. I never suffer from loss of appetite, but he's really marvelous. Well, it can't be helped, said Levin, looking gloomily at Veslovsky. Well, Philip, give me some beef, then. The beef's been eaten, and the bones given to the dogs, answered Philip. Levin was so hurt that he said, in a tone of vexation, you might have left me something. And he felt ready to cry. Then put away the game, he said in a shaking voice to Philip, trying not to look at Vasenka, and cover them with some nettles. And you might at least ask for some milk for me. But when he had drunk some milk, he felt ashamed immediately at having shown his annoyance to a stranger, and he began to laugh at his hungry mortification. In the evening they went shooting again, and Veslovsky had several successful shots, and in the night they drove home. Their homeward journey was as lively as their drive out had been. Veslovsky sang songs and related with enjoyment his adventures with the peasants, who had regaled him with vodka, and said to him, "Excuse our homely ways," and his night's adventures with Kiss in the Ring and the servant girl and the peasant, who had asked him was he married, and on learning that he was not, said to him, "Well, mind you don't run after other men's wives, you'd better get one of your own." These words had particularly amused Veslovsky. Altogether, I've enjoyed our outing awfully. And you, Levin? I have, very much, Levin said quite sincerely. It was particularly delightful to him to have got rid of the hostility he had been feeling towards Vasenka Veslovsky at home, and to feel instead the most friendly disposition to him. Chapter 14. Next day at 10 o'clock Levin, who had already gone his rounds, knocked at the room where Vasenka had been put for the night.
"Andres!"
Veslavsky called to him. "Excuse me, I've only just finished my ablutions," he said, smiling, standing before him in his underclothes only.
"Don't mind me, please." Levin sat down in the window.
"Have you slept well?"
"Like the dead."
"What sort of day is it for shooting? What will you take, tea or coffee?"
"Neither.
I'll wait till lunch."
I'm really ashamed."
"I suppose the ladies are down? A walk now would be capital."
"You show me your horses."
After walking about the garden, visiting the stable, and even doing some gymnastic exercises together on the parallel bars, Levin returned to the house with his guest, and went with him into the drawing room.
"We had splendid shooting, and so many delightful experiences," said Veslavsky, going up to Kitty, who was sitting at the samovar.
"What a pity ladies are cut off from these delights." "Well, I suppose he must say something to the lady of the house," Levin said to himself. Again he fancied something in the smile, in the all-conquering air with which their guest addressed Kitty. The princess, sitting on the other side of the table with Marya Vlasievna and Stepan Arkadyevitch, called Levin to her side, and began to talk to him about moving to Moscow for Kitty's confinement, and getting ready rooms for them. Just as Levin had disliked all the trivial preparations for his wedding, as derogatory to the grandeur of the event, now he felt still more offensive the preparations for the approaching birth, the date of which they reckoned, it seemed, on their fingers. He tried to turn a deaf ear to these discussions of the best patterns of long clothes for the coming baby, tried to turn away and avoid seeing the mysterious, endless strips of knitting, the triangles of linen, and so on, to which Dolly attached special importance. The birth of a son, he was certain it would be a son, which was promised him, but which he still could not believe in, so marvelous it seemed presented itself to his mind, on one hand, as a happiness so immense, and therefore so incredible, on the other, as an event so mysterious, that this assumption of a definite knowledge of what would be, and consequent preparation for it, as for something ordinary that did happen to people, jarred on him as confusing and humiliating. But the princess did not understand his feelings, and put down his reluctance to think and talk about it to carelessness and indifference, and so she gave him no peace. She had commissioned Stepan Arkadyevitch to look at a Fiat, and now she called Levin up.
"I know nothing about it, princess."
"Do as you think fit," he said.
"You must decide when you will move." "I really don't know."
"I know millions of children are born away from Moscow, and doctors, why?"
"But if so?"
"Oh, no, as Kitty wishes."
"We can't talk to Kitty about it." "Do you want me to frighten her?"
"Why, this spring Natalia Galitzina died from having an ignorant doctor." "I will do just what you say," he said gloomily. The princess began talking to him, but he did not hear her. Though the conversation with the princess had indeed jarred upon him, he was gloomy, not on account of that conversation, but from what he saw at the samovar. "No, it's impossible," he thought, glancing now and then at Vasenka bending over Kitty, telling her something with his charming smile, and at her, flushed and disturbed. There was something not nice in Vasenka's attitude, in his eyes, in his smile.
Levin even saw something not nice in Kitty's attitude and look.
And again the light died away in his eyes. Again, as before, all of a sudden, without the slightest transition, he felt cast down from a pinnacle of happiness, peace, and dignity, into an abyss of despair, rage, and humiliation.
Again everything and everyone had become hateful to him.
"You do just as you think best, princess," he said again, looking round. "Heavy is the cap of Monomach," Stepan Arkadyevitch said playfully, hinting, evidently, not simply at the princess's conversation, but at the cause of Levin's agitation, which he had noticed. "How late you are today, Dolly."
Everyone got up to greet Darya Alexandrovna.
Vasenka only rose for an instant, and with the lack of courtesy to ladies characteristic of the modern young man, he scarcely bowed, and resumed his conversation again, laughing at something.
"I've been worried about Masha.
She did not sleep well, and is dreadfully tiresome today," said Dolly. The conversation Vasenka had started with Kitty was running on the same lines as on the previous evening, discussing Anna, and whether love is to be put higher than worldly considerations. Kitty disliked the conversation, and she was disturbed both by the subject and the tone in which it was conducted, and also by the knowledge of the effect it would have on her husband. But she was too simple and innocent to know how to cut short this conversation, or even to conceal the superficial pleasure afforded her by the young man's very obvious admiration. She wanted to stop it, but she did not know what to do. Whatever she did she knew would be observed by her husband, and the worst interpretation put on it. And, in fact, when she asked Dolly what was wrong with Masha, and Vasenka, waiting till this uninteresting conversation was over, began to gaze indifferently at Dolly, the question struck Levin as an unnatural and disgusting piece of hypocrisy.
"What do you say, shall we go and look for mushrooms today?" said Dolly.
"By all means, please, and I shall come too," said Kitty, and she blushed. She wanted from politeness to ask Vasenka whether he would come, and she did not ask him.
"Where are you going, Kostya?"
she asked her husband with a guilty face, as he passed by her with a resolute step. This guilty air confirmed all his suspicions. "The mechanician came when I was away, I haven't seen him yet," he said, not looking at her. He went downstairs, but before he had time to leave his study he heard his wife's familiar footsteps running with reckless speed to him.
"What do you want?"
he said to her shortly.
"We are busy."
"I beg your pardon," she said to the German mechanician, "I want a few words with my husband." The German would have left the room, but Levin said to him, "Don't disturb yourself."
"The train is at 3?" queried the German. "I mustn't be late."
Levin did not answer him, but walked out himself with his wife.
"Well, what have you to say to me?"
he said to her in French. He did not look her in the face, and did not care to see that she in her condition was trembling all over, and had a piteous, crushed look. I want to say that we can't go on like this, that this is misery," she said. "The servants are here at the sideboard," he said angrily, "don't make a scene."
"Well, let's go in here."
They were standing in the passage. Kitty would have gone into the next room, but there the English governess was giving Tanya a lesson.
"Well, come into the garden."
In the garden they came upon a peasant weeding the path. And no longer considering that the peasant could see her tear-stained and his agitated face, that they looked like people fleeing from some disaster, they went on with rapid steps, feeling that they must speak out and clear up misunderstandings, must be alone together, and so get rid of the misery they were both feeling.
"We can't go on like this. It's misery. I am wretched, you are wretched."
"What for?" she said, when they had at last reached a solitary garden seat at a turn in the lime tree avenue.
"But tell me one thing, was there in his tone anything unseemly, not nice, humiliatingly horrible?"
he said, standing before her again in the same position with his clenched fists on his chest, as he had stood before her that night. "Yes," she said in a shaking voice, "but, Kostya, surely you see I'm not to blame? All the morning I've been trying to take a tone, but such people."
"Why did he come? How happy we were,"
she said, breathless with the sobs that shook her. Although nothing had been pursuing them, and there was nothing to run away from, and they could not possibly have found anything very delightful on that garden seat, the gardener saw with astonishment that they passed him on their way home with comforted and radiant faces.
Chapter 15.
After escorting his wife upstairs, Levin went to Dolly's part of the house.
Darya Alexandrovna, for her part, was in great distress too that day.
She was walking about the room, talking angrily to a little girl, who stood in the corner roaring. And you shall stand all day in the corner, and have your dinner all alone, and not see one of your dolls, and I won't make you a new frock, she said, not knowing how to punish her. Oh, she is a disgusting child. She turned to Levin. Where does she get such wicked propensities? Why, what has she done? Levin said without much interest, for he had wanted to ask her advice, and so was annoyed that he had come at an unlucky moment. Grisha, and she went into the raspberries, and there, I can't tell you really what she did. It's 1,000 pities Miss Elliot's not with us. This one sees to nothing, she's a machine.
Figurez-vous que la petite?
And Darya Alexandrovna described Masha's crime. That proves nothing. It's not a question of evil propensities at all, it's simply mischief, Levin assured her. But you are upset about something? What have you come for? Asked Dolly. What's going on there? And in the tone of her question Levin heard that it would be easy for him to say what he had meant to say. I've not been in there, I've been alone in the garden with Kitty. We've had a quarrel for the second time since Stiva came. Dolly looked at him with her shrewd, comprehending eyes. Come, tell me, honor bright, has there been, not in Kitty, but in that gentleman's behavior, a tone which might be unpleasant, not unpleasant, but horrible, offensive to a husband? You mean, how shall I say? Stay in the corner, she said to Masha, who, detecting a faint smile in her mother's face, had been turning round. The opinion of the world would be that he is behaving as young men do behave. Il fait la cour à une jeune jolie femme, and a husband who's a man of the world should only be flattered by it. Yes, said Levin gloomily, but you noticed it? Not only I, but Stiva noticed it. Just after breakfast he said to me in so many words, Je crois que Veslavsky fait un petit brin de cour à Kitty. Well, that's all right then, now I'm satisfied. I'll send him away, said Levin. What do you mean, are you crazy? Dolly cried in horror. Nonsense, Kostya, only think. She said, laughing. You can go now to Fanny, she said to Masha. No, if you wish it, I'll speak to Stiva. He'll take him away. He can say you're expecting visitors. Altogether he doesn't fit into the house. No, I'll do it myself. But you'll quarrel with him? Not a bit. I shall so enjoy it, Levin said, his eyes flashing with real enjoyment. Come, forgive her, Dolly, she won't do it again, he said of the little sinner, who had not gone to Fanny, but was standing irresolutely before her mother, waiting and looking up from under her brows to catch her mother's eye. The mother glanced at her. The child broke into sobs, hid her face on her mother's lap, and Dolly laid her thin, tender hand on her head. And what is there in common between us and him? Thought Levin, and he went off to look for Veslavsky. As he passed through the passage he gave orders for the carriage to be got ready to drive to the station. The spring was broken yesterday, said the footman. Well, the covered trap, then, and make haste. Where's the visitor? The gentleman's gone to his room. Levin came upon Veslavsky at the moment when the latter, having unpacked his things from his trunk, and laid out some new songs, was putting on his gaiters to go out riding. Whether there was something exceptional in Levin's face, or that Vasenka was himself conscious that ce petit brin de cour he was making was out of place in this family, but he was somewhat, as much as a young man in society can be, disconcerted at Levin's entrance. You ride in gaiters? Yes, it's much cleaner, said Vasenka, putting his fat leg on a chair, fastening the bottom hook, and smiling with simple-hearted good humor. He was undoubtedly a good-natured fellow, and Levin felt sorry for him and ashamed of himself, as his host, when he saw the shy look on Vasenka's face. On the table lay a piece of stick which they had broken together that morning, trying their strength. Levin took the fragment in his hands and began smashing it up, breaking bits off the stick, not knowing how to begin.
I wanted. He paused, but suddenly, remembering Kitty and everything that had happened, he said, looking him resolutely in the face, I have ordered the horses to be put to for you. How so? Vasenka began in surprise. To drive where? For you to drive to the station, Levin said gloomily. Are you going away, or has something happened? It happens that I expect visitors, said Levin, his strong fingers more and more rapidly breaking off the ends of the split stick. And I'm not expecting visitors, and nothing has happened, but I beg you to go away. You can explain my rudeness as you like. Vasenka drew himself up. I beg you to explain, he said with dignity, understanding at last. I can't explain, Levin said softly and deliberately, trying to control the trembling of his jaw, and you'd better not ask. And as the split ends were all broken off, Levin clutched the thick ends in his finger, broke the stick in two, and carefully caught the end as it fell. Probably the sight of those nervous fingers, of the muscles he had proved that morning at gymnastics, of the glittering eyes, the soft voice, and quivering jaws, convinced Vasenka better than any words. He bowed, shrugging his shoulders, and smiling contemptuously. Can I not see Oblonsky? The shrug and the smile did not irritate Levin. What else was there for him to do? He thought. I'll send him to you at once. What madness is this? Stepan Arkadyevitch said when, after hearing from his friend that he was being turned out of the house, he found Levin in the garden, where he was walking about waiting for his guest's departure. Mais c'est ridicule. What fly has stung you? Mais c'est du dernier ridicule. What did you think, if a young man? But the place where Levin had been stung was evidently still sore, for he turned pale again, when Stepan Arkadyevitch would have enlarged on the reason, and he himself cut him short. Please don't go into it. I can't help it. I feel ashamed of how I'm treating you and him. But it won't be, I imagine, a great grief to him to go, and his presence was distasteful to me and to my wife. But it's insulting to him. Et puis c'est ridicule. And to me it's both insulting and distressing. And I'm not at fault in any way, and there's no need for me to suffer. Well, this I didn't expect of you.
On peut être jaloux, mais à ce point, c'est du dernier ridicule.
Levin turned quickly, and walked away from him into the depths of the avenue, and he went on walking up and down alone. Soon he heard the rumble of the trap, and saw from behind the trees how Vasenka, sitting in the hay, unluckily there was no seat in the trap, in his Scotch cap, was driven along the avenue, jolting up and down over the ruts. What's this? Levin thought, when a footman ran out of the house and stopped the trap. It was the mechanic Ian, whom Levin had totally forgotten. The mechanic Ian, bowing low, said something to Veslavsky, then clambered into the trap, and they drove off together. Stepan Arkadyevitch and the princess were much upset by Levin's action. And he himself felt not only in the highest degree ridicule, but also utterly guilty and disgraced. But remembering what sufferings he and his wife had been through, when he asked himself how he should act another time, he answered that he should do just the same again. In spite of all this, towards the end of that day, everyone except the princess, who could not pardon Levin's action, became extraordinarily lively and good-humored, like children after a punishment or grown-up people after a dreary, ceremonious reception, so that by the evening Vasenka's dismissal was spoken of, in the absence of the princess, as though it were some remote event. And Dolly, who had inherited her father's gift of humorous storytelling, made Varenka helpless with laughter as she related for the third and fourth time, always with fresh humorous additions, how she had only just put on her new shoes for the benefit of the visitor, and on going into the drawing-room, heard suddenly the rumble of the trap. And who should be in the trap but Vasenka himself, with his Scotch cap, and his songs and his gaiters, and all, sitting in the hay. If only you'd ordered out the carriage. But no. And then I hear, stop. Oh, I thought they've relented. I look out, and behold a fat German being sat down by him and driving away. And my new shoes all for nothing.
Chapter 16. Darya Alexandrovna carried out her intention and went to see Anna.
She was sorry to annoy her sister and to do anything Levin disliked. She quite understood how right the Levins were in not wishing to have anything to do with Vronsky. But she felt she must go and see Anna, and show her that her feelings could not be changed, in spite of the change in her position. That she might be independent of the Levins in this expedition, Darya Alexandrovna sent to the village to hire horses for the drive, but Levin, learning of it, went to her to protest.
"What makes you suppose that I dislike your going?"
"But, even if I did dislike it, I should still more dislike your not taking my horses," he said.
"You never told me that you were going for certain."
"Hiring horses in the village is disagreeable to me, and, what's of more importance, they'll undertake the job and never get you there."
"I have horses. And if you don't want to wound me, you'll take mine."
Darya Alexandrovna had to consent, and on the day fixed Levin had ready for his sister-in-law a set of 4 horses and relays, getting them together from the farm, and saddle horses not at all a smart-looking set, but capable of taking Darya Alexandrovna the whole distance in a single day. At that moment, when horses were wanted for the princess, who was going, and for the midwife, it was a difficult matter for Levin to make up the number, but the duties of hospitality would not let him allow Darya Alexandrovna to hire horses when staying in his house.
Moreover, he was well aware that the 20 rubles that would be asked for the journey were a serious matter for her. Darya Alexandrovna's pecuniary affairs, which were in a very unsatisfactory state, were taken to heart by the Levins as if they were their own. Darya Alexandrovna, by Levin's advice, started before daybreak.
The road was good, the carriage comfortable, the horses trotted along merrily, and on the box, besides the coachman, sat the counting-house clerk, whom Levin was sending instead of a groom for greater security. Darya Alexandrovna dozed and waked up only on reaching the inn where the horses were to be changed. After drinking tea at the same well-to-do peasants with whom Levin had stayed on the way to Sviazhsky's, and chatting with the women about their children, and with the old man about Count Vronsky, whom the latter praised very highly, Darya Alexandrovna, at 10 o'clock, went on again. At home, looking after her children, she had no time to think. So now, after this journey of 4 hours, all the thoughts she had suppressed before rushed swarming into her brain, and she thought over all her life as she never had before, and from the most different points of view. Her thoughts seemed strange even to herself. At first she thought about the children, about whom she was uneasy, although the princess and Kitty, she reckoned more upon her, had promised to look after them. If only Masha does not begin her naughty tricks, if Grisha isn't kicked by a horse, and Lily's stomach isn't upset again, she thought. But these questions of the present were succeeded by questions of the immediate future. She began thinking how she had to get a new flat in Moscow for the coming winter, to renew the drawing-room furniture, and to make her elder girl a cloak. Then questions of the more remote future occurred to her, how she was to place her children in the world. The girls are all right, she thought, but the boys? It's very well that I'm teaching Grisha, but of course that's only because I am free myself now, I'm not with child. Stiva, of course, there's no counting on. And with the help of good-natured friends I can bring them up, but if there's another baby coming? And the thought struck her how untruly it was said that the curse laid on woman was that in sorrow she should bring forth children. The birth itself, that's nothing, but the months of carrying the child, that's what's so intolerable, she thought, picturing to herself her last pregnancy, and the death of the last baby. And she recalled the conversation she had just had with the young woman at the inn. On being asked whether she had any children, the handsome young woman had answered cheerfully, "I had a girl baby, but God set me free, I buried her last Lent." "Well, did you grieve very much for her?" asked Darya Alexandrovna. "Why grieve? The old man has grandchildren enough as it is. It was only a trouble. No working, nor nothing. Only a tie." This answer had struck Darya Alexandrovna as revolting in spite of the good-natured and pleasing face of the young woman, but now she could not help recalling these words. In those cynical words there was indeed a grain of truth. Yes, altogether, thought Darya Alexandrovna, looking back over her whole existence during those 15 years of her married life, pregnancy, sickness, mental incapacity, indifference to everything, and most of all hideousness. Kitty, young and pretty as she is, even Kitty has lost her looks, and I when I'm with child become hideous, I know it. The birth, the agony, the hideous agonies, that last moment, then the nursing, the sleepless nights, the fearful pains. Darya Alexandrovna shuddered at the mere recollection of the pain from sore breasts which she had suffered with almost every child. Then the children's illnesses, that everlasting apprehension, then bringing them up, evil propensities. She thought of little Masha's crime among the raspberries, education, Latin, it's all so incomprehensible and difficult. And on the top of it all, the death of these children. And there rose again before her imagination the cruel memory, that always tore her mother's heart, of the death of her last little baby, who had died of croup, his funeral, the callous indifference of all at the little pink coffin, and her own torn heart, and her lonely anguish at the sight of the pale little brow with its projecting temples, and the open, wondering little mouth seen in the coffin at the moment when it was being covered with the little pink lid with a cross braided on it. And all this, what's it for? What is to come of it all? That I'm wasting my life, never having a moment's peace, either with child, or nursing a child, forever irritable, peevish, wretched myself and worrying others, repulsive to my husband, while the children are growing up unhappy, badly educated, and penniless. Even now, if it weren't for spending the summer at the Levins, I don't know how we should be managing to live. Of course Kostya and Kitty have so much tact that we don't feel it, but it can't go on. They'll have children, they won't be able to keep us, it's a drag on them as it is. How is Papa, who has hardly anything left for himself, to help us? So that I can't even bring the children up by myself, and may find it hard with the help of other people, at the cost of humiliation. Why, even if we suppose the greatest good luck, that the children don't die, and I bring them up somehow. At the very best they'll simply be decent people. That's all I can hope for. And to gain simply that, what agonies, what toil. One's whole life ruined. Again she recalled what the young peasant woman had said, and again she was revolted at the thought, but she could not help admitting that there was a grain of brutal truth in the words. Is it far now, Mikhail? Darya Alexandrovna asked the counting-house clerk, to turn her mind from thoughts that were frightening her. From this village, they say, it's 5 miles. The carriage drove along the village street and onto a bridge. On the bridge was a crowd of peasant women with coils of ties for the sheaves on their shoulders, gaily and noisily chattering. They stood still on the bridge, staring inquisitively at the carriage. All the faces turned to Darya Alexandrovna looked to her healthy and happy, making her envious of their enjoyment of life. They're all living, they're all enjoying life, Darya Alexandrovna still mused when she had passed the peasant women and was driving uphill again at a trot, seated comfortably on the soft springs of the old carriage, while I, let out, as it were from prison, from the world of worries that fret me to death, am only looking about me now for an instant. They all live, those peasant women and my sister Natalia and Varenka and Anna, whom I am going to see all, but not I. And they attack Anna. What for? Am I any better? I have, anyway, a husband I love not as I should like to love him, still I do love him, while Anna never loved hers. How is she to blame? She wants to live. God has put that in our hearts. Very likely I should have done the same. Even to this day I don't feel sure I did right in listening to her at that terrible time when she came to me in Moscow. I ought then to have cast off my husband and have begun my life fresh. I might have loved and have been loved in reality. And is it any better as it is? I don't respect him. He's necessary to me, she thought about her husband, and I put up with him. Is that any better? At that time I could still have been admired, I had beauty left me still, Darya Alexandrovna pursued her thoughts, and she would have liked to look at herself in the looking glass. She had a traveling looking glass in her handbag, and she wanted to take it out, but looking at the backs of the coachman and the swaying counting-house clerk, she felt that she would be ashamed if either of them were to look round, and she did not take out the glass. But without looking in the glass, she thought that even now it was not too late, and she thought of Sergei Ivanovitch, who was always particularly attentive to her, of Stiva's good-hearted friend, Turovtsin, who had helped her nurse her children through the scarlatina, and was in love with her. And there was someone else, a quite young man, who her husband had told her it as a joke thought her more beautiful than either of her sisters. And the most passionate and impossible romances rose before Darya Alexandrovna's imagination. Anna did quite right, and certainly I shall never reproach her for it. She is happy, she makes another person happy, and she's not broken down as I am, but most likely just as she always was, bright, clever, open to every impression, thought Darya Alexandrovna, and a sly smile curved her lips, for, as she pondered on Anna's love affair, Darya Alexandrovna constructed on parallel lines an almost identical love affair for herself, with an imaginary composite figure, the ideal man who was in love with her. She, like Anna, confessed the whole affair to her husband. And the amazement and perplexity of Stepan Arkadyevitch at this avowal made her smile. In such daydreams she reached the turning of the highroad that led to Vozdvizhensko. Chapter 17. The coachman pulled up his 4 horses and looked round to the right, to a field of rye, where some peasants were sitting on a cart. The counting-house clerk was just going to jump down, but on second thoughts he shouted peremptorily to the peasants instead, and beckoned to them to come up. The wind, that seemed to blow as they drove, dropped when the carriage stood still. Gadflies settled on the steaming horses that angrily shook them off. The metallic clank of a whetstone against a scythe, that came to them from the cart, ceased. One of the peasants got up and came towards the carriage. "Well, you are slow." The counting-house clerk shouted angrily to the peasant who was stepping slowly with his bare feet over the ruts of the rough dry road. "Come along, do." A curly-headed old man with a bit of bast tied round his hair, and his bent back dark with perspiration, came towards the carriage, quickening his steps, and took hold of the mudguard with his sunburnt hand. "Vozdvizhensko, the manor house? The count's?" he repeated. "Go on to the end of this track. Then turn to the left. Straight along the avenue and you'll come right upon it." "But whom do you want?" "The count himself?" "Well, are they at home, my good man?" Darya Alexandrovna said vaguely, not knowing how to ask about Anna, even of this peasant. "At home for sure," said the peasant, shifting from one bare foot to the other, and leaving a distinct print of 5 toes and a heel in the dust. "Sure to be at home," he repeated, evidently eager to talk. "Only yesterday visitors arrived. There's a sight of visitors come. What do you want?" He turned round and called to a lad, who was shouting something to him from the cart. "Oh! They all rode by here not long since, to look at a reaping machine. They'll be home by now." "And who will you be belonging to?" "We've come a long way," said the coachman, climbing onto the box. "So it's not far?" "I tell you, it's just here. As soon as you get out," he said, keeping hold all the while of the carriage. A healthy-looking, broad-shouldered young fellow came up too. "What, is it laborers they want for the harvest?" he asked. "I don't know, my boy." "So you keep to the left, and you'll come right on it," said the peasant, unmistakably loath to let the travelers go, and eager to converse. The coachman started the horses, but they were only just turning off when the peasant shouted, "Stop!" "Hi, friend!" "Stop!" called the 2 voices. The coachman stopped. "They're coming! They're yonder!" shouted the peasant. "See what a turnout!" he said, pointing to 4 persons on horseback, and two in a char-a-banc, coming along the road. They were Vronsky with a jockey, Veslovsky and Anna on horseback, and Princess Varvara and Sviazhsky in the char-a-banc. They had gone out to look at the working of a new reaping machine. When the carriage stopped, the party on horseback were coming at a walking pace. Anna was in front beside Veslovsky. Anna, quietly walking her horse, a sturdy English cob with cropped mane and short tail, her beautiful head with her black hair straying loose under her high hat, her full shoulders, her slender waist in her black riding habit, and all the ease and grace of her deportment, impressed Dolly. For the first minute it seemed to her unsuitable for Anna to be on horseback. The conception of riding on horseback for a lady was, in Darya Alexandrovna's mind, associated with ideas of youthful flirtation and frivolity, which, in her opinion, was unbecoming in Anna's position. But when she had scrutinized her, seeing her closer, she was at once reconciled to her riding. In spite of her elegance, everything was so simple, quiet, and dignified in the attitude, the dress and the movements of Anna, that nothing could have been more natural. Beside Anna, on a hot-looking grey cavalry horse, was Vasenka Veslovsky in his Scotch cap with floating ribbons, his stout legs stretched out in front, obviously pleased with his own appearance. Darya Alexandrovna could not suppress a good-humored smile as she recognized him. Behind rode Vronsky on a dark bay mare, obviously heated from galloping. He was holding her in, pulling at the reins. After him rode a little man in the dress of a jockey. Sviazhsky and Princess Varvara in a new char-a-banc with a big, raven-black trotting horse, overtook the party on horseback. Anna's face suddenly beamed with a joyful smile at the instant when, in the little figure huddled in a corner of the old carriage, she recognized Dolly. She uttered a cry, started in the saddle, and set her horse into a gallop. On reaching the carriage she jumped off without assistance, and holding up her riding habit, she ran up to greet Dolly. "I thought it was you and dared not think it. How delightful! You can't fancy how glad I am," she said, at one moment pressing her face against Dolly and kissing her, and at the next holding her off and examining her with a smile. "Here's a delightful surprise, Alexei," she said, looking round at Vronsky, who had dismounted, and was walking towards them. Vronsky, taking off his tall grey hat, went up to Dolly. "You wouldn't believe how glad we are to see you," he said, giving peculiar significance to the words, and showing his strong white teeth in a smile. Vasenka Veslovsky, without getting off his horse, took off his cap and greeted the visitor by gleefully waving the ribbons over his head. "That's Princess Varvara," Anna said in reply to a glance of inquiry from Dolly as the char-a-banc drove up. "Ah," said Darya Alexandrovna, and unconsciously her face betrayed her dissatisfaction. Princess Varvara was her husband's aunt, and she had long known her, and did not respect her. She knew that Princess Varvara had passed her whole life toadying on her rich relations, but that she should now be sponging on Vronsky, a man who was nothing to her, mortified Dolly on account of her kinship with her husband. Anna noticed Dolly's expression, and was disconcerted by it. She blushed, dropped her riding habit, and stumbled over it. Darya Alexandrovna went up to the char-a-banc and coldly greeted Princess Varvara. Sviazhsky too she knew. He inquired how his queer friend with the young wife was, and running his eyes over the ill-matched horses and the carriage with its patched mudguards, proposed to the ladies that they should get into the char-a-banc. "And I'll get into this vehicle," he said. "The horse is quiet, and the princess drives capitally." "No, stay as you were," said Anna, coming up, "and we'll go in the carriage," and taking Dolly's arm, she drew her away. Darya Alexandrovna's eyes were fairly dazzled by the elegant carriage of a pattern she had never seen before, the splendid horses, and the elegant and gorgeous people surrounding her. But what struck her most of all was the change that had taken place in Anna, whom she knew so well and loved. Any other woman, a less close observer, not knowing Anna before, or not having thought as Darya Alexandrovna had been thinking on the road, would not have noticed anything special in Anna. But now Dolly was struck by that temporary beauty, which is only found in women during the moments of love, and which she saw now in Anna's face. Everything in her face, the clearly marked dimples in her cheeks and chin, the line of her lips, the smile which, as it were, fluttered about her face, the brilliance of her eyes, the grace and rapidity of her movements, the fullness of the notes of her voice, even the manner in which, with a sort of angry friendliness, she answered Veslovsky when he asked permission to get on her cob, so as to teach it to gallop with the right leg foremost. It was all peculiarly fascinating, and it seemed as if she were herself aware of it, and rejoicing in it. When both the women were seated in the carriage, a sudden embarrassment came over both of them. Anna was disconcerted by the intent look of inquiry Dolly fixed upon her. Dolly was embarrassed because after Sviazhsky's phrase about this vehicle, she could not help feeling ashamed of the dirty old carriage in which Anna was sitting with her. The coachman Philip and the counting-house clerk were experiencing the same sensation. The counting-house clerk, to conceal his confusion, busied himself settling the ladies, but Philip the coachman became sullen, and was bracing himself not to be overawed in future by this external superiority. He smiled ironically, looking at the Raven horse, and was already deciding in his own mind that this smart trotter in the charabanc was only good for promenage, and wouldn't do 30 miles straight off in the heat. The peasants had all got up from the cart and were inquisitively and mirthfully staring at the meeting of the friends, making their comments on it. "They're pleased, too, haven't seen each other for a long while," said the curly-headed old man with the bast round his hair. "I say, Uncle Gerasim, if we could take that Raven horse now, to cart the corn, that would be quick work." "Look-ee. Is that a woman in breeches?" said one of them, pointing to Vasenka Veslovsky sitting in a side saddle. "Nay, a man. See how smartly he's going it. Lads. Seems we're not going to sleep, then?" "What chance of sleep today?" said the old man, with a sidelong look at the sun. "Midday's past, look-ee. Get your hooks, and come along." Chapter 18. Anna looked at Dolly's thin, careworn face, with its wrinkles filled with dust from the road, and she was on the point of saying what she was thinking, that is, that Dolly had got thinner. But, conscious that she herself had grown handsomer, and that Dolly's eyes were telling her so, she sighed and began to speak about herself. "You are looking at me," she said, "and wondering how I can be happy in my position? Well, it's shameful to confess, but I'm inexcusably happy. Something magical has happened to me, like a dream, when you're frightened, panic-stricken, and all of a sudden you wake up and all the horrors are no more. I have waked up. I have lived through the misery, the dread, and now for a long while past, especially since we've been here, I've been so happy," she said, with a timid smile of inquiry looking at Dolly. "How glad I am," said Dolly smiling, involuntarily speaking more coldly than she wanted to. "I'm very glad for you. Why haven't you written to me?" "Why? Because I hadn't the courage." "You forget my position." "To me? Hadn't the courage? If you knew how I look at." Darya Alexandrovna wanted to express her thoughts of the morning, but for some reason it seemed to her now out of place to do so. "But of that we'll talk later. What's this? What are all these buildings?" she asked, wanting to change the conversation and pointing to the red and green roofs that came into view behind the green hedges of acacia and lilac. "Quite a little town." But Anna did not answer. No. How do you look at my position? What do you think of it?" she asked. "I consider..." Darya Alexandrovna was beginning, but at that instant Vasenka Veslovsky, having brought the cob to gallop with the right leg foremost, galloped past them, bumping heavily up and down in his short jacket on the chamois leather of the side saddle. "He's doing it, Anna Arkadyevna!" he shouted. Anna did not even glance at him, but again it seemed to Darya Alexandrovna out of place to enter upon such a long conversation in the carriage, and so she cut short her thought. "I don't think anything," she said, "but I always loved you, and if one loves anyone, one loves the whole person, just as they are and not as one would like them to be." Anna, taking her eyes off her friend's face and dropping her eyelids, this was a new habit Dolly had not seen in her before, pondered, trying to penetrate the full significance of the words. And obviously interpreting them as she would have wished, she glanced at Dolly. "If you had any sins," she said, "they would all be forgiven you for your coming to see me in these words." And Dolly saw that tears stood in her eyes. She pressed Anna's hand in silence. "Well, what are these buildings? How many there are of them?" After a moment's silence she repeated her question. "These are the servants' houses, barns, and stables," answered Anna. "And there the park begins." It had all gone to ruin, but Alexei had everything renewed. He is very fond of this place, and, what I never expected, he has become intensely interested in looking after it. But his is such a rich nature. Whatever he takes up, he does splendidly. So far from being bored by it, he works with passionate interest. He, with his temperament as I know it, he has become careful and businesslike, a first-rate manager. He positively reckons every penny in his management of the land. But only in that. When it's a question of tens of thousands, he doesn't think of money. She spoke with that gleefully sly smile with which women often talk of the secret characteristics only known to them of those they love. "Do you see that big building? That's the new hospital. I believe it will cost over 100,000, that's his hobby just now. And do you know how it all came about? The peasants asked him for some meadowland, I think it was, at a cheaper rate, and he refused, and I accused him of being miserly. Of course it was not really because of that, but everything together, he began this hospital to prove, do you see, that he was not miserly about money. Say en petitesse, if you like, but I love him all the more for it. And now you'll see the house in a moment. It was his grandfather's house, and he has had nothing changed outside." "How beautiful!" said Dolly, looking with involuntary admiration at the handsome house with columns, standing out among the different colored greens of the old trees in the garden. "Isn't it fine? And from the house, from the top, the view is wonderful." They drove into a courtyard strewn with gravel and bright with flowers, in which two laborers were at work putting an edging of stones round the light mold of a flower bed, and drew up in a covered entry. "Ah, they're here already," said Anna, looking at the saddle horses, which were just being led away from the steps. "It is a nice horse, isn't it? It's my cob, my favorite. Let him here and bring me some sugar. Where is the Count?" she inquired of two smart footmen who darted out. "Ah, there he is," she said, seeing Vronsky coming to meet her with Veslovsky. "Where are you going to put the princess?" said Vronsky in French, addressing Anna, and without waiting for a reply, he once more greeted Darya Alexandrovna, and this time he kissed her hand. "I think the big balcony room." "Oh, no, that's too far off. Better in the corner room, we shall see each other more." "Come, let's go up," said Anna, as she gave her favorite horse the sugar the footman had brought her. "Etes-vous oblige votre devoir," she said to Veslovsky, who came out too on the steps. "Pardon, je n'ai pas plein les poches," he answered, smiling, putting his fingers in his waistcoat pocket. "Mais vous venez trop tard," she said, rubbing her handkerchief on her hand, which the horse had made wet in taking the sugar. Anna turned to Dolly. "You can stay some time? For one day only?" "That's impossible." "I promise to be back, and the children," said Dolly, feeling embarrassed both because she had to get her bag out of the carriage, and because she knew her face must be covered with dust. "No, Dolly, darling." "Well, we'll see. Come along, come along."
and Anna led Dolly to her room. That room was not the smart guest chamber Vronsky had suggested, but the one of which Anna had said that Dolly would excuse it. And this room, for which excuse was needed, was more full of luxury than any in which Dolly had ever stayed, a luxury that reminded her of the best hotels abroad. "Well, darling, how happy I am," Anna said, sitting down in her writing habit for a moment beside Dolly. "Tell me about all of you. Stiva I had only a glimpse of, and he cannot tell one about the children. How is my favorite, Tanya? Quite a big girl, I expect." "Yes, she's very tall," Darya Alexandrovna answered shortly, surprised herself that she should respond so coolly about her children. "We are having a delightful stay at the Levins," she added. "Oh, if I had known," said Anna, "that you do not despise me. You might have all come to us. Stiva's an old friend and a great friend of Alexei's, you know," she added, and suddenly she blushed. "Yes, but we are all," Dolly answered in confusion. "But in my delight I'm talking nonsense. The one thing, darling, is that I am so glad to have you," said Anna, kissing her again. "You haven't told me yet how and what you think about me, and I keep wanting to know. But I'm glad you will see me as I am. The chief thing I shouldn't like would be for people to imagine I want to prove anything. I don't want to prove anything, I merely want to live, to do no one harm but myself. I have the right to do that, haven't I? But it is a big subject, and we'll talk over everything properly later. Now I'll go and dress and send a maid to you." Chapter 19. Left alone, Darya Alexandrovna, with a good housewife's eye, scanned her room. All she had seen in entering the house and walking through it, and all she saw now in her room, gave her an impression of wealth and sumptuousness and of that modern European luxury of which she had only read in English novels, but had never seen in Russia and in the country. Everything was new, from the new French hangings on the walls to the carpet which covered the whole floor. The bed had a spring mattress, and a special sort of bolster and silk pillowcases on the little pillows. The marble washstand, the dressing table, the little sofa, the tables, the bronze clock on the chimney-piece, the window curtains, and the portieres were all new and expensive. The smart maid, who came in to offer her services, with her hair done up high, and a gown more fashionable than Dolly's, was as new and expensive as the whole room. Darya Alexandrovna liked her neatness, her deferential and obliging manners, but she felt ill at ease with her. She felt ashamed of her seeing the patched dressing jacket that had unluckily been packed by mistake for her. She was ashamed of the very patches and darn places of which she had been so proud at home. At home it had been so clear that for 6 dressing jackets there would be needed 24 yards of nainsook at 16 pence the yard, which was a matter of 30 shillings besides the cutting out and making, and these 30 shillings had been saved. But before the maid she felt, if not exactly ashamed, at least uncomfortable. Darya Alexandrovna had a great sense of relief when Annushka, whom she had known for years, walked in. The smart maid was sent for to go to her mistress, and Annushka remained with Darya Alexandrovna. Annushka was obviously much pleased at that lady's arrival, and began to chatter away without a pause. Dolly observed that she was longing to express her opinion in regard to her mistress's position, especially as to the love and devotion of the Count to Anna Arkadyevna, but Dolly carefully interrupted her whenever she began to speak about this. "I grew up with Anna Arkadyevna, my lady's dearer to me than anything. Well, it's not for us to judge. And, to be sure, there seems so much love. Kindly pour out the water for me to wash now, please," Darya Alexandrovna cut her short. "Certainly. We've 2 women kept specially for washing small things, but most of the linen's done by machinery. The Count goes into everything himself." "Ah, what a husband!" Dolly was glad when Anna came in, and by her entrance put a stop to Annushka's gossip. Anna had put on a very simple batiste gown. Dolly scrutinized that simple gown attentively. She knew what it meant,
and the price at which such simplicity was obtained.
An old friend, said Anna Ivanushka. Anna was not embarrassed now. She was perfectly composed and at ease.
Dolly saw that she had now completely recovered from the impression her arrival had made on her, and had assumed that superficial, careless tone which, as it were, closed the door on that compartment in which her deeper feelings and ideas were kept.
"Well, Anna, and how is your little girl?" asked Dolly. "Annie?"
This was what she called her little daughter Anna.
"Very well. She has got on wonderfully. Would you like to see her?"
"Come, I'll show her to you. We had a terrible bother," she began telling her, "over nurses.
We had an Italian wet nurse.
A good creature, but so stupid. We wanted to get rid of her, but the baby is so used to her that we've gone on keeping her still."
"But how have you managed?"
Dolly was beginning a question as to what name the little girl would have, but noticing a sudden frown on Anna's face, she changed the drift of her question.
"How did you manage? Have you weaned her yet?" But Anna had understood. "You didn't mean to ask that? You meant to ask about her surname." "Yes?
That worries Alexei. She has no name, that is, she's a Karenina," said Anna, dropping her eyelids till nothing could be seen but the eyelashes meeting. "But we'll talk about all that later," her face suddenly brightening. "Come, I'll show you her.
Elle est très gentille.
She crawls now." In the nursery, the luxury which had impressed Dolly in the whole house struck her still more. There were little go-karts ordered from England, and appliances for learning to walk, and a sofa after the fashion of a billiard table, purposely constructed for crawling, and swings and baths, all of special pattern, and modern. They were all English, solid, and of good make, and obviously very expensive.
The room was large, and very light and lofty.
When they went in, the baby, with nothing on but her little smock, was sitting in a little elbow chair at the table, having her dinner of broth which she was spilling all over her little chest.
The baby was being fed, and the
Russian nursery maid was evidently sharing her meal. Neither the wet nurse nor the head nurse were there. They were in the next room, from which came the sound of their conversation in the queer French which was their only means of communication. Hearing Anna's voice, a smart, tall, English nurse with a disagreeable face and a dissolute expression walked in at the door, hurriedly shaking her fair curls, and immediately began to defend herself, though Anna had not found fault with her. At every word Anna said, the English nurse said hurriedly several times, "Yes, my lady." The rosy baby with her black eyebrows and hair, her sturdy red little body with tight gooseflesh skin, delighted Darya Alexandrovna in spite of the cross expression with which she stared at the stranger.
She positively envied the baby's healthy appearance.
She was delighted, too, at the baby's crawling. Not one of her own children had crawled like that. When the baby was put on the carpet and its little dress tucked up behind, it was wonderfully charming. Looking round like some little wild animal at the grown-up big people with her bright black eyes, she smiled, unmistakably pleased at their admiring her, and holding her legs sideways, she pressed vigorously on her arms, and rapidly drew her whole back up after, and then made another step forward with her little arms.
But the whole atmosphere of the nursery, and especially the English nurse, Darya Alexandrovna did not like at all.
It was only on the supposition that no good nurse would have entered so irregular a household as Anna's that Darya Alexandrovna could explain to herself how Anna with her insight into people could take such an unprepossessing, disreputable-looking woman as nurse to her child. Besides, from a few words that were dropped, Darya Alexandrovna saw at once that Anna, the two nurses, and the child had no common existence, and that the mother's visit was something exceptional. Anna wanted to get the baby her plaything, and could not find it. Most amazing of all was the fact that on being asked how many teeth the baby had, Anna answered wrong, and knew nothing about the two last teeth. "I sometimes feel sorry I'm so superfluous here," said Anna, going out of the nursery and holding up her skirt so as to escape the plaything standing in the doorway.
It was very different with my first child. I expected it to be the other way, said Darya Alexandrovna shyly. Oh, no. By the way, do you know I saw Seryoza?
Said Anna, screwing up her eyes, as though looking at something far away.
But we'll talk about that later.
You wouldn't believe it, I'm like a hungry beggar woman when a full dinner is set before her, and she does not know what to begin on first. The dinner is you, and the talks I have before me with you, which I could never have with anyone else, and I don't know which subject to begin upon first.
Mais je ne vous ferai grâce de rien.
I must have everything out with you.
Oh, I ought to give you a sketch of the company you will meet with us, she went on. I'll begin with the ladies. Princess Varvara, you know her, and I know your opinion and Stiva's about her. Stiva says the whole aim of her existence is to prove her superiority over Auntie Katerina Pavlovna. That's all true, but she's a good-natured woman, and I am so grateful to her. In Petersburg there was a moment when a chaperone was absolutely essential for me. Then she turned up. But really she is good-natured. She did a great deal to alleviate my position. I see you don't understand all the difficulty of my position, there in Petersburg, she added.
Here I'm perfectly at ease and happy. Well, of that later on, though.
Then Sviasky, he's the marshal of the district, and he's a very good sort of a man, but he wants to get something out of Alexei. You understand, with his property, now that we are settled in the country, Alexei can exercise great influence. Then there's Tushkevich, you have seen him, you know Betsy's admirer.
Now he's been thrown over and he's come to see us.
As Alexei says, he's one of those people who are very pleasant if one accepts them for what they try to appear to be, Oedipus il est comme il faut, as Princess Varvara says.
Then Veslavsky, you know him.
A very nice boy, she said, and a sly smile curved her lips.
What's this wild story about him and the Levins? Veslavsky told Alexei about it, and we don't believe it.
Ils très gentil et naïf, she said again with the same smile.
Men need occupation, and Alexei needs a circle, so I value all these people. We have to have the house lively and gay, so that Alexei may not long for any novelty.
Then you'll see the steward, a German, a very good fellow, and he understands his work.
Alexei has a very high opinion of him.
Then the doctor, a young man, not quite a nihilist perhaps, but you know, eats with his knife, but a very good doctor.
Then the architect. Un petit corps. Chapter 20.
Here's Dolly for you, Princess, you were so anxious to see her, said Anna, coming out with Darya Alexandrovna onto the stone terrace where Princess Varvara was sitting in the shade at an embroidery frame, working at a cover for Count Alexei Kirillovich's easy chair. She says she doesn't want anything before dinner, but please order some lunch for her, and I'll go and look for Alexei and bring them all in. Princess Varvara gave Dolly a cordial and rather patronizing reception, and began at once explaining to her that she was living with Anna because she had always cared more for her than her sister Katerina Pavlovna, the aunt that had brought Anna up, and that now, when everyone had abandoned Anna, she thought it her duty to help her in this most difficult period of transition. Her husband will give her a divorce, and then I shall go back to my solitude, but now I can be of use, and I am doing my duty, however difficult it may be for me, not like some other people.
And how sweet it is of you, how right of you to have come.
They live like the best of married couples, it's for God to judge them, not for us.
And didn't Beryazovsky and Madame Ivanova, and Sam Nikandrov, and Vasiliev and Madame Mamonova, and Liza Neptunova? Did no one say anything about them?
And it has ended by their being received by everyone.
And then, c'est un intérieur si joli, si comme il faut.
Tout à fait à l'anglaise.
On se réunit le matin au breakfast, et puis on se sépare.
Everyone does as he pleases till dinner time. Dinner at 7 o'clock. Stiva did very rightly to send you. He needs their support. You know that through his mother and brother he can do anything. And then they do so much good. He didn't tell you about his hospital? So Sarah admirable everything from Paris. Their conversation was interrupted by Anna, who had found the men of the party in the billiard room, and returned with them to the terrace. There was still a long time before the dinner hour, it was exquisite weather, and so several different methods of spending the next 2 hours were proposed. There were very many methods of passing the time at Vozdvizhensko, and these were all unlike those in use at Pokrovsko. On partie de lawn tennis, Veslovsky proposed, with his handsome smile. We'll be partners again, Anna Arkadyevna. No, it's too hot, better stroll about the garden and have a row in the boat, show Darya Alexandrovna the river banks. Vronsky proposed. I agree to anything, said Sviazhsky. I imagine that what Dolly would like best would be a stroll, wouldn't you? And then the boat, perhaps, said Anna. So it was decided. Veslovsky and Tushkevich went off to the bathing place, promising to get the boat ready and to wait there for them. They walked along the path in 2 couples, Anna with Sviazhsky, and Dolly with Vronsky. Dolly was a little embarrassed and anxious in the new surroundings in which she found herself. Abstractly, theoretically, she did not merely justify, she positively approved of Anna's conduct. As is indeed not unfrequent with women of unimpeachable virtue, weary of the monotony of respectable existence, at a distance she not only excused illicit love, she positively envied it. Besides, she loved Anna with all her heart. But seeing Anna in actual life among these strangers, with this fashionable tone that was so new to Darya Alexandrovna, she felt ill at ease. What she disliked particularly was seeing Princess Varvara ready to overlook everything for the sake of the comforts she enjoyed. As a general principle, abstractly, Dolly approved of Anna's action, but to see the man for whose sake her action had been taken was disagreeable to her. Moreover, she had never liked Vronsky. She thought him very proud, and saw nothing in him of which he could be proud except his wealth. But against her own will, here in his own house, he overawed her more than ever, and she could not be at ease with him. She felt with him the same feeling she had had with the maid about her dressing jacket. Just as with the maid she had felt not exactly ashamed, but embarrassed at her darns, so she felt with him not exactly ashamed, but embarrassed at herself. Dolly was ill at ease, and tried to find a subject of conversation. Even though she supposed that, through his pride, praise of his house and garden would be sure to be disagreeable to him, she did all the same tell him how much she liked his house. Yes, it's a very fine building, and in the good old-fashioned style, he said. I like so much the court in front of the steps. Was that always so? Oh, no, he said, and his face beamed with pleasure. If you could only have seen that court last spring. And he began, at first rather diffidently, but more and more carried away by the subject as he went on, to draw her attention to the various details of the decoration of his house and garden. It was evident that, having devoted a great deal of trouble to improve and beautify his home, Vronsky felt a need to show off the improvements to a new person, and was genuinely delighted at Darya Alexandrovna's praise. If you would care to look at the hospital, and are not tired, indeed, it's not far. Shall we go? He said, glancing into her face to convince himself that she was not bored. Are you coming, Anna? He turned to her. We will come, won't we? She said, addressing Sviazhsky.
Mais il ne faut pas laisser le pauvre Veslovsky et Tushkevich se morfondre là dans le bateau.
We must send and tell them. Yes, this is a monument he is setting up here, said Anna, turning to Dolly with that sly smile of comprehension with which she had previously talked about the hospital. Oh, it's a work of real importance, said Sviazhsky. But to show he was not trying to ingratiate himself with Vronsky, he promptly added some slightly critical remarks. I wonder, though, Count, he said,
that while you do so much for the health of the peasants, you take so little interest in the schools.
C'est devenu tellement commun les écoles, said Vronsky.
You understand it's not on that account, but it just happens so, my interest has been diverted elsewhere.
This way then to the hospital, he said to Darya Alexandrovna, pointing to a turning out of the avenue.
The ladies put up their parasols and turned into the side path. After going down several turnings, and going through a little gate, Darya Alexandrovna saw standing on rising ground before her a large pretentious-looking red building, almost finished.
The iron roof, which was not yet painted, shone with dazzling brightness in the sunshine.
Beside the finished building another had been begun, surrounded by scaffolding. Workmen in aprons, standing on scaffolds, were laying bricks, pouring mortar out of vats, and smoothing it with trowels.
How quickly work gets done with you, said Sviazhsky. When I was here last time the roof was not on. By the autumn it will all be ready.
Eyesight almost everything is done, said Anna.
And what's this new building?
That's the house for the doctor and the dispensary, answered Vronsky, seeing the architect in a short jacket coming towards him, and excusing himself to the ladies, he went to meet him. Going round a hole where the workmen were slaking lime, he stood still with the architect and began talking rather warmly. The front is still too low, he said to Anna, who had asked what was the matter. I said the foundation ought to be raised, said Anna. Yes, of course it would have been much better, Anna Arkadyevna, said the architect, but now it's too late. Yes, I take a great interest in it, Anna answered Sviazhsky, who was expressing his surprise at her knowledge of architecture. This new building ought to have been in harmony with the hospital. It was an afterthought, and was begun without a plan. Vronsky, having finished his talk with the architect, joined the ladies, and led them inside the hospital. Although they were still at work on the cornices outside and were painting on the ground floor, upstairs almost all the rooms were finished. Going up the broad cast-iron staircase to the landing, they walked into the first large room. The walls were stuccoed to look like marble, the huge plate-glass windows were already in, only the parquet floor was not yet finished, and the carpenters, who were planing a block of it, left their work, taking off the bands that fastened their hair, to greet the gentry.
This is the reception room, said Vronsky.
Here there will be a desk, tables, and benches, and nothing more. This way, let us go in here. Don't go near the window, said Anna, trying the paint to see if it were dry.
Alexei, the paint's dry already, she added. From the reception room they went into the corridor. Here Vronsky showed them the mechanism for ventilation on a novel system.
Then he showed them marble baths, and beds with extraordinary springs. Then he showed them the wards one after another, the storeroom, the linen room, then the heating stove of a new pattern, then the trolleys, which would make no noise as they carried everything needed along the corridors, and many other things. Sviazhsky, as a connoisseur in the latest mechanical improvements, appreciated everything fully. Dolly simply wondered at all she had not seen before, and, anxious to understand it all, made minute inquiries about everything, which gave Vronsky great satisfaction. Yes, I imagine that this will be the solitary example of a properly fitted hospital in Russia, said Sviazhsky.
And won't you have a lying-in ward? Asked Dolly. That's so much needed in the country. I have often. In spite of his usual courtesy, Vronsky interrupted her.
This is not a lying-in home, but a hospital for the sick, and is intended for all diseases, except infectious complaints, he said.
Ah! Look at this, and he rolled up to Darya Alexandrovna an invalid chair that had just been ordered for the convalescents. Look!
He sat down in the chair and began moving it. The patient can't walk, still too weak, perhaps, or something wrong with his legs, but he must have air, and he moves, rolls himself along.
Darya Alexandrovna was interested by everything.
She liked everything very much, but most of all she liked Vronsky himself with his natural, simple-hearted eagerness. Yes, he's a very nice, good man, she thought several times, not hearing what he said, but looking at him and penetrating into his expression, while she mentally put herself in Anna's place. She liked him so much just now with his eager interest that she saw how Anna could be in love with him.
Chapter 21.
No, I think the princess is tired, and horses don't interest her, Vronsky said to Anna, who wanted to go on to the stables, where Sviazhsky wished to see the new stallion.
You go on, while I escort the princess home, and we'll have a little talk, he said, if you would like that?
He added, turning to her. I know nothing about horses, and I shall be delighted, answered Darya Alexandrovna, rather astonished. She saw by Vronsky's face that he wanted something from her. She was not mistaken. As soon as they had passed through the little gate back into the garden, he looked in the direction Anna had taken, and having made sure that she could neither hear nor see them, he began. You guess that I have something I want to say to you, he said, looking at her with laughing eyes. I am not wrong in believing you to be a friend of Anna's. He took off his hat, and taking out his handkerchief, wiped his head, which was growing bald.
Darya Alexandrovna made no answer, and merely stared at him with dismay.
When she was left alone with him, she suddenly felt afraid. His laughing eyes and stern expression scared her. The most diverse suppositions as to what he was about to speak of to her flashed into her brain. He is going to beg me to come to stay with them with the children, and I shall have to refuse, or to create a set will receive Anna in Moscow.
Or isn't it Vasenka Veslovsky and his relations with Anna? Or perhaps about Kitty, that he feels he was to blame?
All her conjectures were unpleasant, but she did not guess what he really wanted to talk about to her. You have so much influence with Anna, she is so fond of you, he said, do help me.
Darya Alexandrovna looked with timid inquiry into his energetic face, which under the lime trees was continually being lighted up in patches by the sunshine, and then passing into complete shadow again. She waited for him to say more, but he walked in silence beside her, scratching with his cane in the gravel. You have come to see us, you, the only woman of Anna's former friends. I don't count Princess Varvara, but I know that you have done this not because you regard our position as normal, but because, understanding all the difficulty of the position, you still love her and want to be a help to her. Have I understood you rightly?
He asked, looking round at her.
Oh, yes, answered Darya Alexandrovna, putting down her sunshade, but...
No, he broke in, and unconsciously, oblivious of the awkward position into which he was putting his companion, he stopped abruptly, so that she had to stop short too. No one feels more deeply and intensely than I do all the difficulty of Anna's position, and that you may well understand, if you do me the honor of supposing I have any heart.
I am to blame for that position, and that is why I feel it. I understand, said Darya Alexandrovna, involuntarily admiring the sincerity and firmness with which he said this.
But just because you feel yourself responsible, you exaggerate it, I am afraid, she said. Her position in the world is difficult, I can well understand.
In the world it is hell.
He brought out quickly, frowning darkly.
You can't imagine moral sufferings greater than what you went through in Petersburg in that fortnight, and I beg you to believe it.
Yes, but here, so long as neither Anna nor you miss society.
Society? He said contemptuously, how could I miss society? So far, and it may be so always, you are happy and at peace.
I see in Anna that she is happy, perfectly happy. She has had time to tell me so much already, said Darya Alexandrovna, smiling, and involuntarily, as she said this, at the same moment a doubt entered her mind whether Anna really were happy. But Vronsky, it appeared, had no doubts on that score. Yes, he said, I know that she has revived after all her sufferings, she is happy.
She is happy in the present. But I
am afraid of what is before us. I beg your pardon, you would like to walk on?
No, I don't mind.
Well, then, let us sit here.
Darya Alexandrovna sat down on a garden seat in a corner of the avenue.
He stood up facing her. "I see that she is happy," he repeated, and the doubt whether she were happy sank more deeply into Darya Alexandrovna's mind.
"But can it last?"
"Whether we have acted rightly or wrongly is another question, but the die is cast," he said, passing from Russian to French, "and we are bound together for life.
We are united by all the ties of love that we hold most sacred. We have a child, we may have other children.
But the law and all the conditions of our position are such that thousands of complications arise which she does not see and does not want to see.
And that one can well understand. But I can't help seeing them.
My daughter is by law not my daughter, but Karenin's.
I cannot bear this falsity," he said, with a vigorous gesture of refusal, and he looked with gloomy inquiry towards Darya Alexandrovna.
She made no answer, but simply gazed at him.
He went on.
"One day a son may be born, my son, and he will be legally a Karenin. He will not be the heir of my name nor of my property, and however happy we may be in our home life and however many children we may have, there will be no real tie between us.
They will be Karenins."
You can understand the bitterness and horror of this position.
I have tried to speak of this to Anna. It irritates her.
She does not understand, and to her I cannot speak plainly of all this.
Now look at another side.
I am happy in her love, but I must have occupation. I have found occupation, and am proud of what I am doing and consider it nobler than the pursuits of my former companions at court and in the army.
And most certainly I would not change the work I am doing for theirs.
I am working here, settled in my own place, and I am happy and contented, and we need nothing more to make us happy.
I love my work here. Ce n'est pas un pis-aller, on the contrary.
Darya Alexandrovna noticed that at this point in his explanation he grew confused, and she did not quite understand this digression, but she felt that having once begun to speak of matters near his heart, of which he could not speak to Anna, he was now making a clean breast of everything, and that the question of his pursuits in the country fell into the same category of matters near his heart, as the question of his relations with Anna. "Well, I will go on," he said, collecting himself. "The great thing is that as I work I want to have a conviction that what I am doing will not die with me, that I shall have heirs to come after me, and this I have not. Conceive the position of a man who knows that his children, the children of the woman he loves, will not be his, but will belong to someone who hates them and cares nothing about them.
It is awful."
He paused, evidently much moved.
"Yes, indeed, I see that. But what can Anna do?" queried Darya Alexandrovna.
"Yes, that brings me to the object of my conversation," he said, calming himself with an effort.
"Anna can, it depends on her. Even to petition the Tsar for legitimization, a divorce is essential. And that depends on Anna."
"Her husband agreed to a divorce at that time. Your husband had arranged it completely. And now, I know, he would not refuse it.
It is only a matter of writing to him.
He said plainly at that time that if she expressed the desire, he would not refuse."
"Of course," he said gloomily, "it is one of those pharisaical cruelties of which only such heartless men are capable."
He knows what agony any recollection of him must give her, and knowing her, he must have a letter from her.
I can understand that it is agony to her. But the matter is of such importance, that one must passer par-dessus tout ces finesses de sentiment.
Il y va du bonheur et de l'existence d'Anne et de ses enfants.
"I won't speak of myself, though it's hard for me, very hard," he said, with an expression as though he were threatening someone for its being hard for him. "And so it is, Princess, that I am shamelessly clutching at you as an anchor of salvation. Help me to persuade her to write to him and ask for a divorce."
"Yes, of course," Darya Alexandrovna said dreamily, as she vividly recalled her last interview with Alexei Alexandrovich.
"Yes, of course," she repeated with decision, thinking of Anna. Use your influence with her, make her right. I don't like I'm almost unable to speak about this to her.
Very well, I will talk to her. But how is it she does not think of it herself?
Said Darya Alexandrovna, and for some reason she suddenly at that point recalled Anna's strange new habit of half-closing her eyes. And she remembered that Anna drooped her eyelids just when the deeper questions of life were touched upon. Just as though she half shut her eyes to her own life, so as not to see everything, thought Dolly.
Yes, indeed, for my own sake and for hers I will talk to her, Dolly said in reply to his look of gratitude. They got up and walked to the house. Chapter 22.
When Anna found Dolly at home before her, she looked intently in her eyes, as though questioning her about the talk she had had with Vronsky, but she made no inquiry in words.
I believe it's dinner time, she said. We've not seen each other at all yet. I am reckoning on the evening. Now I want to go and dress.
I expect you do too, we all got splashed at the buildings.
Dolly went to her room and she felt amused. To change her dress was impossible, for she had already put on her best dress. But in order to signify in some way her preparation for dinner, she asked the maid to brush her dress, changed her cuffs and tie, and put some lace on her head.
This is all I can do, she said with a smile to Anna, who came into her in a third dress, again of extreme simplicity.
Yes, we are too formal here, she said, as it were apologizing for her magnificence. Alexei is delighted at your visit, as he rarely is at anything. He has completely lost his heart to you, she added. You're not tired? There was no time for talking about anything before dinner. Going into the drawing room they found Princess Varvara already there, and the gentlemen of the party in black frock coats. The architect wore a swallowtail coat. Vronsky presented the doctor and the steward to his guest. The architect he had already introduced to her at the hospital. A stout butler, resplendent with a smoothly shaven round chin and a starched white cravat, announced that dinner was ready, and the ladies got up. Vronsky asked Sviazhsky to take in Anna Arkadyevna, and himself offered his arm to Dolly. Veslovsky was before Tushkevich in offering his arm to Princess Varvara, so that Tushkevich with the steward and the doctor walked in alone. The dinner, the dining room, the service, the waiting at table, the wine, and the food, were not simply in keeping with the general tone of modern luxury throughout all the house, but seemed even more sumptuous and modern. Darya Alexandrovna watched this luxury which was novel to her, and as a good housekeeper used to managing a household, although she never dreamed of adapting anything she saw to her own household, as it was all in a style of luxury far above her own manner of living, she could not help scrutinizing every detail, and wondering how and by whom it was all done. Vasenka Veslovsky, her husband, and even Sviazhsky, and many other people she knew, would never have considered this question, and would have readily believed what every well-bred host tries to make his guests feel, that is, that all that is well ordered in his house has cost him, the host, no trouble whatever, but comes of itself. Darya Alexandrovna was well aware that even porridge for the children's breakfast does not come of itself, and that therefore, where so complicated and magnificent a style of luxury was maintained, someone must give earnest attention to its organization. And from the glance with which Alexei Kirillovitch scanned the table, from the way he nodded to the butler, and offered Darya Alexandrovna her choice between cold soup and hot soup, she saw that it was all organized and maintained by the care of the master of the house himself. It was evident that it all rested no more upon Anna than upon Veslovsky. She, Sviazhsky, the princess, and Veslovsky were equally guests, with light hearts enjoying what had been arranged for them. Anna was the hostess only in conducting the conversation. The conversation was a difficult one for the lady of the house at a small table with persons present, like the steward and the architect, belonging to a completely different world, struggling not to be overawed by an elegance to which they were unaccustomed, and unable to sustain a large share in the general conversation. But this difficult conversation Anna directed with her usual tact and naturalness, and indeed she did so with actual enjoyment, as Darya Alexandrovna observed.
The conversation began about the row Tushkevich and Veslavsky had taken alone together in the boat, and Tushkevich began describing the last boat races in Petersburg at the yacht club. But Anna, seizing the first pause, at once turned to the architect to draw him out of his silence. Nikolai Ivanitch was struck, she said, meaning Sviazhsky, at the progress the new building had made since he was here last, but I am there every day, and every day I wonder at the rate at which it grows. It's first-rate working with His Excellency, said the architect with a smile. He was respectful and composed, though with a sense of his own dignity. It's a very different matter to have to do with the district authorities, where one would have to write out sheaves of papers. Here I call upon the Count, and in 3 words we settle the business.
The American way of doing business, said Sviazhsky, with a smile.
Yes, there they build in a rational fashion. The conversation passed to the misuse of political power in the United States, but Anna quickly brought it round to another topic, so as to draw the steward into talk.
Have you ever seen a reaping machine? She said, addressing Darya Alexandrovna. We had just ridden over to look at one when we met. It's the first time I ever saw one.
How do they work?
Asked Dolly.
Exactly like little scissors.
A plank and a lot of little scissors.
Like this. Anna took a knife and fork in her beautiful white hands covered with rings, and began showing how the machine worked. It was clear that she saw nothing would be understood from her explanation, but aware that her talk was pleasant and her hands beautiful, she went on explaining. More like little penknives, Veslavsky said playfully, never taking his eyes off her.
Anna gave a just perceptible smile, but made no answer.
Isn't it true, Karl Fedorich, that it's just like little scissors? She said to the steward.
Oh, ja, answered the German.
Es it ein ganz einfaches Ding, and he began to explain the construction of the machine.
It's a pity it doesn't bind too.
I saw one at the Vienna exhibition, which binds with a wire, said Sviazhsky. They would be more profitable in use.
Es kommt drauf.
Der Preis vom Draht muss ausgerechnet werden.
And the German, roused from his taciturnity, turned to Vronsky.
Das liest sich ausrechnen, erlaucht.
The German was just feeling in the pocket where were his pencil and the notebook he always wrote in, but recollecting that he was at a dinner, and observing Vronsky's chilly glance, he checked himself.
Zu kompliziert, macht zu viel Klopot, he concluded.
Wünscht man Dokats, so hat man auch Klopots, said Vasenka Veslavsky, mimicking the German.
Jador Alalamand, he addressed Anna again with the same smile. Sesses, she said with playful severity.
We expected to find you in the fields, Vasily Semyonitch, she said to the doctor, a sickly-looking man. Have you been there?
I went there, but I had taken flight, the doctor answered with gloomy jocoseness.
Then you've taken a good constitutional? Splendid. Well, and how was the old woman?
I hope it's not typhus? Typhus it is not, but it's taking a bad turn.
What a pity,
said Anna, and having thus paid the dues of civility to her domestic circle, she turned to her own friends. It would be a hard task, though, to construct a machine from your description, Anna Arkadyevna, Sviazhsky said jestingly.
Oh, no, why so?
Said Anna with a smile that betrayed that she knew there was something charming in her disquisitions upon the machine that had been noticed by Sviazhsky. This new trait of girlish coquettishness made an unpleasant impression on Dolly.
But Anna Arkadyevna's knowledge of architecture is marvelous, said Tushkevich.
To be sure,
I heard Anna Arkadyevna talking yesterday about plinths and damp courses, said Veslavsky. Have I got it right?
There's nothing marvelous about it, when one sees and hears so much of it, said Anna.
But, I dare say, you don't even know what houses are made of? Darya Alexandrovna saw that Anna disliked the tone of raillery that existed between her and Veslavsky, but fell in with it against her will. Vronsky acted in this matter quite differently from Levin.
He obviously attached no significance to Veslovsky's chattering, on the contrary, he encouraged his jests.
"Come now, tell us, Veslovsky, how are the stones held together?" "By cement, of course." "Bravo! And what is cement?"
"Oh, some sort of paste, no, putty," said Veslovsky, raising a general laugh. The company at dinner, with the exception of the doctor, the architect, and the steward, who remained plunged in gloomy silence, kept up a conversation that never paused, glancing off one subject, fastening on another, and at times stinging one or the other to the quick. Once Darya Alexandrovna felt wounded to the quick, and got so hot that she positively flushed and wondered afterwards whether she had said anything extreme or unpleasant. Sviazhsky began talking of Levin, describing his strange view that machinery is simply pernicious in its effects on Russian agriculture. "I have not the pleasure of knowing this M. Levin," Vronsky said, smiling, "but most likely he has never seen the machines he condemns, or if he has seen and tried any, it must have been after a queer fashion, some
Russian imitation, not a machine from abroad. What sort of views can anyone have on such a subject?"
"Turkish views, in general," Veslovsky said, turning to Anna with a smile. "I can't defend his opinions," Darya Alexandrovna said, firing up, "but I can say that he's a highly cultivated man, and if he were here he would know very well how to answer you, though I am not capable of doing so." "I like him extremely, and we are great friends," Sviazhsky said, smiling good-naturedly. "Mais pardon Illinois est un petit peu tôt. He maintains, for instance, that district councils and arbitration boards are all of no use, and he is unwilling to take part in anything." "It's our Russian apathy," said Vronsky, pouring water from an iced decanter into a delicate glass on a high stem. "We've no sense of the duties our privileges impose upon us, and so we refuse to recognize these duties."
"I know no man more strict in the performance of his duties," said Darya Alexandrovna, irritated by Vronsky's tone of superiority. "For my part," pursued Vronsky, who was evidently for some reason or other keenly affected by this conversation, "such as I am, on the contrary, extremely grateful for the honor they have done me, thanks to Nikolai Ivanitch," he indicated Sviazhsky, "in electing me a justice of the peace. I consider that for me the duty of being present at the session, of judging some peasants quarrel about a horse, is as important as anything I can do. And I shall regard it as an honor if they elect me for the district council. It's only in that way I can pay for the advantages I enjoy as a landowner. Unluckily they don't understand the weight that the big landowners ought to have in the state." It was strange to Darya Alexandrovna to hear how serenely confident he was of being right at his own table. She thought how Levin, who believed the opposite, was just as positive in his opinions at his own table. But she loved Levin, and so she was on his side. "So we can reckon upon you, Count, for the coming elections?" said Sviazhsky. "But you must come a little beforehand, so as to be on the spot by the 8th. If you would do me the honor to stop with me." "I rather agree with your beau-frère," said Anna, though not quite on the same ground as he. She added with a smile, "I'm afraid that we have too many of these public duties in these latter days. Just as in old days there were so many government functionaries that one had to call in a functionary for every single thing, so now everyone's doing some sort of public duty. Alexei has been here now 6 months, and he's a member, I do believe, of 5 or 6 different public bodies. Du train que c'est la vie, the whole time will be wasted on it. And I'm afraid that with such a multiplicity of these bodies, they'll end in being a mere form." "How many are you a member of, Nikolai Ivanitch?" She turned to Sviazhsky. "Over 20, I fancy." Anna spoke lightly, but irritation could be discerned in her tone. Darya Alexandrovna, watching Anna and Vronsky attentively, detected it instantly. She noticed, too, that as she spoke Vronsky's face had immediately taken a serious and obstinate expression. Noticing this,
and that Princess Varvara at once made haste to change the conversation by talking of Petersburg acquaintances, and remembering what Vronsky had without apparent connection said in the garden of his work in the country, Dolly surmised that this question of public activity was connected with some deep private disagreement between Anna and Vronsky. The dinner, the wine, the decoration of the table were all very good, but it was all like what Darya Alexandrovna had seen at formal dinners and balls which of late years had become quite unfamiliar to her. It all had the same impersonal and constrained character, and so on an ordinary day and in a little circle of friends it made a disagreeable impression on her. After dinner they sat on the terrace, then they proceeded to play lawn tennis. The players, divided into two parties, stood on opposite sides of a tightly drawn net with gilt poles on the carefully leveled and rolled croquet ground. Darya Alexandrovna made an attempt to play, but it was a long time before she could understand the game, and by the time she did understand it, she was so tired that she sat down with Princess Varvara and simply looked on at the players. Her partner, Tushkevich, gave up playing too, but the others kept the game up for a long time. Sviazhsky and Vronsky both played very well and seriously. They kept a sharp lookout on the balls served to them, and without haste or getting in each other's way, they ran adroitly up to them, waited for the rebound, and neatly and accurately returned them over the net. Veslovsky played worse than the others. He was too eager, but he kept the players lively with his high spirits. His laughter and outcries never paused. Like the other men of the party, with the ladies' permission, he took off his coat, and his solid, comely figure in his white shirt sleeves, with his red perspiring face and his impulsive movements, made a picture that imprinted itself vividly on the memory. When Darya Alexandrovna lay in bed that night, as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw Vasenka Veslovsky flying about the croquet ground. During the game Darya Alexandrovna was not enjoying herself. She did not like the light tone of raillery that was kept up all the time between Vasenka Veslovsky and Anna, and the unnaturalness altogether of grown-up people, all alone without children, playing at a child's game. But to avoid breaking up the party and to get through the time somehow, after a rest she joined the game again, and pretended to be enjoying it. All the day it seemed to her as though she were acting in a theater with actors cleverer than she, and that her bad acting was spoiling the whole performance. She had come with the intention of staying 2 days, if all went well. But in the evening, during the game, she made up her mind that she would go home next day. The maternal cares and worries, which she had so hated on the way, now, after a day spent without them, struck her in quite another light, and tempted her back to them. When, after evening tea and a row by night in the boat, Darya Alexandrovna went alone to her room, took off her dress, and began arranging her thin hair for the night, she had a great sense of relief. It was positively disagreeable to her to think that Anna was coming to see her immediately. She longed to be alone with her own thoughts. Chapter 23. Dolly was wanting to go to bed when Anna came in to see her, attired for the night. In the course of the day Anna had several times begun to speak of matters near her heart, and every time after a few words she had stopped. Afterwards, by ourselves, we'll talk about everything. I've got so much I want to tell you, she said. Now they were by themselves, and Anna did not know what to talk about. She sat in the window looking at Dolly, and going over in her own mind all the stores of intimate talk which had seemed so inexhaustible beforehand, and she found nothing. At that moment it seemed to her that everything had been said already. Well, what of Kitty? She said with a heavy sigh, looking penitently at Dolly. Tell me the truth, Dolly, isn't she angry with me? Angry? Oh, no, said Darya Alexandrovna, smiling. But she hates me, despises me? Oh, no. But you know that sort of thing isn't forgiven. Yes, said Anna, turning away and looking out of the open window. But I was not to blame. And who is to blame? What's the meaning of being to blame? Could it have been otherwise? What do you think? Could it possibly have happened that you didn't become the wife of Stiva? Really, I don't know.
But this is what I want you to tell me. Yes, but we've not finished about Kitty. Is she happy? He's a very nice man, they say. He's much more than very nice. I don't know a better man. Ah, how glad I am. I'm so glad. Much more than very nice, she repeated. Dolly smiled. But tell me about yourself. We've a great deal to talk about. And I've had a talk with. Dolly did not know what to call him. She felt it awkward to call him either the Count or Alexei Kirillovich. With Alexei, said Anna, I know what you talked about. But I wanted to ask you directly what you think of me, of my life? How am I to say like that straight off? I really don't know. No, tell me all the same. You see my life. But you mustn't forget that you're seeing us in the summer, when you have come to us and we are not alone. But we came here early in the spring, lived quite alone, and shall be alone again, and I desire nothing better. But imagine me living alone without him, alone, and that will be, I see by everything that it will often be repeated, that he will be half the time away from home, she said, getting up and sitting down close by Dolly. Of course, she interrupted Dolly, who would have answered, of course I won't try to keep him by force. I don't keep him indeed. The races are just coming, his horses are running, he will go. I'm very glad. But think of me, fancy my position. But what's the use of talking about it? She smiled. Well, what did he talk about with you? He spoke of what I want to speak about of myself, and it's easy for me to be his advocate, of whether there is not a possibility, whether you could not. Darya Alexandrovna hesitated. Correct, improve your position. You know how I look at it. But all the same, if possible, you should get married. Divorce, you mean? Said Anna. Do you know, the only woman who came to see me in Petersburg was Betsy Tverskaya? You know her, of course?
Au fond, c'est la femme la plus dépravée qui existe.
She had an intrigue with Tushkevich, deceiving her husband in the basest way. And she told me that she did not care to know me so long as my position was irregular. Don't imagine I would compare, I know you, darling. But I could not help remembering. Well, so what did he say to you? She repeated. He said that he was unhappy on your account and his own. Perhaps you will say that it's egoism, but what a legitimate and noble egoism. He wants first of all to legitimize his daughter, and to be your husband, to have a legal right to you. What wife, what slave can be so utterly a slave as I, in my position? She put in gloomily. The chief thing he desires. He desires that you should not suffer. That's impossible. Well, and the most legitimate desire he wishes that your children should have a name. What children? Anna said, not looking at Dolly, and half closing her eyes. Annie and those to come. He need not trouble on that score, I shall have no more children. How can you tell that you won't? I shall not, because I don't wish it. And, in spite of all her emotion, Anna smiled, as she caught the naive expression of curiosity, wonder, and horror on Dolly's face. The doctor told me after my illness. Impossible, said Dolly, opening her eyes wide. For her this was one of those discoveries, the consequences and deductions from which are so immense that all that one feels for the first instant is that it is impossible to take it all in, and that one will have to reflect a great deal upon it. This discovery, suddenly throwing light on all those families of one or two children, which had hitherto been so incomprehensible to her, aroused so many ideas, reflections, and contradictory emotions, that she had nothing to say, and simply gazed with wide open eyes of wonder at Anna. This was the very thing she had been dreaming of, but now learning that it was possible, she was horrified.
She felt that it was too simple a solution of too complicated a problem.
N'est ce pas immoral?
Was all she said, after a brief pause.
Why so?
Think, I have a choice between two alternatives, either to be with child, that is an invalid, or to be the friend and companion of my husband, practically my husband, Anna said in a tone intentionally superficial and frivolous.
Yes, yes, said Darya Alexandrovna, hearing the very arguments she had used